We acknowledge that the land where the Microsoft campus is situated was traditionally occupied by the Sammamish, the Duwamish, the Snoqualmie, the Suquamish, the Muckleshoot, the Snohomish, the Tulalip, and other Coast Salish peoples since time immemorial. A people who are still here, continuing to honor and bring to light their ancient heritage.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where you happen to be. Welcome to Microsoft Build, the event centered on learning, connecting, and coding with Microsoft. I'm Rick Kloss. I lead a team of cloud advocates from around the world. For those of you using descriptive audio, I'm a 40-year-old white male that is wearing my signature green Tilly hat, an orange and black rugby jersey, some blue jeans, and I'm standing in front of a massive LED wall that changes all the time.
And I'm Allison Wines, Program Manager in our Developer Tools Division. I'm a white and Asian woman with straight brown hair. I'm wearing a black sleeveless shirt and my favorite, light pink sneakers, for those of you who might not be able to see me. We're coming to you from the Microsoft Studios in Redmond, Washington. And we are so excited to be here with all of you, our global community of developers, coders, tech evangelists, students, and innovators.
Now, the next 2 days here at Microsoft Build are going to be jam-packed with the latest announcements and innovations at the forefront of modern application development. From increasing developer velocity to building the next generation of collaborative apps for hybrid work.
I can't wait. We're also going to be joined by our third co-host, Jamie Singleton, in just a few moments. Let's go ahead and dive in. Learn, connect, code. You're going to hear these words all Microsoft Build long, and they touch on what we're all about, especially as the global pandemic continues to transform, well, pretty much everything. Let's break it down. That first part, learn. At Microsoft Build, there are so many ways to continue your learning journey. Through certifications, the Cloud Skills Challenge, Learn Live sessions, you name it. This way, you are skilled and ready to tackle the transformations coming your way.
Next up is Connect, and this is the perfect place to start connecting and getting the most of your Microsoft Build community. You can do that in the Connection Zone. That's where you can network with other attendees, link up with people in your geographic region, and for the first time ever at Microsoft Build, you can also sign up for table topics and product roundtable sessions.
Exciting stuff. And that third part, code. I mean, that's all something we're very familiar with, right, Rick? Throughout the event, you'll get the chance to expand your toolbox, learn from peers and experts, as well as access exclusive content from our featured partners. But as you're taking all of this in, don't forget to give yourself a break, as in hydrate, stretch, or just step away from the screen. Rick, Jamie, and I will be right here whenever you're ready to dive back in. Plus keynotes, technical sessions, and breakout sessions will be available for viewing on demand until next year's build.
Now, this around here is known as the digital venue, as the thing you're watching right now. Think of it as your home base. You know what? Let's go and get to know it a little bit better. It's time for a little tiny segment that we are calling the download. Now, we're going to talk about how you're going to be accessing all the fantastic features and sessions at Microsoft Build. But first, I want to go off and do a little bit of social stuff just to kind of get you oriented here by going and looking at my Build profile. So you can see here, I'm at 100% complete. I've already gone in, uploaded a picture, thrown in a bit of a bio. I've got some major, some little contact details there for LinkedIn in case you want to expand your network. All that sort of stuff happens to be here on the main page after you register.
You know, Rick, you seem like a pretty cool person. Is there any way I could connect with you during the event, like through this profile?
Well, if you want to expand your professional network, LinkedIn's definitely the way that you're going to be doing it, but you have to turn on the checkbox right here that says, make my Build profile visible in the Microsoft Build directory.
Okay. Got it. I did that. So folks can connect with me if they want to.
You got it. So that's the easiest way to go off and get yourself visible inside the attendee directory. But the real meat and potatoes of how this all works is known as the session scheduler. Here is where you're going to find all that phenomenal content, over 300 and some odd sessions that are available. But don't worry, because you can filter this down by doing some filtering of results of session types, start times, and things like that. But one of my favorite ways of filtering is by looking for speakers I want to go off and see.
Absolutely.
How about Scott Hanselman as an example?
Oh, yes. I can't believe you don't have that added to your schedule already.
Well, Scott Hanselman, and then we can see, there he is there inside of this one session. It's taking place tomorrow. I can go ahead and say add to schedule, and it adds it into my schedule for being able to pull up and take a look at in the future, and I'm going to know where it's at. And then finally, your schedule is available at all times to you by the top right-hand corner, being able to look and find your schedule, see where your gaps are, and even synchronize it with your own calendar.
Wow. I love that because I have a session today that I really am looking forward to, but it's in my personal calendar, not in that one. But right now, it's time to introduce the third member of our hosting squad, Jamie Singleton, who apparently found a couple of 3D printers. Jamie, please tell us more.
Hi, Rick. Hi, Allison. And hi, everybody joining us around the world online. I'm Jamie Singleton, a program manager at Microsoft for your .NET community. For those using descriptive audio, I'm a female descendant of the Chumash tribe with long curly brown hair and wearing a black pantsuit with white floral flowers on it. And I'm standing in front of several 3D printing machines. Like Allison mentioned, I'm here in the 3D Printing Hub because, well, we want to make all of your 3D printing realities a dream come true. Upload a file of an object to aka.ms/3dbuild, and I'm here with some amazing STEM advocates who will help bring those 3D printing objects to reality. Because not everybody has a 3D printing machine, but we certainly do. Just a friendly reminder, we're not able to print all of the items that come through, but definitely submit them and we'll see what we can do, as we'll be printing all event long. Back over to you, Allison and Rick.
Now, throughout the show, we want to hear from you. Since hybrid work is such a big focus at Microsoft Build, we really want to know, how have you hacked your work from home setup? Did you perhaps rig a Roomba to bring you coffee, upgrade your home office 6 times, tweet your home hacks with the hashtag #MSBuild. And we'll be checking in with you on social media in a segment we're calling The Pulse.
Now, I'm going to go off and kick this one off nice and easy. This is an easy one to go for. Look at this one. Isn't that little baby a sweetie from Matt Batterby? Someone is waiting to patiently go off and watch the keynote with Satya Nadella coming up. Don't worry, it's coming. But that's just a little fun baby picture.
Starting them young. I
know,
love
right?
it. Pablo here. I love your setup. I love all the reminders. Really great best practices for Build. He's got his setup ready, got that hydration. I would love a chai if anyone wants to bring that to me.
Nice.
The Imagine Cup's going to be excellent. So take a note from Pablo here and be sure to tune into that. I'm so excited to see who wins.
Nice. Just a quick little shout out here to May, who has gone ahead and got the most funky keyboard that I've seen in my life, as well as a really stoking looking pair of kitty cat earphones to listen to the two.
Love it.
So good stuff. Keep them coming. We're going to be looking at it at hashtag #MSBuild. So you know what? Let's get a little bit nostalgic here. Our very first Microsoft Build was back in 2011. And you know what? We're curious. How many Microsoft Builds have you been to? In fact, how many Microsoft Dev conferences in general have you been to, period? PDC was technically in 1993, right? So everyone's got to remember that one.
Not me. I was one.
Tell us at onair@microsoft.com. Shoot us a quick email. Let us know what you're saying and where you've been. And you never know, you might actually show up here at Microsoft Build.
Oh, I love that. So what's your favorite Microsoft Build memory from years past, Rick?
Well, for me, it's actually more of a behind-the-scenes thing. Back in 2012, Build was here on campus, and it was, Pacific Northwest and rainy. We actually had to drape additional plastic over top of the server rack in the back to make sure that none of the demo systems actually got wet. So you didn't see that out front, but that's just definitely very memorable for me.
That's wild. No stories like that from me, that's for sure.
Yeah, so switching gears here, partners play a critical role in the solution that we'll be talking about here at Microsoft Build. From breakout sessions to the connection zone, and right here in the studio, you're going to get partner insights and real-world cases that are specific to your projects and interests across the cloud, desktop, mobile, and web development. We've assembled a diverse set of partners and startups for Microsoft Build, each sharing some of their most important technical updates with you right here.
That's right. Let's look at a few examples right now. Intel will talk about securing your code with Azure Confidential Computing and Intel SGX. They'll dive into spatial AI and computer vision and show you how to take advantage of the Windows subsystem for Linux with our very own Scott Hanselman. LaunchDarkly will share how developers use feature flags to scale, at scale to ship faster and reduce risk. And we'll also show you how to set up processes with GitHub and Microsoft Teams to minimize the technical debt that's associated with feature flags. Plus, Confluent will help you build real-time, event-driven apps on Azure with Confluent-managed Apache Kafka, direct from the makers of Apache Kafka.
And stay right here with us in between these sessions for some live interviews. But if you miss anything, don't worry. All this great content is going to be available on demand in the Featured Partner Showcase.
Yes. And our Featured Partner Showcase is also where you'll find exclusive demos, SDKs, code, trial software, special offers, and even swag from our partners and featured startups. Just click Featured Partners at the top of this page to check those out throughout the show. Whatever your interest, our Featured Partner Showcase has the tools and resources to help.
Now, let's take a look at what we have coming up. It's going to be a very packed day. We're kicking things off in a big way with a keynote from CEO Satya Nadella. He's going to be talking about things we're focusing on at Microsoft Build, including increasing developer velocity, building intelligent cloud-native applications, and of course, my favorite, hybrid work.
Exactly right. That's at 9 a.m. sharp. And after that, it's a technical session with Amanda Silver, Donovan Brown, and Julie Strauss on increasing developer velocity with Microsoft's end-to-end platform so that any dev can be empowered to build cloud-based apps. Plus, we'll check in with those STEM students who are printing up your 3D printer submissions.
Now, at 10:30 a.m. Pacific, we're going to learn how to harness the power of data in your applications with Azure in a technical session led by some Microsoft pros.
And still to come, interviews and demos with Microsoft experts like Tyler Adams from our Mixed Reality team. And Corporate Vice President of Azure Data, Rohan Kumar, spoke with our colleague Seth Juarez for a little Wrap with Rohan. That's going to be great. They're talking about what's new with Azure SQL and Cosmos DB, among other hot topics. Can't wait to see that.
Now, I really hope that Seth isn't going to be actually rapping, but you know what? At 11:15, we're going to get a sneak peek into the future of modern application development in a technical session about building cloud-native applications that run anywhere. We're going to have Jeff Holland and Beck Lyons and Gabe Monroy. We're going to be showing us how to empower developers to innovate rapidly with turnkey services. Plus, I think Jeff's going to be coming by for an interview with Jamie.
So, like many of us have experienced over the past year, hybrid work is here to stay. Hear how Microsoft Teams, Microsoft Graph, and Windows are empowering next-gen productivity in our new work normal in a session on building collaborative apps for the hybrid workplace at 12 o'clock sharp Pacific.
Now, you can find all of these sessions in your session scheduler at the very top of the screen.
In a few moments, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella takes the stage to deliver his keynote address. You don't want to miss it.
We're going to be right back after all of that in a section that we're going to be calling The Feed.
Can't wait. This is day one of Microsoft Build. Enjoy.
digital wave is transforming the world.
Across every continent,
country,
economy, and industry.
a better world.
Thanks to developers.
Thanks to you.
To you.
The people who help bridge the digital and physical.
Through the isolation of the pandemic,
You forged new applications.
Capabilities.
and experiences.
And became digital first responders.
To the first responders,
You overcame enormous constraints.
Working together as a community.
you made us more resilient,
Connected,
inspired,
productive,
educated, joyful.
And healthy.
Now, developers are building our way forward.
as the digital wave is accelerating.
An opportunity is growing.
To make businesses more competitive.
Governments more responsive.
Education more accessible.
All to keep our world thriving.
You are amplifying human ingenuity.
At school,
In the lab.
Even in outer space.
Everywhere.
Being a developer is possible for anyone who wishes to shape the future.
that's our vision.
To empower developers.
To empower you.
To empower the world.
Good morning and welcome to Build. It's great to be together. There is no doubt it's been a challenging year. The world continues to confront a public health and an economic crisis, persistent issues of racial injustice and inequity, and the damaging effects of climate change. These crises will require long-term commitment and real work from all of us. And this conference is about the role, the responsibility, and the opportunity of this community in shaping what comes next. Over the past year, you have shown what is possible when you come together and bring together the atoms of the real world with the bits of the virtual world. You've helped society overcome these enormous challenges while at the same time overcoming the challenges of your own circumstances. So I want to say a big thank you. You've acted as digital first responders in a moment when we needed you the most, helping those on the front lines deliver critical care and rapidly develop vaccines. You've helped businesses remain resilient, ensuring they were able to quickly adapt and stay open when storefronts closed. And you helped us reimagine where humanity can go and what we can do, transcending time and even space. And it's just the beginning. Just think about the world in 2030. Tech as a percentage of total GDP will double from 5 to 10%. But the most notable thing is what will happen to the other 90%. Digital transformation that was projected to happen over the next 10 years is happening today. As computing becomes embedded in every aspect of our lives, there will no longer be such a thing as the tech sector. The world will be transformed through tech intensity at scale. Every organization will not only need to adopt the latest technology, but more importantly, build their own unique digital technology or be left behind. We are seeing a surge in developers across industries and geographies. Over the past 2 years, the number of developers at non-tech companies has grown faster than at tech companies. Industries hiring developers most rapidly include agriculture, consumer goods, energy, finance, and wellness. To share just one example, in the automotive industry, there were more software engineers than mechanical engineers hired over the last year. And we are seeing growth in every region. Nigeria, Hong Kong, Saudi Arabia, Bangladesh, and Egypt top the list of new contributors to GitHub in 2020. And over the past 12 months, the percentage of developer job postings that were remote increased 8x year over year. In a digital-first company, the developer workflow influences how the entire company works. Fusion teams of pro developers and domain experts will integrate all functions and all disciplines. For example, students and teachers, data analysts and scientists have all seen rapid growth on GitHub. And of course, we're experiencing massive technological and societal shifts, which will create new and lasting opportunity for all of you. As the physical and digital worlds converge, every organization, small or large, in every industry, in every country, will require more ubiquitous and decentralized compute power. Large AI models are becoming platforms creating ambient intelligence around us. The balance between consumption and creation is changing. More and more people are creating something new and magical every day. And there are growing communities who want to discover, explore, and build on their creations. We need a virtuous cycle between content consumption and commerce driven by communities for everything we build. And we'll need to unlock the economic opportunity and productivity to prepare every person for the task at hand and for the jobs of the future. And finally, we will need trust by design. The design and development process itself must prioritize privacy, cybersecurity, digital safety, and responsible AI across everything we do. No one will want technology that rapidly scales but breaks the world around us. We want to empower you to seize these opportunities and build what comes next. Our ambition is to be the platform for platform creators. This conference is not about setting new rules or constraints that dictate how or what you should build. It's not even about celebrating our own innovation. It's about enabling your innovation and creating new opportunities for you. We want to help you help the world. That's at the core of our mission. Over the next 2 days, you will see how we are investing across the entire tech stack to make creating easier for all of you. This morning, we're announcing more than 100 new services and important updates to help you innovate. We've organized Build around several core themes this year. And let me share just a snapshot of what you're going to see over the next 2 days. It starts with our end-to-end developer toolchain. We're a company built by developers for developers first. From GitHub to Visual Studio, we provide the most comprehensive toolchain and services for every developer, every app, and every platform, so you can rapidly go from idea to code and code to cloud. And it's all about that developer velocity. We want to give you the tools to innovate as fast as you want to go. And with Power Platform, we're helping you scale and amplify your work so that you can collaborate across these Fusion teams and build applications together. You'll hear from Amanda Silva and Donovan Brown how Toyota is bringing together Fusion teams of pro developers and domain experts, as well as structured and unstructured data to build a mission-critical internal vehicle delivery app. And Julie Strauss will show you how we're bringing the world's most powerful language model, GPT-3, to Power Platform. If you can describe what you want to do in natural language, GPT-3 will generate a list of the most relevant formula for you to choose from. The code writes itself. The next theme is building new intelligent apps by harnessing the power of data and AI. This is so important. Every developer now has the opportunity and responsibility to make organizations sovereign in terms of their own data being used to benefit their own organization. The opportunity is clear. The next generation of applications will not be reactive but proactive because of their ability to harness the power of data to drive that next level of intelligence. From hyperscale SQL and PostgreSQL, Cosmos DB to Synapse and Synapse Link and Purview, Azure is the only cloud with limitless data and analytics and data governance capabilities. And in AI, we offer the most comprehensive portfolio of tools and frameworks for you to build these intelligent apps responsibly. You see so many customers applying this data and AI capabilities today. Twitter is using our speech services to generate captions for their live audio conversations on Twitter Spaces, making it a platform more accessible. And Walmart.com is using Cosmos DB to power their e-commerce transactions over holidays, handling billions of requests daily and providing millions of the customers with items they wanted when they needed them. Cosmos DB has become the go-to database to power the world's most demanding mission-critical applications. New capabilities boost performance by more than 300% for these read-heavy workloads, and Rohan Kumar will share updates for Cosmos DB, Azure SQL, and our OSS databases that we're making to help you build and modernize high-performance apps at any scale. Eric Boyd will talk about our new initiative with PyTorch to introduce PyTorch Enterprise on Azure, providing a more reliable production experience for organizations using PyTorch for their data science work. No other cloud is doing this today. And Kevin Scott will talk about the groundbreaking work we're doing with OpenAI on large-scale models. Now let's talk about cloud-native apps. The world's not getting simpler. Technologies are multiplying. There's an increasing variety of hardware, silicon, deployment models. Some will argue that the cost of supporting multi-cloud is pretty prohibitive. Add the edge to that and it becomes exponentially more complex. And we are making all of this simpler to help you build and create from anywhere. The apps of the future will be cloud native, and you should be able to run them anywhere across on-premise, edge, and multi-cloud. Today, we're excited to announce that Azure Application Services will now be able to run on Kubernetes and anywhere with Azure Arc. This means you can now run your favorite Azure Application Services on-premise, on the edge, or other clouds. You will hear more on this from Gabe Monroy. And with AKS and Azure Stack HCI, you can now build consistent applications across Azure and hybrid. Deploying AKS on Azure Stack HCI just takes a few clicks. Now to the future of work. Hybrid work perhaps represents the biggest shift on how we work in our generation. It'll be complex, there's no standard, it'll require a new operating model designed around new ways people work, the places they inhabit, both digital and physical, as well as changes to processes across every business function. That's why we built Teams as that organizing layer for all the ways people work, learn, and collaborate. Teams now has 145 million daily active users, almost double the number a year ago. It's the only solution that brings together meetings, calls, chat, document collaboration, and workflow in a single integrated user experience. And it enables you to bring collaboration to the forefront of app design, as Jeff Teeper will show you. One of the things I'm most excited about is how, with Teams and Office, we're enabling a new category of cross-device collaborative applications. Just like Win32 defined a new era of apps, and web apps and mobile apps did the same, this new generation of cross-device collaborative applications will be transformational first-class platform opportunity for you. For example, we'll show you how our partner ServiceNow built a collaborative app for incident response using Teams as the UI, the Microsoft Graph to connect with the right people in the organization, and a bot to alert them to join a conference call when required. And we're going even further, adding fluid components to Teams and Office, helping you integrate your apps into critical endpoints like Teams meetings, delivering a unified development model for message extensions across Teams and Outlook, and making Teams app development experience easier with improved developer tools and a new developer portal. When you step back, it's clear that as every company becomes a digital company, the largest developer opportunity is building industry-specific business process SaaS applications. Charles Lamanna will talk about how to build these next-generation cloud-native SaaS apps that compose on top of other clouds and components. These SaaS apps will embrace high-level platform services, embed low-code and workflow platforms, and reuse applications as services. This is how you can maximize your value creation opportunity. Justin Graham will show you how a fantastic demo of Finastra is using our financial services cloud with Teams, Power Platform, and Azure as their core platform to accelerate time to development of a new application. And we see other ISVs across industries embracing this opportunity too in order to unlock the next generation industry SaaS opportunity. Finally, as the virtual and physical worlds converge, the metaverse, made up of digital twins, simulated environments, and mixed reality, is emerging as a first-class platform. With the metaverse, the entire world becomes your app canvas. With Azure Digital Twins, you can model any asset or place with Azure IoT and keep the digital twin live and up to date. Synapse tracks the history of digital twins and finds insights to predict future states. And with Azure, you can build autonomous systems that continually learn and improve. Power Platform enables domain experts to expand on and interact with digital twin data using low-code, no-code solutions. And Mesh and HoloLens brings real-time collaboration. Sam George will share one of my favorite examples of how Anheuser-Busch InBev has used our Metaverse stack to track every bottle from the wheat field through the manufacturing and distribution processes. They've created this complete digital twin of their breweries and supply chain, as you can see here. The digital twin is synchronized with their physical brewery. It understands these complex relationships between equipment and natural ingredients. It enables the brewmasters to make adjustments based on dynamic conditions. It maintains uptime on many machines required during the packaging process. It tracks the entire supply chain to reduce emissions. Deep reinforcement learning works with digital twins to help packing line operators detect and automatically compensate for bottlenecks. They even use mixed reality with their digital twin for remote assistance. Across all the opportunities I've highlighted today, Windows is implicit. It's never been more important. Windows 10 is used by more than 1.3 billion people to work, learn, connect, and play. And it all starts with Windows as a dev box. Windows brings together all your developer and collaboration tools in one place. It lets you choose the hardware you want, works with Linux and Windows environments as one, and has a modern terminal. And soon we will share one of the most significant updates of Windows of the past decade to unlock greater economic opportunity for developers and creators. I've been self-hosting it over the past several months, and I'm incredibly excited about the next generation of Windows. Our promise to you is this: we will create more opportunity for every Windows developer today and welcome every creator who is looking for the most innovative, new, open platform to build and distribute and monetize applications. We look forward to sharing more very soon. So that's a preview of what we will show you over the next 2 days. We're at a pivotal moment. Development teams are changing, workflows are changing, app models are changing, apps themselves are changing. They will all become multi-cloud, multi-edge, as well as multi-sense and multi-device. They'll be infused with AI. Devices will work harmoniously together to support and put people at the center of these experiences. And most importantly, they will address some of our biggest opportunities. You are the ones doing the hard work to shape this new reality, and we are here to help. Everything we will show you is designed to empower you and empower the world. I can't wait to see what you create. Thank you so much, and have a great rest of Build.
Hello again, it's Allison Wines, along with Rick Claus, back with more from day one of Microsoft Build. Also joining us is Jamie Singleton.
You know, things are ramping up. We just all watched Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella kick things off with his keynote address. It focused on things that we're going to be hearing about throughout the rest of the event, including increasing developer velocity, intelligent apps, and so much more. There's an awful lot to break down for what we just saw, but it sounds like it's time for the section that we're calling the feed. All right, so in this section, we're going to ask everybody here about what they took away from Satya's keynote. What about you, Jamie? Did you have anything that kind of stood out for you from that one?
Yeah, I noticed the quick mention of the cloud native apps, where you can essentially put Azure App Services on top of Kubernetes so that you can build your apps anywhere.
Yes.
Wow. So that was pretty impressive. I'm excited to learn more.
I think you've actually got an interview with some people coming up about that particular topic later on, don't you?
I do. I actually have an interview with Jeff Holland later, and so we'll definitely dive into some more details about the cloud native apps.
Nice. Well, you know what? For me, I'm gonna go to the thing that I found really interesting, which was actually talking about the digital twins. Both because it's cool technology, but also because it's going to be about how we've created digital twins with Anheuser-Busch to be able to go off and make beer, link the ingredients, the manufacturing process to distribution, how it's all there in both the physical world and inside of the digital world as well.
You know, I think my partner's gonna wanna have a word with you. Our homebrew setup certainly needs an upgrade. We might have to find more space in our house though. Personally for me, I mean, I'm in developer division. I'm definitely a little biased, but I love hearing about, increasing developer velocity. That's what I spend my nights over. And I really love how we're bringing together Azure and GitHub and, all our products like the Visual Studio family to really help any developer, accelerate. And as we heard, the need for developers is growing so rapidly.
Right. They were talking about how it's basically growing faster in non-technical industries, faster than inside the technical industries as well, which is kind of cool. That actually brings up an interview that I've got coming up a little bit later on with Charles Lamons, where we're going to be talking about the low-code, no-code capabilities, the development and working of Fusion teams, working with professional developers and different industry experts across our different types of clouds that we have as far as architectures that we've created. So very cool stuff coming up a little bit later on.
Yeah, I can't wait for that interview. I think you're gonna rock it, Rick.
Yeah, I'm excited for all of the interviews that we have coming up. There's definitely a few more available to us. Do you have any interviews, Allison?
I'm going to be talking about mixed reality, so you should definitely tune in for that one with the virtual twins.
Amazing. Well, what did all of you think? Tell us the most influential thing you heard Satya say in today's keynote by dropping us a line at onair@microsoft.com. Hey, you might even end up in the show.
We can't wait to hear what everyone has thought of Satya's keynote. And you know what? Let's talk about some things that are cool right here inside this digital venue.
Yeah, like the student zone. We're all lifelong learners. So by students, we also mean recent grads and career changers who are new to the tech world. It's a great resource to kickstart your career. And Rick, Jamie, and myself, we've all been students at some point. Honestly, still are. When did you know that you wanted a career in tech? What was your aha moment, Rick?
Well, for me, it was actually my father, who was a professor of electrical engineering, bringing home the first computer that the family was going to use. He built it from parts. It was a Sinclair ZX81. And I remember having to program games from the back of magazines into that 1K of RAM to be able to play them and then reprogram them the next day to play them the next day.
I don't mean to make you feel any sort of way here, Rick, but I literally don't know that brand you just mentioned. It's a little, I'm sure it was a great computer. It was just not the computer I learned on.
Me neither, actually.
Okay, so let's get to you then, Jamie. What was your aha moment? What's your origin story?
Yeah, well, I think it kind of started actually back in MySpace days, believe it or not, how you could go into the side code and edit a few of the things to add your own banners and your own different sort of styling to it, change the colors and the fonts. And I accidentally taught myself HTML and CSS through that. And that sort of carried on over to me until I started working at the startup called Xamarin before its acquisition, and just used those skills that I had learned to kind of build a few things here and there, and started as the office manager, worked my way to community manager, and now I'm here program manager at Microsoft. So it's been a wild ride. I
love that. Just so much initiative taken there. You really forged a path for yourself.
Thanks, MySpace, Tom.
Yeah, I know.
Love it.
Now, Allison, you don't get to have an out here. You get to also share what your origin story was. How did you get involved?
Well, originally I was supposed to go to med school. That's what I was studying in college. Clearly it worked out. But I actually took a intro to computer science class as a part of my degree requirement, and I loved it. It was probably the hardest thing I've done. It was completely brand new for me, but I love the challenge of being able to sit in my dorm room and solve these really cool problem sets. And there's nothing like the feeling of your code compiling and working at 2 a.m. I'm sure a lot of people tuning in know that feeling. And I've kind of been chasing that ever since. Here I am now. I interned here at Microsoft in developer division.
Nice.
And they welcomed me back, and I'll be here for 6 years this summer. It's been an incredible ride. I love it so much.
Nice. I mean, it's kind of interesting how we're all coming from these different diverse backgrounds. I mean, I literally sat down in front of a computer, jiggled the cable to get the printer to work, and that's kind of how I got my first start in my first job inside the IT world. And you know, there's different stories, and I love to hear them coming from everybody from all these different angles for what they bring into the technology community.
Yeah.
But you know, you can find out more about what's going on, and if you also have a different, diverse background coming into the world of technology, you should definitely check out the Student Zone by first going over and clicking on the Learning Zone, just up above there, and then take a look at the Student Zone. You can learn about Azure, GitHub, C#, Python, and so much more. Just go ahead and drop in on some sessions that are going to be led by some Microsoft employees, and also even some special guests, too.
There is so much still ahead on day one of Microsoft Build. Here on this screen, you can catch a technical session on increasing developer velocity with Microsoft's end-to-end platform. But also be sure to explore other sessions that are happening concurrently. These include harnessing the power of data in your applications with Azure, sessions on building cloud-native applications that run anywhere, the next generation of collaborative apps for hybrid work, and building differentiated SaaS apps with the Microsoft Cloud. All of these can be found in the session scheduler located above. And if you can't get to these in real time, don't worry about it. They'll be made available for viewing on demand later. Just be sure to save it all to your backpack, because it's really all about making the Microsoft Build experience one that works for you.
Hello, everyone.
Today, we're going to talk about
teams that are focused on building the next generation of
digital solutions to get the job done
and developing securely for the cloud
so that you can unleash your creativity, innovation, and ingenuity to serve your users and your business.
I'm so delighted to welcome you to Build. Let's get started. How do customers with a centralized database add the trust and transparency that blockchain offers without building a decentralized network? Today, we're happy to announce the preview of Ledger capabilities in Azure SQL Database. It is easier and more cost-effective for developers to innovate in Azure than ever before.
Today, we are excited to announce the preview capabilities of Azure Application Services to run on Kubernetes and anywhere, including Kubernetes on Azure, on premises, on the edge, and on other clouds.
One of the most common pain points for devs is setting up a new dev environment with everything they need to be productive. GitHub Codespaces allows developers to create developer environments in seconds, providing a faster, more collaborative dev environment in the cloud.
Today, we are also announcing the integration of GitHub with Azure Security Center in public preview. With improved visibility into security scans and end-to-end traceability, teams can collaborate more effectively when addressing vulnerabilities and security issues.
The way we develop in the cloud is changing. When you create your next SaaS app or line of business solution, all of these Microsoft Cloud components will make it easier than ever before. A key part of any loan process is collaboration.
With over 145 million people using Teams every day, Teams has become the digital platform for work and learning. We believe collaborative apps will transform education and work, helping people get more done and be more engaged, all on the most secure foundation in the industry.
A lot is changing, but it has never been a better time to be a developer.
And being part of the best community in tech.
There are so many cool sessions at this year's Build event.
Get started today. We can't wait to see what you build next.
That's awesome stuff. We've got so many things lined up with what's known as the technical sessions, and that was a quick little snippet here and there of some cool little sound bites of all the different personalities and all the different engineers that you're going to be seeing and hearing from later today during Microsoft Build.
Yeah, there's a lot of personalities in there. I'm excited to hear and see them.
The unpacking of some of those sessions are going to be taking place during these in between breaks, so stay tuned for what's coming on there. It's time to head into these technical sessions of your choice. Now, if you stick with us here on the main screen, you're going to see the sessions of increasing developer velocity using Microsoft's end-to-end platform.
Enjoy! We'll be back in 30 minutes with more from day one at Microsoft Build.
Hi everyone, I'm Amanda and I'd like to welcome you to Microsoft Build. I look forward to this every year because it's our opportunity to connect with developers like you. My team works to empower developers so that you can unleash your creativity, innovation, and ingenuity to serve your users and your business. You and your skills are in high demand. We have a global shortage of developer talent because every business and organization needs to create digital experiences. Over the last few years, we've worked with many organizations across the globe on their journey toward digital transformation. And we've noticed that the most successful ones are those that understand that it's not about just adding technology, but it's also about empowering their people so they can create the value the organization seeks. Developers are a fundamental and strategic part of success in this new reality, as they are the catalyst for digital transformation across all industries. With the world going online at an accelerated pace and most organizations rethinking their businesses, it's more crucial than ever to be agile so that we can adjust to constantly changing needs. Developers and their teams need best-in-class tools and services that help them reduce the time it takes to go from an idea to value. According to McKinsey & Company, driving business performance from software development comes down to creating the right environment and removing points of friction for developers to innovate. Industry experts call this developer velocity. Organizations that prioritize developer velocity outpace revenue growth up to 5 times of their competitors. They're 55% more innovative and perform better on customer satisfaction and brand perception. Microsoft has the world's most beloved developer tools and hosts the community where the world comes together to build software. With Visual Studio, GitHub, Power Apps, and Azure, you can use your favorite languages, open source frameworks, and tools that you're familiar with to bootstrap new projects quickly. You and your team can easily collaborate as you master new skills together. And you can deploy your code to the cloud from anywhere securely with confidence. Microsoft offers the right tool for the right job. Some apps require more control with a code-first approach. Some applications, such as employee-facing line of business apps, can be created faster with low-code tools. Visual Studio continues to be the favorite IDE for millions of professional developers worldwide. And today, the latest version of Visual Studio 2019 is generally available, with productivity enhancements for .NET and C++, better tools for Azure, and an enhanced Git experience. Just to show you a few of the new capabilities coming in Visual Studio 2019, productivity enhancements like whole line completion rather than just the statement or method. IntelliCode suggestions that allow you to significantly reduce the number of keystrokes as you can apply bulk edits. An improved test experience in Visual Studio to improve the usability and keyboard accessibility of the test detail pane and log files in the Test Explorer. And vastly improved support for Git operations from the IDE, making it easier for you to switch repos, view commits, and interact with diffs. We recently announced the vision for the next major release of Visual Studio 2022. The first preview will be released soon. Our main focus for Visual Studio 2022 is to improve reliability and performance with a new native 64-bit architecture, which will make a big difference for developers who are working with large solutions. Today, we published the product roadmap for Visual Studio 2022, so please check it out and share your feedback in our developer community. Developers are building innovative applications to support employees and customers in this new world of hybrid work. With over 145 million daily active users, Microsoft Teams has become the platform that organizations rely on, not just for communication, but also for transforming the way we connect and do business. That's why I'm happy to announce the updated Teams Toolkit for Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code available in preview today. You can use the tools and frameworks you already use and love, React, SharePoint, or .NET. With rich, single-line authentication, integration into Microsoft Graph, and streamlined hosting in Azure or SharePoint, it's easier than ever to create an app for Teams. One of the most common pain points for devs is setting up a new dev environment with everything they need to be productive. GitHub Codespaces allows developers to create developer environments in seconds, providing a faster, more collaborative dev environment in the cloud. Codespaces come with pre-configured containers that work for most software projects, but they're also fully configurable for the specific needs of each project. Access is free during the beta. Sign up for early access now and let us know what you think. The Visual Studio family are the world's most beloved tools to write code. GitHub is where developers around the world come to collaborate. And Azure is the global infrastructure that allows a developer to host any application we could dream up. What happens when you put all of that together? You empower developers all over the world.
Last year, we created an app called Sunrise Standup to collect asynchronous stand-ups from our team, which is distributed throughout the world. This year, we decided we wanted to add support for face-to-face, real-time Sunrise stand-ups with video. I found this great sample app for Azure Communication Services on GitHub that says it supports group calling, but it needs both .NET and Node to run. Normally, I'd clone this project to my local machine, install all the right SDKs, and then cross my fingers praying that the project even opens. But today, I'm not going to have to do any of that, because today we have Codespaces. GitHub Codespaces gives you a pre-configured dev box optimized for your repo hosted in the cloud. Once connected, you can see that I'm presented with the same VS Code interface that we all know and love. The Codespace provides a complete Linux-backed compute environment and already has all of the SDKs, libraries, and extensions that I need to be able to run this project. And by the way, Codespaces has already run .NET Restore and NPM install in the background. So all I need to do to run this project is hit F5. Codespaces automatically detects the ports where the app is running and securely forwards them. This allows me to view it in my browser and makes cloud-based development feel identical to what I'm already used to on my local dev box. Wow, this app looks like it's exactly what we need. It has video conferencing complete with screen sharing, the whole nine. You gotta love Azure infrastructure and open source. Getting an app to run on my dev box is one thing. Getting it deployed, a headache of its own. With the new Deployment Center in the Azure portal, we've made it so easy to set up CI/CD to Azure with GitHub Actions in just a few clicks. I select GitHub, my organization, the repo, and the correct runtime stack. It creates a GitHub Actions file for me I can preview. When I click Save, the Actions file is added to my GitHub repo. And as you can see here, we can see that it's in my repo in GitHub as well. If I click into the actions, I can see an action has already been kicked off and my app is being built and deployed to Azure App Service. Once the action completes, I can click into the deployment logs and find my app service URL right here. I could click and go directly to my freshly deployed application. Now I want to change the theme of this app to make it look more like Sunrise Standup. Maybe we'll swap out the blue for a nice orange or add our coffee graphic. I'm going to go back to my Codespace. Codespaces are tied to the repo, and they persist even if I leave completely. When I open it back up, it's in exactly the same state that it was left in. You can even see that my terminal history is still here. Isn't that cool? I'll create a feature branch for this change, drop in the new theme. We'll call it New Theme and branch and switch. We just need to copy the theme from this other gist file, and the change is done. And I'll also add my own icon just by dragging and dropping it into the project. Codespaces works just like you would expect that it should. I'll check out these changes to make sure I didn't break anything by hitting F5 again. Stand up, the best part of waking up. I'll just commit these changes and push the branch. The integrated PR GitHub experience makes this really easy. I can just create a new theme, check that, and then go ahead and publish it. I can also use the icon in the tray. I can even create my PR right here, reducing the amount of context switching I have to do. It brings the GitHub flow into the inner development loop. The PR is created and opened right here. I can even reply to comments, request a review, or merge without having to bounce back and forth between my repo and my code. When I merge this branch, the GitHub actions will trigger, rebuild the project, and deploy it to the live site. All right, we can see that this is getting kicked off. Continuous delivery to Azure with GitHub Actions made simple by the new Deployment Center. The Visual Studio family, GitHub, and Azure make it easier than ever for every developer to go from an idea to the cloud. Happy coding! Happy coding!
Happy coding!
As software development is a team sport, it requires significant collaboration. So let me hand it off to Donovan to talk about how we can build software together with confidence. Donovan?
Thank you so much, Amanda. Let's talk about collaboration and developing securely for the cloud. The top performing organizations, as measured by McKinsey, showed that open source adoption is the biggest differentiator. As the dependency on open source grows, we're here to make sure that it can be leveraged safely and securely. As we continue to adapt to remote and hybrid work environments, collaboration and security remain top of mind. Our goal is to enable developers to code, collaborate, and ship from anywhere by combining open source practices and libraries with an end-to-end development platform without compromising security. With fully integrated tools and services, you can ship securely from anywhere and maintain confidence with code performance analysis, automated code-to-cloud workflows, and centralized governance. The sooner you can fix a problem, the cheaper it is. This is especially true with security issues. Security is everyone's responsibility. By shifting security left and integrating security into earlier stages of the development cycle, we can detect and avoid these issues altogether. Security must be designed into your application and tested and verified constantly. By combining GitHub with Azure, your code is protected in the repo and when it is running in production. GitHub Advanced Security helps you secure usage of open source libraries with automated dependency insights, scanning for sensitive information, and code scanning with CodeQL. GitHub Actions can leverage Azure Key Vault and Azure Policy in your CI/CD pipeline for more secure deployments. Once your code is in production, Azure Security Center and Azure Monitor protect your code and provide personalized recommendations to improve security. The California Department of Technology builds and manages hundreds of websites to serve critical purposes for their citizens of California. Using the power of the cloud and automation, they have built a culture of collaboration. Leveraging the power of GitHub and Azure, they can update and deploy applications in minutes. The California Department of Technology is a great example of how you can incorporate security into your workflow. Now, I'm going to switch to our demo to show you this in action. The California Department of Technology employs DevOps best practices like infrastructure as code to enable the rapid deployment of their critical applications. Combining the power of Azure and GitHub provides a secure and frictionless pipeline from code to cloud. Security is of the utmost importance to the department as they handle sensitive information and essential services for all of California. Open source has greatly reduced the time to market, but it can be time-consuming to keep up with all the dependencies and make sure they stay up to date to avoid any security issues. GitHub can shift left and integrate security earlier in the development process to detect vulnerabilities before they become a problem. When I visit the repository, GitHub immediately alerts me to a potential security vulnerability thanks to Dependabot. Dependabot identifies any outdated or insecure dependencies and opens pull requests to update them. The Security tab is a centralized view of all the alerts. GitHub Advanced Security provides built-in capabilities, including dependency alerts, code scanning, and secret scanning. For example, under the secret scanning alerts, sensitive data has been detected in the source code. The alert provides the file name and line number, making this issue easy to resolve. Without leaving the browser, I can use Codespaces and in under 30 seconds have a secure development environment where I can quickly fix this issue. Codespaces turns any device into a secure development machine. I'm going to replace the value of the connection string with a reference to a secret in Azure Key Vault. I will also update the infrastructure as code to store the secure information in Azure Key Vault. With the issue corrected, I can push this fix and return to the repo. Thanks to GitHub Actions, teams can implement continuous integration, or CI. CI is the practice upon every commit the code is downloaded, compiled, tested, and packaged for deployment. GitHub Actions allow teams to codify the entire workflow using YAML and target macOS, Windows, and Linux. The California Department of Technology has leveraged GitHub Actions to automate the entire process. Picking a run will display the summary. It starts by analyzing the code with CodeQL to find security vulnerabilities and coding errors before building the solution. CodeQL is a semantic code analysis engine that treats code as data, allowing the detection of potential vulnerabilities. Notice the solution is built and the infrastructure deployed at the same time, drastically reducing the time to execute the workflow. Individual steps and logs can be reviewed by selecting a job. For instance, here's a step that validates the infrastructure against Azure policy. Staying compliant is key for the security of cloud solutions, and with Azure policy, organizational-wide resource governance can be centralized. Azure policy enables the definition and enforcement of policies on resources to set guardrails and ensure configurations will be compliant with organizational or external standards and regulations. This step identified a policy violation before deploying into production. Returning to the list of workflows, I can see someone has already pushed a correction to this issue and is waiting for an authorized reviewer approval. By supporting approvers, workflows can solicit feedback from individuals to make sure it is safe to proceed with the deployment. After approval, the workflow continues, creating or updating the production infrastructure using Terraform, before deploying into production, replicating the website across multiple regions. GitHub Actions is extensible with an entire marketplace with thousands of actions available to build your workflows. Or you can always create your own custom actions or run a custom script. No matter how complex your solution, combining Azure and GitHub allows teams to increase velocity while maintaining a secure solution that adheres to organizational governance. Today, we are also announcing the integration of GitHub with Azure Security Center in public preview. With improved visibility into security scans and end-to-end traceability, teams can collaborate more effectively when addressing vulnerabilities and security issues. Combining our Visual Studio family of tools with GitHub and Azure empowers developers to confidently code, collaborate, and ship from anywhere.
That was great. Thank you, Donovan. Lastly, let's finish by discussing what it takes to scale innovation. Public cloud adoption can be a catalyst for developer velocity, especially for companies whose main business is not selling software. Public cloud adoption has 4 times the impact for their business performance than it does for software companies. Azure provides a broad range of services, so you can focus on building rich applications, not infrastructure. Across our platform, we have over 1,000 new capabilities, from AI to hosted Kubernetes, to keep you ahead of the curve. Our unique end-to-end platform lets you build in partnership with those using low-code tools, which allows you to activate solution builders across your organization. Azure has deep support for common patterns for application modernization, such as lift and shift to VMs, transitioning apps to be deployed within containers, or adopting managed databases, or using fully managed PaaS services. Our comprehensive DevOps toolchain adapts to support all of these patterns. Microsoft has recently introduced a bunch of new capabilities that make it easier to modernize enterprise Java apps in Azure. We have a fully managed service for Spring Boot apps with Azure Spring Cloud, jointly built and operated with VMware. The Microsoft build of OpenJDK is free and open source, and today it's generally available with commercial support on Azure and Azure Stack. In partnership with Red Hat, JBoss EAP is now available on Azure virtual machines, allowing you to scale your apps with VM scale sets. Let's take a look at a great example of a company scaling their business with Java on Azure. As America's largest grocery retailer with over 2,800 stores and 450,000 employees, Kroger is an important part of many people's daily lives. Kroger uses Azure to run their Java applications to transform their operations and customer experience. Kroger has built a holistic solution using Azure Spring Cloud, Azure SQL Database, Azure Cosmos DB, and Azure Functions for real-time inventory management. Azure Spring Cloud runs in Kroger's private network, and secrets are stored in Azure Key Vault for a zero-trust security approach. By moving to Azure, Kroger increased active store capacity from 300 stores to more than 2,500, helping to delight customers by ensuring that the products they want are available in their local stores at the right time. We're seeing many customers innovating at a faster pace by using cloud-native technologies. While cloud-native solutions are the building blocks for most applications and services, scaling to support growing demand is challenging with a traditional code-first approach. Low-code platforms like Power Apps help professional developers move faster and without taking away the ability to use code when needed. I'd like to welcome Julie Strauss to talk about how we're going further to support Fusion teams scale innovation with low-code development.
Thank you, Amanda. It is great to join you and hundreds of thousands of developers at Microsoft Build today. To deliver impactful applications, you need to leverage the knowledge and the skills of experts across the different areas of your organization. Fusion development teams are multidisciplinary teams that collaborate to deliver the organization's digital transformation journey. These Fusion teams, made up of developers and business experts, come together to build solutions faster by leveraging the unique skill sets of each participant to address the needs of your business. The Microsoft Power Platform enables Fusion teams to create apps, automations, and bots together to scale the pace of innovation within their organizations. To support organizations who want to deliver applications faster and more effectively, we are announcing new features for Fusion teams. Available next month, the new Visual Studio extensions for Power Platform will enable developers to unlock the power of the Visual Studio family and the Power Platform together. Now you can publish your APIs and register them in API management directly from Visual Studio, as well as deploy these same APIs directly to Power Platform, where they become first-class components of the app building experience. You can also build and publish Power Platform components directly from Visual Studio Code, thanks to the native extensibility for Power Platform CLI. And lastly, you can configure Power Apps portals using Visual Studio Code and CLI, including IntelliSense support for code completion, assistance, and hinting, while customizing portals. For Toyota North America, commitment to quality is reflected in everything they do. They have over 1,400 employees that quality check deliveries of aftermarket accessory installs for their customers. To better meet their needs, Toyota turned to Power Apps. And we'll walk through how Toyota's code-first developers were able to extend this no-code Power App, creating additional building blocks using Visual Studio, Azure, and GitHub. Let's take a look. As you can see, the finished Power Apps is hosted inside Microsoft Teams. The app is available on iOS, Android, and the web. And through the Teams integration, Toyota will get to fully cover all their dealerships. Once I've launched the Quality Inspection app, I can drill in to see the details of any particular vehicle that is being inspected. Let's take a look at the RAV4. I can see here the accessories that are associated with this particular vehicle, and here I see the accessories that are supposed to be on that vehicle. How do I know that? Well, behind the scenes, this app has been extended to go look up all the accessories associated with each vehicle by calling the Toyota logistics system through a custom API. This is, of course, where Toyota turned to their team of code-first developers. Let us go behind the scenes and take a look at this app. I'm in my developer environment in Visual Studio, and you can see the API here. It's a simple GET request where, based on a VIN number and the model, I can pull the list of accessories associated with a given vehicle to help me determine the accessories originally installed on this vehicle. After I've created or updated my API, I can go and publish to Azure. What is really cool here is, with the newest pre-release version of Visual Studio, I can publish my function app directly into API management without ever leaving Visual Studio. This is due to the new Open API output support we've introduced for function developers using .NET. I will right-click my function app and select New Publication. I select Publish to Azure and then select Azure Function App for Windows. I can now choose to select existing or create new Azure functions with this code. I choose existing. Because of our extended support for API management, I never have to leave Visual Studio. Now with the publishing profile created, I can go and deploy my function into Azure. Or even better, I can set up a CI/CD workflow using GitHub Actions. This is super powerful as it allows for continuous deployment as I work on my API. Now that we have created this workflow document, we can go ahead and initiate it by committing the changes to the repository. I will enter message, commit, and push. Again, as you can see, I never have to leave Visual Studio, but behind the scenes, the Git actions are triggered and are running. After the publish to Azure is complete, I can navigate to API management in the Azure portal where I find the API that I just updated. Registering my API with API management not only allows me to centrally manage and govern all my APIs across my entire organization, it also allows me to export my API to Power Platform. I can choose export and then select the target environment in the Power Platform. Now in doing this, I am automatically generating what we call an API management connector that will be pushed into the Power Platform and surface as a first-class Azure object for app developers. Let's go take a look at that. Now I'm in the web authoring environment for Power Apps. If I navigate to the data sources, you'll see the API management connector I created over the Toyota logistics system. This is a first-class data source, and I can very easily consume it, binding it to any UI element here in Power Apps, just like any other data source. You see I have a new empty screen. All I've added is a simple text box and a text input field. I have added a sample VIN number I can use for testing the result set as I hook up the API. Now I can easily go bind any of the Power Apps visual controls to the API. I'll use a gallery. With a simple right-click, I can select the Toyota logistics system. I can go to my formula bar where I can go call the getVehicleRequest method on the API. I want to connect this to the text input 3.text. What I need is to look up the accessories associated with the VIN. And even if this data is hosted in Azure, I still have the ability to go preview the data. So as we invoke the API, I can see the data binding right here. You can see the alloy wheel locks, the ball mount, and other accessories installed with this VIN. Now all I have to do is change the layout to be just title and subtitle. And just like that, I'm able to go and add a new screen to that Power App where I can enter any VIN number and look up all the valid accessories associated with that VIN. Finally, for the broad distribution of this app, I can very easily go publish it to Microsoft Teams. A single click of a button is all it takes. Now in Teams, I can go launch the app, and we have gone full circle back to where we started the demo. This is a great example of how Toyota realized the value of Fusion, enabling them to scale and meet the demand through low-code developers, building on top of the work from professional developers. All these innovations keep bringing Azure and Visual Studio Family and Power Platform even closer together, empowering all developers to use the tooling of their choice. Thank you, everyone. Back to you, Amanda.
Thank you so much, Julie. Application innovation and modern development is about building and running applications differently. It remains our mission to empower every developer on their terms, using the tools, languages, and services that are better suited for the task and team. To help all developers build productively, collaborate securely, and scale innovation no matter where they are, we support them with the most comprehensive developer toolkit and platform. We can't wait to see what you create. Thank you for your time today and enjoy the rest of Microsoft Build. Happy coding!
Hello and good morning, good afternoon, or good evening to everybody tuning in. I'm Allison Wines here with Rick Claus's hat. Well, I guess Rick as well.
Well, you know, we really actually have 4 hosts on this shift. It's you, me, Jamie, and the hat. But we're going to be guiding you through day 1 of Microsoft Build. We just watched an insightful technical session with Amanda Silver, Donovan Brown, and Julie Strauss on increasing developer velocity. Let's break it down for the feed.
Awesome. I love that session. So one thing that really stood out to me is, the focus on this developer velocity. That's really about coding, collaborating, and shipping or scaling no matter where you are. I think it's so important for empowering our developers, no matter who they are, to really build awesome applications. Was there anything about that session that particularly stood out to you?
Well, for me, it was actually, we've seen this a couple of times now, and it's coming back again and again, and that is the concept of fusion teams, where you're bringing in these low, no-code type individuals that, typically sit inside of HR or sit inside of business areas and stuff like that, and they're actually empowered to go off and build different applications. And when they need to, they can tie into some of the more powerful stuff that a professional developer can do, and then tag that into like Azure API controls and things like that. So some really, really cool stuff. But I do want to call out, there's also, those fusion teams also encompass other areas like business units, and including even things like operations and ITs as well.
I love this idea of the fusion team because it's really about bringing in diverse perspectives, right? How great is it to be able to go to anyone in your company that you might be working with and to be able to, bring them in as a developer, really. I think it really allows us to leverage each other's strengths without, having to be a C# experienced coder. And I love that. Another thing I love, and a little biased, but GitHub Codespaces, I think is just going to revolutionize everything. I mean, how long does it take you to set up your dev box?
Well, it takes me a very long time to set up my dev box, but I keep it pretty simple. I'm just going to be going through and using Windows Subsystem for Linux. I'm going to be using Visual Studio Code. I'm primarily doing stuff in the scripting area and the PowerShell area, so that kind of meets up my needs right now, for sure.
Good for you. My box has like 7 different versions of like every language that I need to test. So it gets quite messy. And I love with, GitHub Codespaces, I can just click a button. There's my development environment. Great for interns as well. Onboarding, all about bringing those diverse perspectives, right?
What about, we have to bring in the man, the myth, the legend known as Donovan Brown. You got to talk about him when he comes up. He was bringing in the DevSecOps story. And so the ability to tie in, constant scanning of your code bases, finding out what's going on inside of those different things. You have any vulnerabilities with GitHub scanning, but then also being able to do some of the more common things like storing your secrets, not inside of GitHub, but inside of Azure Key Vault as an example.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love that we are building in security at every part of the stage of development, not only when you're coding and committing that back to a place like GitHub, but also when you actually deploy to the cloud. Security is key, and we need to make sure we're covering it.
Absolutely. And as always, we want to know that you have everything and what your thoughts are covered about what you're seeing here at Microsoft Build. Go ahead and share with them, with us here on social media using the hashtag MSBuild. We're going to be checking in with you throughout the show. And you know what? Hey, pet pictures, kid pictures, desktop environments, all that is welcome. We love seeing all our members of the Microsoft community, and we really do mean all.
Right now, let's continue with that idea of increasing developer velocity, or more specifically, supercharging it. With the Developer Velocity Lab, Microsoft Research, and GitHub are amplifying developers' work and well-being. Here are Dr. Nicole Forsgren and Erica Early with more.
Hi, everyone, and welcome. I'm Nicole Forsgren, VP of Research and Strategy at GitHub.
And I am Erica Early, Director of Product Marketing for Cloud Native and Open Source at Microsoft.
Today, we're going to chat about how you can supercharge your developer velocity, so let's get started.
Nicole, we're incredibly excited that you're joining us today at Build, and we're thrilled to learn more about what you've discovered through your research and hear from your experience why developers are so essential in our industry.
Developers are a key part of how we make and ship software. I've been working with developers and teams on this for years. Some folks may be familiar with my book Accelerate, where we summarize some of our findings. Development's crucial. It takes creativity and innovation, problem solving, and then delivering great code to users and customers quickly, efficiently, and reliably. So Erica, I've heard you've been working for the past couple of years on developer velocity and why empowering developers is critical. Can you share some of the things that you've seen during the work you led?
Thank you, Nicole. I have been inspired to see how developers are core to accelerated innovation in every industry, going above and beyond to innovate and help reimagine the world going forward. It is increasingly clear that developers are strategic to every business, and developer velocity has been an important and integral part of redefining developer productivity. In partnership with McKinsey & Company, and through the research on developer velocity, we learned the most successful organizations support and empower developers and make sure their well-being and satisfaction is crucial for technology transformation.
I love these points, Erica, and I've seen it myself over the years as I've worked with organizations as they make investments to become high performers. Can you say more about well-being? I've seen it a lot in my work.
Absolutely, Nicole. In our work with McKinsey & Company, we found that organizations that increase developer velocity are not only improving the well-being and productivity of their developers, they are also directly increasing revenue growth and innovation.
This is awesome, Erica. I love seeing data show us how technology can be strategic for organizations. But the next question I always get is, how should I measure my progress and improvements? What are your thoughts on that?
You're right, Nicole. Measurement can seem daunting, and many of our customers ask for guidance to discover their own journey to help accelerate digital transformation. And you can measure developer velocity for every organization using the Developer Velocity Index Score, or DVI. And to help measure DVI, we recently released a developer velocity assessment tool to help every organization measure their developer velocity index score. With this free tool, you can get actionable guidance to boost developer velocity, drive better business results, and benchmark your maturity score relatively to peers in your industry.
Well, this is great, Erica. Can you share some examples of companies that have been able to see results by increasing their developer velocity?
Yes, Nicole. We wanted to learn more from our customers and partner with 5 leading companies who are true technology leaders in the finance and retail industry, building solutions with the Microsoft Cloud. We also released a Microsoft report on key lessons from digital leaders on software excellence. And you can download this report for free and learn more. But you know, Nicole, these efforts are just the beginning, and there are more opportunities to research developer productivity and improve the developer experience. Can you let our viewers know what is next for developer velocity and how Microsoft Research and GitHub are joining the effort today?
I'd love to. So today, Microsoft is doubling down on its commitment to improve developers' work and well-being. Microsoft and GitHub are proud to present Developer Velocity Lab, or DVL, a joint research initiative which will live in Microsoft Research.
That is how we are supercharging developer velocity. Nicole, can you elaborate more on what Developer Velocity Lab is?
Yes. DVL's mission is to discover, improve, and amplify developer work and well-being. We do this through socio-technical investigations in 3 areas: productivity, community, and well-being. DVL will strive to emulate an open source ethos. As DVL continues to grow, this will include cultivating a community of researchers, organizations, and developers who share our love and commitment to the work.
That is exciting to hear, Nicole.
Thanks. Our first publication is called The Space of Developer Productivity, and it introduces a framework that helps us measure this. So the space paper presents this framework with 5 dimensions, which can help anyone measure and think about developer productivity. And it's an important piece of developer velocity because it helps us think about productivity in a more holistic way that helps anyone improve outcomes. Any team can apply it to their context, and teams only need to use measures from a few dimensions to get started.
How interesting. Can you show us an example on the space framework in action?
Yeah. So in fact, today, my team at GitHub released findings from the Good Day project, which is based on the space framework. This 2-week study invited GitHub developers to take a quick survey, share their engineering data to help identify what patterns and practices would help them have good days. We heard overwhelming excitement about the project, and the best part is that most of these strategies can be used by anyone. So you can check out DVL by visiting aka.ms/introducingdvl, or you can watch my on-demand session where I talk a lot more about the space framework.
That sounds very cool. Please be sure to check it out. And we have so much more at Build for Developers too. We're also sharing our latest Microsoft Cloud and developer tooling innovation, and how Microsoft is helping developers to build productively, collaborate securely, and innovate at scale. Don't miss our feature sessions at Microsoft Build this week and learn more about developer velocity. Thank you so much, everyone, and enjoy Build.
So now that you're back here in the digital venue all around us, you're probably going to want to make the most out of it. Let's take a closer look at a couple of the very useful tools. So first off, I want to call out, obviously, we mentioned this at the beginning, the session scheduler. This is your go-to stop for anything to do with content at Microsoft Build. And I really want to call out the refined results because it can get a bit overwhelming with 308 different sessions that happen to be in there.
It's a lot of sessions.
And you know, probably the easiest thing to do is to go off and take a look at the core themes and then look at the one that happens to interest you from Satya's keynote. We just saw the one session that took place just a little while ago. Yeah. You could follow up and look at additional complementary developer velocity sessions that happen to be inside of your session scheduler. And as we mentioned, make sure you hit that add to schedule to make it so it shows up inside of your environment and makes it so that you can take a look at it inside of your schedule.
Yeah, and you can see all of your sessions in that current My Schedule tab, right? Like, look at all the things we need to follow up on.
Right.
Ooh, but that is a nice feature. It lets you know when you've got a gap. Yeah, I love that.
So you don't have to worry about filling all your time absolutely every single hour, but this is a handy little way to go through and find sessions where they put the filter on directly for you for your gaps to be able to fill that.
That's so nifty.
Now, if you don't have time in your schedule, you can also go through and obviously put these entries inside of what's known as My Backpack. And the My Backpack option gives you the ability to go in and to put sessions, tuck them away, as well as attendees and speakers and featured partners and things like that inside of your backpack. And then you can take that backpack and actually download it because it is simply a Word document that has all the hyperlinks to be able to go off and take a look at your content after the event is all done. So,
wow, so it's just saving those right up for you.
The big thing that they say right now these days, all the kids these days, if it didn't backpack it, it didn't happen.
No one says that, Rick.
Well, you know, I can at least pretend that they say that because it's a really cool feature, okay?
That's on you.
Well, you know what? Let's send it over to Jamie, who's with some very bright people who are helping her set up our 3D printing hub. Over to you, Jamie.
Hello again, Jamie here. Now, remember how I said I was here with a bunch of really awesome STEM advocates? Well, let's meet them. Here with me is the Port Townsend robotics team. Austin, you started the team, did you not?
Yeah, that's right. So we founded the Port Townsend High School robotics team back in 2013.
Oh, wow. And how did you get into 3D printing?
So at the time, our team was fairly small, and we were working in a lot of community spaces that didn't have a lot of room for heavy equipment or anything like that. So kind of with the goal of increasing our manufacturing and prototyping capability, pretty early on, we got invested in 3D printing.
Oh, wow. And the rest is history?
And the rest is history, that's right.
Max, what about you? How did you get involved in 3D printing?
I got into 3D printing because when you're building a robot, you really want to be able to rapidly prototype. And, if you need a part manufactured, you could do it through traditional manners, but it's going to take a lot of tools, it's going to take a lot of time, and you just don't have that. So with a 3D printer, you can bang out a prototype in 2 to 3 hours, have that ready to roll and, ready to break.
It sounds very efficient. So it looks like we have several different printers here. Do you mind explaining the differences between them?
Absolutely. We have a couple different brands of printer here. The biggest factor between the printers we have is volume, of course. If you look at this machine here, it's clearly got a lot more space than this one down here. In terms of detail, they're going to work out to be pretty much the same. That being said, a smaller printer like this has a little more modularity to it. You're actually able to 3D print parts for it, which is why we love to say, you may buy your first 3D printer, but you'll end up printing your second one.
Well, it looks like I'll be printing one pretty soon. So Austin, what are we doing here with the printers at the event?
So at the event here, we have viewers submitting STL files, and Max and I are going through them and printing them as fast as we can to try to get a whole collection of them by the end of the show.
Oh, amazing. And you heard it. We are printing your 3D dreams and making them a reality. Make sure to send your files to aka.ms/3dbuild, and we'll get those files printed for you. I'm a little bit concerned about this one. This one sort of looks like a weed whacker to me, but can you explain a little bit about this filament?
Absolutely. So there's a lot of different types of filament you can use. This here is PLA plastic. It's a very common 3D printing plastic, and we've chosen to use it today because it's got a decently low melting point. So because these printers will be running throughout the entire event, we want to make sure we don't work them too hard. So PLA is going to work just fine for that.
Oh, perfect. And we will be working them throughout the event because we've been getting all of your files so far, so keep them coming. So about the filament, what's the most expensive filament that you've ever used?
The most expensive filament I've ever used was a polycarbonate carbon fiber blend. We specifically bought it for its strength. It was a complete hassle to work with. We had to basically over-tune our printers to get them hot enough to extrude it. And even then, we ended up overworking the parts and breaking them during use. But they're far more durable than an ordinary plastic might be.
Oh, wow. Well, good thing you all are experts here. So what's your favorite thing that you've ever printed, Austin?
Oh boy, probably some of the robot parts that we made. We made some 3D printed gearbox pieces. We even tried to make a 3D printed vacuum pump once, which was really fun.
Oh, wow. And about how long does it take to print an object?
So we're targeting a print time of about 4 hours per piece that we're making here at the show. So when users submit files, Max and I are going to be adjusting some part parameters to try to meet that timing window.
Wow. Well, you heard it. We're here all event long printing your 3D realities. Upload your object files to aka.ms/3dbuild. Just a friendly reminder, we may not be able to get to all the files, so make sure to get them in ASAP. Right now, let's send it back on over to Allison and Rick, who've been monitoring social media.
Oh, that looks amazing, Jamie. Thanks so much. I really can't wait to see what they end up printing over the course of the day.
Now, I've actually submitted a session, a 3D model already. I'm hoping they're going to print it up. It's a little thready T-Rex. We'll see. If you want to bump that up in the line. But we've been looking and seeing what's going on with the hashtag MSBuild in case you happen to forget. That's how we find out what you're saying about what's going on. And, I'm going to call out a couple of things in just a moment when we come back with The Pulse.
Now, let's see what you're all talking about. Oh, I love that the pet photos have already started to come in. This kitten is so adorable. I just want to scratch their little ears. Please, more pet photos, folks. Hi, Olive at home. Hope you're not barking too much.
Nice. Good to see Simon over there in the UK. And, I'm going to call out a good friend of the show, Mary Jo Foley. She's got her cats, Sorochi, that's here. And obviously taking up a little bit too much space on the desk, I do believe. But good to watch Amanda on the big screen behind him.
Yeah. Braun here, I really like this setup. Be sure to build in naps into MSBuild. You may not be walking around and, running through the convention center like I am sometimes, but naps are still important. Love the setup.
And Shailendra here has got a quick little shot of keeping it compact and mobile with the laptops, wherever you happen to find Wi-Fi to watch your friendly shows. Good to see you.
Oh, I love this tweet by Jeremy. You know, it really is a mantra that I think about when I come into work here, which is that being a developer is really possible for anyone who wants to shape the future. It's pretty incredible how much you can do with just a laptop and an idea.
And, you know, how can I not call out my friend and colleague and teammate who should be working right now, Thomas Maurer, showing off his new monitor that just showed up just in time for build. But,
oh man, yeah. We've also got, you know, the youngins starting them early. Can't wait to see what this little girl builds. And look, it's me. You know what? Hello there.
That is awesome.
I love it.
We saw some retro swag as well. Here's a shirt from 2016 from Sammy. Good to see you, Sammy. Thanks for sharing the photo that's there. Great conversations going on, folks. And you know what? While we're clicking around here, here's a question for you. Where in the world are you watching Build from? We saw that one person was using their laptop on their couch to be able to do it. Drop us a line. Send us an email at onair@microsoft.com, and then we might be getting back to you with some of that information. That means we want to hear from attendees everywhere. We might even end up on the show. That's right. If you email onair@microsoft.com, you might be on the show in a segment coming up soon. Allison, what do you got going on over there? You getting ready for an interview?
Indeed, you called it. We really can't talk about the next generation of modern application development without talking about mixed reality. So how can devs use MR to accelerate their businesses? And how is Microsoft helping developers build mixed reality apps? Joining me now to tell us more is Tyler Adams, Principal PM Manager of the Mixed Reality team. Tyler, thanks so much for joining us.
Hi, Allison. Thanks for having me.
Of course. So can you tell us just a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, so I'm the lead program manager of the Mixed Reality Developer Experience team. The team's goal is really to make it as easy as possible for developers to create mixed reality applications that accelerate their business with high-value platforms, capabilities, and services that accelerate that mixed reality development.
Awesome. And I see maybe a surfer in the free time here.
Certainly try to catch some waves in the free time.
Awesome, awesome. So let's ride this wave. Tell me a little bit about how developers can use mixed reality to accelerate their businesses.
For sure. So mixed reality really helps businesses blend the physical and digital world, enabling businesses to bring data and information into the physical world in impactful ways. We see use cases across manufacturing, automotive, healthcare, education, and retail. And across these scenarios, mixed reality can greatly accelerate design, training, maintenance, customer experiences, bringing in that digital and 3D information into the real world.
Wow, that you listed so many different scenarios that mixed reality can help with. You know, coming from the developer division, the first thing on my mind is how can developers get started with mixed reality applications?
For sure. So we actually have a great set of documentation on docs.microsoft.com to help you get started with mixed reality development. It'll take you through everything from installing the tools to samples and tutorials that will showcase how to build mixed reality apps.
Wow. Okay, so I unfortunately do not have a HoloLens or even a HoloLens 2. Can I start developing, or do I need hardware to really get started?
Oh, you can absolutely start developing without a device. A few of our common developer frameworks that developers use to build MR apps are Unity and Unreal. And inside those frameworks, we have input simulation that lets you test out hand tracking and eye tracking and our different modes of input in real time, enabling you to iterate on those applications without a device. We also have a HoloLens emulator that will enable you to build and deploy your apps to the emulator as though you're deploying it to a real device. And beyond that, we actually invest in cross-device SDKs and open standards like OpenXR, which will enable developers to easily prototype and port content from other devices. So you don't necessarily need a specific mixed reality device to get started.
That's amazing. I love the whole idea of, you know, write the application once and use it on whatever hardware you might have around. Are there platform capabilities that developers should consider to help them along their mixed reality development journey?
For sure. So first, we have a set of Azure Mixed Reality services that enable developers to build great solutions. Those include Azure Remote Rendering that enables developers to stream high-quality assets without degradation. We also have Azure Spatial Anchors that enables developers to anchor and persist content in the real world. And Azure Object Anchors that enables developers to automatically anchor content to objects in the real world. The video you're seeing here is a demo of our mixed reality toolkit that includes a set of components that helps accelerate your development. This toolkit was based on a lot of iteration and innovation with developers in our first-party teams that helps you use the full power of our capabilities to build intuitive experiences. Imagine in a world where objects and digital objects might not have physical touch. The Mixed Reality Toolkit adds visual and audio affordances that makes it easy to build applications with intuitive experiences that leverages those capabilities.
That's awesome. So clearly in this remote world, collaboration is more important than ever. How can developers really tap into that spirit and bring collaboration to the solutions and applications they're building?
Yeah, so you might have seen some recent announcements about Microsoft Mesh, which helps developers build collaborative experiences, including support for presence, which enables you to build apps where you can collaborate with others remotely as though they're present in the same room. There's more information about Microsoft Mesh on docs.microsoft.com. It's definitely worth checking out.
Awesome. I will definitely check that out. So I'm excited to get started on my learning journey. Personally, I learn best through samples. Do you have any you'd recommend for me to get started?
For sure. So we have several samples that are available to developers, including an MRTK sample scene that shows the different capabilities that are available in MRTK. We also, coming soon, have a new developer sample that helps developers use mixed reality to work with IoT devices. And so here you can see an example of that sample, which has IoT connected devices. You can see that data in real time and interact with those IoT devices without actually having to go to the field, which can help developers and help businesses be more efficient, be more productive, and really use mixed reality to provide value to their business. That's a turnkey solution that can easily enable developers to build other mixed reality experiences that connect to IoT devices. To learn more about that, there's actually a session tomorrow on connecting IoT data to HoloLens 2 with Azure Digital Twins and Unity.
Wow, man, you've just brought in IoT, we've got mixed reality. It can feel like you're right there with your developers. What an absolutely incredible set of options for developers. Clearly, I need to add a lot of things to my mental checklist and check them out later. For folks watching at home, can you tell us where they should go to learn more? There were so many things you just said.
Yeah, so we actually try to make it as simple and as streamlined as possible. And docs.microsoft.com has is a great starting point to learn about mixed reality development and the next steps you can take to build mixed reality applications.
Awesome. Such amazing stuff, Tyler. Thank you so much. I cannot wait to learn more about this, and I'm sure everyone else is excited to as well. Right now, here's Rick, who is a preview of our technical session schedule.
That's right. Now, on this main screen, we're going to be catching a technical session on how to harness the power of data in your applications with Microsoft Azure. And there are so many other sessions going on concurrently, like how to increase developer velocity with Microsoft's end-to-end platform, building cloud-native applications that run anywhere, building the next generation of collaborative apps for hybrid work, how to build differentiated SaaS apps with the Microsoft Cloud. All of this is available here at Microsoft Build, and you can watch them on a variety of places, not just only following the stuff that's on the main screen. You can go off and take a look at other breakouts and other locations if that happens to suit your needs, all that sort of stuff. That was a really cool segment over there on the AR side of things.
I'm super excited to get my hands on these AR samples. I love that you don't need hardware. I think that really just enables folks to get started without having to go out and buy hardware, right? Yeah. Like, I'd love a HoloLens, but I got to find space in my budget for it.
Well, actually, one of my colleagues on my team has gone in and they've partnered with that team to even talk about how to deploy and manage those HoloLens devices too. So watch out for that kind of content's coming up.
Very cool.
As a friendly reminder, as you got navigating through all this great content at Microsoft Build, don't forget to take some breaks. You know, you got to stretch, you got to hydrate. There's an awful lot of information that's going on. But right here, waiting for you, we're going to be here whenever you're ready.
That's such a great reminder, Rick. And if you're ready to keep going, so are we. It's time for a technical session on harnessing the power of data in your applications with Azure. Dive in with a crew of Microsoft leaders and professionals. This is day one of Microsoft Build.
Hello, everyone. I'm Rohan Kumar, Corporate Vice President of Azure Data at Microsoft. I'm so delighted to welcome you to Build and to speak with you today. I have some exciting announcements to share with you today. We believe these advancements will make it easier and more cost-effective for developers to innovate in Azure than ever before. Let's get started. Azure Data Services offer a choice of fully managed relational and NoSQL databases spanning proprietary and open source engines to fit the needs of modern application developers. What sets us apart is our embedded intelligence, scale without limits, and best-in-class security and privacy. And we give developers full flexibility to choose the database engine that fits their needs. Azure Cosmos DB gives you ultra-low latency at scale for cloud-native applications, enabling scenarios like real-time personalization and streaming telemetry. Azure SQL helps you modernize SQL Server applications and multi-tenant SaaS applications. Azure Database for PostgreSQL powers your transactional apps, providing massive scale with hyperscale Citus. Azure Database for MySQL adds enterprise-ready features like high availability, elastic scale, and intelligent performance to your mobile and web applications, and is 100% compatible with community-based offerings. Azure Database for MariaDB provides fully managed community MariaDB for your applications. Azure Cache for Redis is a caching layer that increases your app's throughput and accelerates performance by up to 11 times. It's exciting to see so many customers around the globe innovating with Azure Data Services. Let's take a look at a few examples. Paychex, a leading provider of SaaS-based payroll and HR services, started their journey with Azure by migrating their on-premises environment to Azure SQL Elastic Pools. They've been growing so rapidly that they couldn't build out new data centers fast enough to keep up with their growth. That's why they turned to Azure to gain the scale and flexibility needed to support their growing customer base. Today, their FlexTime app is used by millions of employees every day to clock in and out of work. They're also developing new cloud-native applications using the power of Azure to better serve their customers. Simple Apply is a web application that simplifies the job application process. It is built with a cloud-native architecture using Azure Functions and Azure Cosmos DB. With their employee retention solution, Paychex is going further by using Azure ML and Azure Databricks. This helps their customers better understand employee satisfaction and achieve better retention. It's exciting to see what started off as a simple migration project turned into a fountain of innovation for Paychex. We can't wait to see what they build next. HSBC is one of the largest banks in the world. They are innovating in Azure to build secure, cloud-native, mobile-first applications to rethink the banking experience for their customers. A great example of this is their PayMe application. Built on a microservices cloud-native architecture, the application enables customers to pay for goods and exchange money with one another with their phones. 98% of transactions are completed within 5 milliseconds, providing immediate access to payments. The application is used by thousands of businesses and over 1.5 million customers in Hong Kong alone, about 20% of Hong Kong's population, and runs on Azure Database for MySQL as their core transactions engine. With this solution, HSBC is able to support up to 500 million transactions per day. Now that's rethinking the banking experience. And finally, one of my favorite customers. During this past holiday season, consumers' digital shopping habits continued to accelerate as more people purchased online or from their mobile device from the comforts of their home. Walmart's e-commerce platform generates billions of dollars in annual revenue and grew 79% last year. As they prepared their robust e-commerce platform to handle the demanding load of the holiday season, they needed a cloud-native database that could provide millisecond latency at petabyte scale and handle billions of requests daily with 5 nines availability during their busiest days. Which database did they choose? You guessed it, Azure Cosmos DB. Walmart.com used Cosmos DB for their online transactions using multi-region writes for extreme high availability and sub-10 millisecond latency, providing millions of customers with the items they wanted and the experience they expect. There is no other database in the world like Azure Cosmos DB, offering financially backed SLAs and guaranteed performance at global scale. It's an honor that Walmart turned to Azure Cosmos DB to support its most demanding workload during the busiest time of the year for their business. These are just a few examples of the amazing work and innovation that our customers are driving with Azure Data Services. Now let's switch gears and talk about each area of our data services and the exciting new capabilities and offers we are announcing today. Let's start with NoSQL. NoSQL has become a popular database for scalable, high-performing, and globally available applications on Azure. Developers love the service-backed SLAs around consistency, availability, latency, and throughput necessary for their mission-critical applications. From retail to healthcare to IoT and gaming, Azure is the best cloud for NoSQL development. As showcased in the Walmart example, Azure Cosmos DB is a fast, ultra-low latency NoSQL database favored by developers for modern application development, which has led to more than 170% growth year-over-year in consumption. With this service, we see applications store petabytes and scale to trillions of transactions per day in a single database to support customers around the globe. With petabytes of data stored across 1.2 million active databases and the ability to scale a single instance to more than 5 petabytes of data, Azure Cosmos DB is the NoSQL destination for modern apps of any scale on Azure. Let's dive into some of the new features available in preview today. To enhance Azure Cosmos DB's performance even further, we are excited to announce the preview of Azure Cosmos DB's integrated cache. With integrated cache, we have seen customers reduce costs by up to 96% while boosting database performance by up to 300% for their read-heavy workloads. Customers like British retailer ASOS are already benefiting from this exciting feature, and we look forward to sharing more about integrated cache in the coming months. We are also excited to announce new enterprise-grade security features like role-based access control and always encrypted. With these new security features, developers can encrypt sensitive customer data before it enters their database management system. And they can enhance their data plane authorization with a fine-grained permission model integrated with Azure Active Directory. Also in public preview today is one of our most requested developer features, the Cosmos DB Linux emulator. Linux developers can now build, test, and learn on Azure Cosmos DB for free on their local Linux or macOS machine. The Linux emulator is a completely free local emulator that does not require an Azure subscription. And to enhance the developer experience on Azure Cosmos DB, and based on the feedback we've heard from the community, we're excited to announce a significant expansion to our free tier offering. Starting today, developers will get 25 gigabytes of storage and up to 1,000 RUs of throughput completely free every month for the lifeline of their account. But that's not all. Today, I'm also excited to announce the general availability of Azure Cosmos DB Serverless. With Serverless, Azure Cosmos DB developers are only charged for the requests and storage consumed by their database operations. Serverless containers serve thousands of requests per second with no minimum charge and no capacity planning required. Developers can use serverless to run applications with bursty traffic and to develop, test, and forecast capacity for their applications before using a provisioned throughput model. Amazing customers like Albertsons and Swiss Re are already using Cosmos DB serverless for their application workloads. Pairing globally available serverless Azure Cosmos DB with highly elastic serverless Azure functions provides a unique combination that enables mission-critical, event-driven modern applications. With Azure Cosmos DB and Azure Functions, developers can build out cloud-native applications based on a microservices architecture. Not only can we build highly scalable microservices, but developers can leverage our serverless capabilities to achieve a low total cost of ownership. Developers can also take advantage of Cosmos DB's change feed feature to implement novel techniques on how they orchestrate their workloads. The change feed feature effectively blurs the lines between your message queues and databases, resulting in reliable event sourcing. To see many of these exciting new features in Cosmos DB in action, I'd like to invite Deborah Chen on the stage for a demo. Deborah?
Thanks, Rohan. My name is Deborah Chen, and I work on the Azure Cosmos DB team. I'm super excited today to show you how easy it is as a developer to build a completely serverless application using Azure Cosmos DB, serverless functions, and static web apps. For this demo, let's say I'm a developer at Contoso Software Company, where all employees are working from home. To keep us connected, I've built an app in Teams that checks in once every 2 weeks to ask my teammates how they are doing and visualize the company-wide sentiment over time in a dashboard. We do all of our collaboration within Microsoft Teams, so being able to take the survey right from inside this Teams window is pretty awesome. Let's dive in and see how the app works. The first part of our app is an Azure Function HTTP trigger that takes the input from the survey response from Teams and writes the result to Cosmos DB in a container named survey data. I'll hit F5 to run this function locally, and I really want to make sure that when the input comes in, that this item here is being written to the database correctly. To test it, I'm going to use the new Azure Cosmos DB Linux emulator, now in public preview. The Linux emulator, which I've got up and running here, allows me to emulate the Cosmos DB service locally on my MacBook and do all my dev tests without incurring any costs. It also comes with a local version of the Data Explorer, and it works completely offline, so no subscription needed. You can see here I've got my local host URL. We're really excited to release this and get your feedback, as it was our #2 user voice item. Back in VS Code, to make sure my function can connect to the database, all I have to do is configure it so that my Cosmos client instance takes in the endpoint associated with the emulator, as well as the well-known key. And here I've already configured it to use the localhost endpoint, as well as the well-known auth key of the emulator. Putting it all together to test the function, all I have to do is right-click, execute function now, and I'll give it a sample input to simulate someone typing the response in Teams. Back in my Data Explorer here, I'll refresh and see that this item was indeed written to Cosmos DB as expected. Now that we're happy our app works locally, we can now create our Cosmos DB account in the cloud. For this account, we'll use Azure Cosmos DB Serverless, now GA. Serverless is consumption-based, which means you only pay for the request units that you actually consume. It's a great fit for this app because we only need to send this survey every 2 weeks, so there's no charge when the database is idle. In fact, I can write 400,000 server responses a month, all for under $1. Here's a serverless account I've created with some sample data populated, and I've also taken the step to deploy my Azure Functions to this Functions app in the cloud. Since we're working with sensitive data across the company, we want to make sure that only certain users or applications have access to the data. To do this, we'll use Cosmos DB's Role-Based Access Control, or RBAC, for the data plane, now GA. RBAC allows us to create roles with granular permissions at the database or container level and assign those roles to an identity associated with either a user or an application. So here for my Functions app, I've created 2 user-assigned identities, one for each function. We basically want to guarantee that one of my functions will only be able to write data to that survey container, and my other function, which I'll use later in the app, is only allowed to read data from the survey data container. So I've already created these 2 identities here. And I've also created 2 roles where one of the roles is only allowed to read and one of the roles is only allowed to write. And I've assigned each of these roles respectively to the right Azure Function identity up there. Then in my Azure Function, all I have to do in my code is when I create my instance of Cosmos Client, pass in the manage identity credential associated with the identity that I've assigned the role to. Once I have that, all requests will then be authenticated with AAD. Now that the data is secure, we're ready to build a web app to analyze the results. In VS Code, I've got my static web app right here, and all it does is it calls an Azure function. The Azure function runs a query against Cosmos DB to return the average rating per day from the survey, takes the input from the result from the function, and draws a chart to visualize it so we can see it. Now up here, I've already deployed my static web app to production, and I'm using the free tier, which is really awesome. And I've also set it up with a custom domain name here. Go to that URL. And we'll see that indeed it's going to call the Azure function, read the data back, and display it on the page. Now finally, as an optimization, if we expect a high volume of traffic on this dashboard, we can turn on Cosmos DB's dedicated gateway with integrated cache, now in public preview, which will allow us to further improve the performance. When the cache is on, this means that all my read and query operations will be served from the in-memory cache, so if we're running that same query over and over again, I'll get lower latency, and when the query hits the cache, it consumes 0 request units. In conclusion, we've just seen how we can use the latest features in Azure Cosmos DB, the new Linux emulator, serverless, data plane RBAC, and integrated cache, combined with functions and static web apps. With all this put together, it's now easier than ever to build your app with Cosmos DB. Thanks for joining me, and I can't wait to see what you build on Azure. Back to you, Rohan.
Thank you, Deborah. Now let's switch gears and talk about our open source databases. Azure's open source database services are hugely popular with developers. In fact, Azure Database for PostgreSQL and Azure Database for MySQL use nearly doubled last year. These services have taken open source community databases to new levels of enterprise capability. One application you may have heard of, Minecraft, generates 17 billion transactions per day on Azure Database for MySQL. Unlike other providers, our approach is to be fully integrated with the open source community and contribute back. Microsoft has made the most contributions to the open source community on GitHub of any cloud vendor. Some of our notable contributions include the PostgreSQL extension for Visual Studio Code and Azure Data Studio PostgreSQL extension. We also built the Citus open source extension, which has had 1.7 million downloads by customers who use it to scale out Postgres into a distributed database. No other cloud vendors invested in the open source community like Azure. And we have some exciting new offers and features to share with you. Microsoft is making it easier and more cost-effective for developers to get started with PostgreSQL and MySQL on Azure. We are introducing a free 12-month offer for a new flexible server preview deployment option, providing the latest community editions of PostgreSQL and MySQL with a simple end-to-end development experience. Another easy way to get started is the new basic tier for PostgreSQL Hyperscale Citus, which provides developers with a cost-effective option to build modern applications that are scale-out ready. Developers can start with just one PostgreSQL node and seamlessly grow to tens of nodes without downtime. Our team at Microsoft is also contributing innovation, code, and leadership into the global PostgreSQL open source project. Our PostgreSQL experts have committed key capabilities to the upcoming PostgreSQL release, including significantly faster crash recovery and increased connection scalability. The latest PostgreSQL and Citus versions are now available on Azure Database for PostgreSQL with Hyperscale Citus. Finally, we are bringing advanced threat protection and security alerting to your open source workloads with the general availability of Azure Defender for PostgreSQL and MySQL. Azure Defender protects your application data and detects unusual access attempts. To see Azure Database for PostgreSQL in action, I'd like to invite Umar to walk us through a demo. Take it away, Umar.
Thank you, Rohan. When building a cloud-native app, if you're looking for a cloud database that's reliable, relational, and open source, Azure Database for PostgreSQL checks all the boxes. For the first part of today's demo, I'll show you two of the new capabilities we've introduced that make it easier than ever to get started with Postgres. Hyperscale Citus is one of the unique deployment options on our Postgres service. It makes your applications future-proof by making scaling easy. It's powered by the open source Citus extension, which transforms Postgres into a distributed database. With the basic tier that's now in preview, you can use Hyperscale Citus on a single node. This smaller footprint means cost savings. In fact, it's now 7x less to get started. But even better, the basic tier gives you the power to build modern apps that are scale-out ready from day one, letting you start small and later grow seamlessly to tens of Postgres nodes. It takes only a few minutes to provision a basic tier database. Once ready, I can check the Azure portal and see that it's running on the latest Postgres version, Postgres 13, and the latest Citus version, Citus 10. We also realize how important it is to do testing on your local dev machine. For that, I'll just run the single docker run command, which we've introduced with Citus 10. Within seconds, I get functional parity with the cloud, with open source Citus and Postgres ready on my laptop. With my databases now ready, I want to switch to the application. What if we built a real-time web app to help fight the COVID-19 pandemic? For its data, we can use the official COVID-19 dataset made publicly available by the UK government under the Open Government License. In the second part of the demo, I want to show you 3 superpowers that Postgres and Hyperscale Citus gives you for your app. First, let's use the pSQL Postgres client to connect to the basic tier database I created earlier. And let's take a peek into the data model. Here, I have a time series table which captures metrics across different areas released at different timelines. The table has 2 partitions. The first partition holds a subset of the data from January to March of 2021, and the second holds another subset of data that's more recent, from April to June. I have about 100 million rows in the time series table, and the table is around 24 gigs in size. Now, as my data grows, can I archive and compress my older data? With Hyperscale Citus, doing that is now as simple as using columnar as the table access method for the first partition. It'll take several minutes to complete this operation. Let's fast forward. And now check the size of the table. 24 gigs fell to 4.2. Just by running a single command, I was able to compress my data by 5x. And depending on the shape of your data, you might see compression ratios of up to 10x. The next superpower is how easy it really is to scale my database. Here, I'll use the portal and add 4 Postgres nodes to my Hyperscale Citus deployment, each with 4 vCores and 32 gigs of RAM. Once the nodes are added, and after kicking off a simple command that rebalances the data, you'll see here that the data is being shuffled across the new nodes. What's really cool is that during the entire rebalance operation, your application does not take any downtime, not for your reads and not for your writes. In fact, you can scale your data layer from 2 vCores up to thousands of CPU cores and to terabytes of memory without causing any application downtime. For the third superpower, let's look at performance. Here, I divided my screen into 2. On the left is the original basic tier deployment using 1 node, and on the right is my standard tier deployment with 4 worker nodes. I'll run this query, which gets me the total number of first dose vaccinations conducted across various nations in the UK. On the basic tier, the query finishes in around 3.1 seconds, scanning and filtering 100 million rows. I'll run the same query on the 4-node cluster, and voila, it completes in just around 800 milliseconds. Scaling my database horizontally with Hyperscale Citus gave me near linear scalability, 4x the nodes, 4x faster queries. To complete the workload, I'll also run here a short transactional query that updates an array attribute. As I expect from my operational database, it completes in just a matter of milliseconds. Now, what's really great is that the cloud-native application I've been talking about in this demo already exists in the real world. Here's the official UK government website for data and insights on COVID-19. It's a mission-critical app used to fight the pandemic, and it handles 100,000 concurrent users at peak times, and a user table holding 2.5 billion rows of time series data. The query we ran earlier in the demo actually corresponds to this chart on top right-hand side that shows how many citizens have received the first and second dose vaccines. You can click on it to drill down further. The application is very snappy, with Hyperscale Citus ensuring 95% of queries are running in under 0.4 seconds. I also want to call out that the data and source code are all open source. Here's the glimpse of the parent GitHub repo of the application. Like many other modern web apps, this app is built with open source software and public data, and runs on Azure Database for Postgres and Hyperscale Citus. We're proud to help fight this pandemic and support the hard work and dedication of the NHS teams in the UK. Thanks, Rohan. Back to you.
Thanks, Umar. Turning now to SQL. Azure SQL is our family of SQL Cloud databases, providing flexible options for application migration, modernization, and development. We host over 8 million SQL databases in Azure today. It's the best destination for SQL Server in the cloud, and customers know it. Last year, the number of SQL servers on Azure VMs grew 200%, and the number of Azure SQL managed instances grew 70%. For organizations that manage financial, medical, or other sensitive data, establishing trust around the integrity of data for auditors, regulators, or other business parties is a must. Blockchain has been transformational technology, providing digital trust for decentralized systems. However, how do customers with a centralized database add the trust and transparency that blockchain offers without building a decentralized network? Today, we're happy to announce the preview of Ledger capabilities in Azure SQL Database, enabling tamper evidence through cryptographic verification for your centralized data stores. This is exciting news for enterprise developers because the Ledger feature eliminates the additional cost, complexity, and performance overhead of a decentralized blockchain technology while providing many of the benefits of blockchain, such as tamper evidence in a fully managed and familiar SQL environment. The Ledger capabilities support scenarios like digitizing the audit process for sensitive systems of record often found in industries like financial or medical, introducing verification to multi-party business processes within a trusted, centralized system, and enabling rich analytics on data with existing blockchain networks. And unlike other centralized ledgers that require you to migrate your data to a dedicated ledger database, SQL Database Ledger is a capability within the SQL database. This means you can easily enable Ledger for your existing SQL data, so you do not have to migrate your data or make any changes to your applications. Ledger is also enterprise ready with all the performance, scale, and resiliency that comes with being a feature of Azure SQL Database. To see this exciting new feature in Azure SQL DB in action, I'd like to invite Jason Anderson on stage for a demo. Jason?
Thanks, Rohan. Today I want to show you how customers like RTGS Global are using Azure SQL Database Ledger to get the power of blockchain without the complexity. RTGS Global provides a liquidity network so banks can execute what's called liquidity versus liquidity transfers, or LVL. LVL enables banks to source liquidity in any currency across the globe and in real time without having to pre-fund overseas accounts. This allows banks to source liquidity on demand to complete a cross-border transaction immediately, a process that would normally take hours, if not days, to complete. Azure SQL Database Ledger is used to maintain a tamper-evident ledger of these transactions, enabling RTGS Global to verify and prove to the bank's regulatory bodies that the ledger of transfers has not been tampered with. Let's show you how this works. I'm logged into the RTGS Global application as the Commercial Bank of Seattle. And as you can see, I have currently $3.4 billion available in USD as liquidity available for other banks to source. As I scroll down, you can see the liquidity held in the banks I do business with, the commercial banks of Nagoya, Frankfurt, and the Commercial Bank of Leeds. Let's say the Contoso Car Company, who banks with the Commercial Bank of Seattle, wants to purchase tires from UK Tires, who banks with the Commercial Bank of Leeds. To do this, the Commercial Bank of Seattle needs to secure £1 million from the Commercial Bank of Leeds. So I'm going to initiate this transfer as the Commercial Bank of Seattle. I'll confirm this transfer. Now, as I go back to the dashboard, we're going to see that the transfer was completed. Now, as a bank regulator, I want proof that the liquidity transfers between banks has not been tampered. Azure SQL Database Ledger cryptographically links each transaction in the database to one another, creating a blockchain. The hashes of these transactions are saved as database digests and are the root of trust of the integrity of the database, which are used later to verify the ledger. So now I'm going to switch back to the bank regulator's view of the application. As a regulator, I can see the ledger verification has been executing on an hourly basis automatically, and I can also manually verify the ledger at any time. And we'll see that happening, and it'll be pretty quick. Now, let's take a peek at what's actually happening under the hood. Using Azure Data Studio, you can see that I'm connected to the database that tracks the liquidity transfers for USD, and we can see the transfer I just completed earlier here in the ledger table using the RTGS Global application. Now let's verify the ledger again, this time using T-SQL. First, I'm going to retrieve the latest database digest file from the database by executing the generate database ledger digest stored procedure. The digest is a JSON document which contains the hash of the database, as well as information regarding when the last transaction was committed and the time the digest was created. So let's copy this digest, and now I'm going to run verification using the verified database ledger stored procedure. This recomputes the hashes of the data in your ledger tables in real time and then compares them against the database digests. If the recomputed hashes don't match the value of the hashes stored in the database digest, we know a tampering event has occurred. And as you can see, all looks good. Now, enabling the ledger feature can be done during the creation of a new SQL database or through T-SQL on an existing database. All I have to do is navigate to the Security tab, click on Configure Ledger, and click this checkbox, which ensures that any ledger tables created in the future are ledger enabled by default. Now, I showed you earlier how to generate your database digest and run verification. We have integrated this into the Ledger feature to automatically generate digests for you and store them in either Azure Storage Immutable Blobs or Azure Confidential Ledger. Not only does this simplify the process, but it ensures your database digests are protected from tampering. Once you've enabled the Ledger feature, you can easily run verification by selecting the Ledger option in the security settings and clicking on Verify Database. This pre-populates a T-SQL script verification that you can run in Query Editor, Azure Data Studio, or SQL Server Management Studio. In closing, Azure SQL Database Ledger provides customers the ability to get many of the benefits of a blockchain-based system without having to develop new infrastructure, business logic, or migration of data from a legacy system. But Ledger is not just an alternative to blockchain. Any data that is subject to external or internal audits must be trusted that it has not been maliciously tampered. With Azure SQL Database Ledger, you can cryptographically prove that your data is in fact intact. And best of all, Ledger is a feature of Azure SQL Database. This means that you can enable it on your existing databases and get the benefits of tamper evidence right away, with no additional cost and no changes to your applications. Azure SQL Database Ledger will be available in the coming days starting in US Central West, with all regions to follow. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Jason. Taken together, these announcements further cement Azure as the best cloud for developing intelligent applications that harness the power of data. It is easier and more cost-effective for developers to innovate in Azure than ever before. Get started today. We can't wait to see what you build next.
Hello, everyone. I'm Allison Wines, Program Manager at Microsoft and Corgi Lover. Hi, Olive.
And I'm Rick Claus, Cloud Advocate Team Lead, an outdoor hat expert, and also a dog lover as well. Together, we're guiding you through day one of all of the latest news and announcements at Microsoft Build. And there's been so much great stuff that's happened already. But you know what? Put your bibs on, folks, because it's time to get some feed on with the feed.
So we just saw a session on how Azure is empowering all developers to build intelligent applications that harness the power of data. They also revealed some of the exciting innovations coming our way. Rick, what are you most excited about from that session?
Well, for me, it was honestly Rohan talking a little bit about what was coming up with the ability to have policy and also to have roles-based access control available for Cosmos DB and other OS surfaces like that. So for someone who works in the operations space, those two things are something that's really kind of near and dear to my heart, to be able to make sure that we've got some proper guide rails in place to go off and to use those.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. You know, I was super excited to see that Cosmos DB serverless is GA now. That's a pretty big announcement. I love that. Speaking of, you know, I heard that there's a free tier now. I love free things. Yep. I don't know about you. I'm super excited about that free tier that comes with like 25 gigs of storage, so folks can really, you know, try things before committing to spending money.
Yeah, I like the fact that Rohan called that out. I mean, we're taking feedback from the developer community that basically was said that there is a bit too high a barrier to be able to go off and to try some of the capabilities of Cosmos DB. So by adjusting the free offering to now make some new capabilities available, hopefully it's going to unlock it for a whole bunch more people to go off and to try.
Yeah, I am definitely going to check it out once I have a little bit more time, of course. Well, we're going to hear very soon even more about Azure in a Wrap with Rohan. Rohan Kumar chatted with our colleague Seth Juarez about developments with Azure SQL, the latest in Cosmos DB, and his thoughts on open source databases. That's coming up in just a few.
You don't want to miss that, even if Seth is going to be doing some improvisational freestyling. But right now, we're going to send it over to Jamie, who's got all those details about the Cloud Skills Challenge in our section called The Download.
Microsoft Build is the perfect place to put your skills to the test with the Cloud Skills Challenge. This is where you get to show us what you know for a chance to win a very cool prize. Here's how you do it. First, head on over to the Learning Zone tab, which is at the top of your screen. select Cloud Skills Challenge. There are 5 different challenges themed across various cloud solution areas and based on a curated collection of Microsoft Learn modules. For each challenge you complete, you'll be entered into a drawing to meet with a Microsoft leader for a 30-minute mentoring session. Challenges are live right now, and you have until June 8th to complete them. Winners will be announced on June 10th. Now it's time for a wrap session. Well, sort of. Seth Juarez, Principal Cloud Advocate and host of the AI show Freestyled with Rohan Kumar, Corporate Vice President of Azure Data, for a little Wrap with Rohan. Let's check it out.
I'm so excited to welcome Rohan Kumar, Corporate Vice President of Azure Data. How you doing, my friend?
Doing well, Seth. It's great to be with you again.
Fantastic. I still remember the very first time I installed SQL Server all those many years ago from a CD. What love are we giving to people with Azure SQL?
You know, Seth, it's really fantastic. There's been a ton of innovation that's happened over the last, 8-9 years in Azure SQL. You know, at Build, I'm really excited to announce, getting the power of blockchain capabilities to Azure SQL through this new capability we call SQL Ledger. And you can imagine, in very highly sensitive industries like healthcare, financial services, and many more, there are some very sensitive transactions, which it's very important to ensure that there's nobody who's tampered with it. And, so far, leveraging decentralized blockchain technologies that are outside the core database engine proved to be extremely complex. I mean, that was the feedback we heard from a lot of our enterprise developers saying, look, we really need a very simple way to ensure that there is no this tampered evidence, which can be verified with things like, cryptographic technologies, right? So that's the capability we've added. It's one of its kind. There is no other database out there in the world that essentially has this capability of, the strength of blockchain, if you will, through which showcases tamper evidence that's built into the centralized store. That's what we're releasing with Azure SQL, and we believe this fundamentally changes the simplicity equation for developers, right? So you program to the same database that you've known and loved, like Seth, you said, for so many years through T-SQL, and now inherently it supports the capabilities that outside stores, decentralized stores of blockchain we're giving you, are making the life super easy for developers. So we're very excited. We've gotten some really good feedback, and we believe this foundationally changes the game for a lot of these very critical scenarios where it's very important for developers in their workflows to ensure that there's been absolutely no tampering with transactions.
I absolutely love the way we've been incorporating all the new things from machine learning all the way to blockchain. It's pretty good. Now, so since we're on the topic of developers, how are we making it easier for them to scale up, modernize? Let's talk Cosmos DB.
Absolutely, Seth. I mean, the thing, again, one of the things it's built after all, it's, focuses on developers. I'm really excited to sort of, announce the availability of serverless, general availability of serverless and Cosmos DB. With the serverless technology, developers really don't have to focus on, provisioning resources, figuring out when to scale up, when to scale down. It's magically, if you will, done for you. There is a lot of very cool tech that's, backing serverless behind the scenes. So all you do as a developer is essentially, figure out, the only thing you really need to do is figure out how much you want to spend. And then within the bounds of, from a cost standpoint, Cosmos DB underneath the covers figures out how to provision resources that give you the best price performance and scales out and scales in as your workload changes. And in combination with things like Azure Functions, when we talk about this new modern microservices architecture that's getting extremely popular for cloud native apps, Cosmos DB serverless is literally the core tech, from a data platform standpoint that essentially enables that. So really excited about that. And also, when you look at the work that has happened to increase the core enterprise capabilities around security, around governance that have come with Cosmos DB, along with what we've done with serverless and the deep integration with Azure Functions through the change feed, essentially enables a lot of these new modern cloud native apps to be built on top of our NoSQL platform.
I'm such a huge fan of this. It's not that there's no servers. We just get to think about servers less, and that's what Jeff Holland said. I love that quote. Such a good one. But is there any more from Cosmos DB? There's got to be more. What else you got?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, like one of the things is on the enterprise capability standpoint, we basically have added role-based access control. So for a lot of developers who want to sort of ensure that depending on the role that you have in the organization, you have access to certain kinds of data or not. So that's built in. We're adding, we're previewing this capability called Always Encrypted. You may remember we had that in our Azure SQL service, which essentially ensures that your data is encrypted not just on disk, but it remains encrypted in memory and on the wire. And the only decryption happens based on the key that the client has, right? So you can be very confident that your data is never going to be tampered with or be spied on. And finally, one of the things, the thing that I'm really excited about is it's not that these capabilities are added by taking away the simplicity, which in many cases, happens with core databases. Cosmos DB, one of the things that the team has done a phenomenal job of is through things like serverless and making sure that enterprise credibility is maintained, our developers still get to, use that the simplified, programming model, whether it's Mongo, Cassandra, Gremlin, the native SQL API, to get their work done.
And that's amazing. I mean, we've gone from my comfort place of Azure SQL. We've talked about some document databases, but there's people that use other kinds of databases as well. What else do we have for them?
That's a fantastic question. Azure essentially is open for all developers in the world, whether you're like the Microsoft .NET stack or you're an open source developer who may be, very familiar with databases like Postgres and MySQL. One of the things that I'm really excited about is this new flexible server option that we launched at Ignite last year. It's been a tremendous amount of uptake. It's one of the best options there is if you basically want to use Postgres and MySQL in the terms that the developers actually are very flexible with. So today we basically at Build announced a 12-month free offer for flexible server. You're providing the latest community editions of both Postgres and MySQL. And one of the things in the way we've sort of approached these community editions set in Azure is to essentially work very closely with the community. For example, we work very closely with the Postgres community to ensure that the latest and greatest of the innovation is available to the developers in Azure. And a lot of the innovation we've done at Microsoft in these databases is being contributed back. So it's a very different engagement model relative to a lot of the other hyperscalers because we want the community to succeed. Right. The other thing I'm really excited about is the unique capability for Postgres that we have in Azure through Hyperscale Citus, where you can start off with a single node and with a basic tier, which we are announcing today, and then scale out to tens of nodes as your workloads increases. And it provides a single system image. So for a developer, your application logic doesn't have to change.
This is really
cool. Just keep programming with the same Postgres endpoint.
Awesome. I always love talking to Rohan. Let's put a little call to action here. If you want to find out more, make sure you check out this link below. Thank you so much again, Rohan, and we'll see you after the break.
Now, one of the very best parts of Microsoft Build is hearing from all of you. So we asked earlier, and we still want to know, how many Microsoft Builds have you been to? You can also count our previous developer conference, PDC. And while you're at it, tell us where in the world you're watching Microsoft Build from. Drop us a line or two at onair@microsoft.com. You might even end up on the show. That's right, you might even be on air at Microsoft Build.
Well, we asked and you answered. How many Microsoft Builds and others developer conferences have you been to? Well, here's what all of you have had to say so far. Steve, roll that tape.
Hi, my name is Natalie O'Brien, and I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. I am a web developer, and I have attended 2 to 3 Microsoft Build events, and this is my first online event actually with Microsoft.
Hey, my name is Josh, and I'm watching from Puyallup, Washington, and this is actually my very first build.
My name is Christian Nagen. I attended all Microsoft Build developer conferences.
I'm Dirk Baum. I'm calling from Provo, Utah. I've been to pretty much every PDC/Build except in 2000.
My name is Michael McDaniel. I'm from Nashville, Tennessee, and I've attended 6 Build conferences, which include the PDCs.
My name is Sivantika, and I am calling in from Germany at the moment, but basically I live in Ireland. And I am a partner technology strategist for ISVs based in Dublin. This is my first build.
Hey everyone, my name is Malik Drift. I'm calling from Boston, Massachusetts.
This is my first Microsoft Build, and it's actually my second day at Microsoft. I'm very excited. I'm thrilled to be part of the Microsoft family.
It's nearly time for our next technical sessions. This time, stick around to learn how to build cloud-native applications that run anywhere. Also happening, we're increasing developer velocity with Microsoft's end-to-end developer platform and harnessing the power of data in your applications with Azure. You can also join the technical session about how to build the next generation of collaborative apps for hybrid work. And finally, build differentiated SaaS apps with Microsoft Cloud. It's truly choose your own adventure.
Now, in a bit, I'm going to be joined by Bob Sir, Partner GM of Engineering for Azure Communication Services, and he's going to actually throw in some live demos in there too. So it's going to be a technical session that's coming up right now on building cloud-native applications that run anywhere.
Yeah. Get an overview of the full spectrum of cloud-native application platforms on Microsoft Azure. It's a sneak peek into the future of modern application development. That's coming right up. This is day one of Microsoft Build.
Hey everyone, my name is Gabe Monroy. I'm the Vice President of the Azure Developer Experience team in Microsoft's Developer Division. Today we're going to talk about building cloud-native applications that run anywhere. The future will be defined by accelerating innovation. Much of this innovation will be digital and will take the form of new applications. Over the last year, the technology industry has been called upon to support those on the front lines, from healthcare and education to public sector, manufacturing, and retail. Developers around the world rose to the challenge, going above and beyond to innovate and help reimagine the world. It's been inspiring to watch. This year, more than any other, is evidence that our community, the developer community, is strategic to every business and central to the next generation of digital products in every industry. Now, one story that comes to mind is the UK National Health Service, the NHS, on the front lines of the healthcare industry. The NHS teamed up with Kainos to create a brand new mobile experience, a digital front door that provides access to healthcare services to 40 million people in England. Now, I got a chance to meet with the talented engineers in London working on this ambitious project. In a matter of months, they delivered an enterprise-grade solution with the speed, scalability, and security required by a modern healthcare system. All of it running on Azure. A few months later, in the face of the COVID pandemic, the NHS had a new challenge. They needed to allow UK citizens to get permission to self-isolate without having to visit a doctor, thereby freeing up doctors to spend more time with serious COVID patients. Using Azure, the NHS was able to take this service from idea to production in just 2 weeks. Now, the challenges the NHS was able to overcome are the same challenges facing all modern developers: agility, reliability, security, even more so in the times we're living in. Developers need to build smarter and faster. They need to move from idea to code to cloud seamlessly. Developers need new applications to be resilient in the face of failures and scale dynamically based on load. Developers need intelligent threat protection in real time with fine-grained security controls at every layer. And developers need to solve all these problems at scale. This requires a new approach to building applications. The app of the future is cloud native, designed to take full advantage of the latest innovation in public cloud. Intelligent and infused with AI to provide advanced insights. Quickly able to incorporate open source technology and libraries from across the globe. Cloud native technology is how developers can achieve the agility, reliability, and security demanded by the next generation of applications. So what do we mean by cloud native? In simple terms, cloud native refers to packaging application code and dependencies in containers, deploying microservices or event-driven functions, and exposing events and APIs, all managed with DevOps processes and tools. Technologies like containers, Kubernetes, serverless functions, API management, and CI/CD automation, these can really help developers overcome the challenges they're faced with today. Like the NHS, thousands of customers are building and running modern cloud-native applications on Azure today. For example, Mercedes-Benz is improving the in-vehicle experience for their customers by delivering applications dynamically over the air instead of requiring an in-person maintenance visit. PwC is helping ensure their clients are compliant with regulations using an AI-powered system that can mine and analyze documents in seconds instead of weeks. Bosch is helping save lives with a system that alerts nearby drivers when a car is going the wrong way on the highway within milliseconds. All of these customers are using cloud-native technology on Azure today. Now, no service is more central to cloud-native practices than AKS, Azure's Kubernetes service. Customers like the NHS can rely on AKS because it's enterprise-grade by design. AKS has built-in best practices like Azure Advisor notifications to help optimize your Kubernetes deployments with real-time, personalized recommendations. AKS features multi-layer security with FIPS-compliant agent nodes, secrets integration with Azure Key Vault, and just-in-time cluster access via Azure Active Directory. AKS increases operational efficiency with support for automatic cluster upgrades and the ability to schedule service maintenance operations to off-peak hours. Every day, more customers are seeing success with AKS on Azure. This is particularly true for customers who value the deep control and rich ecosystem provided by Kubernetes. Now, as popular as Kubernetes is on Azure, many developers are asking for solutions that offer better productivity. A lot of developers don't want to deal with the complexity of Kubernetes or writing YAML manifests. These developers are gravitating towards Azure's suite of application services, which are highly optimized for developer productivity and deeply integrated with GitHub and VS Code. Azure App Service makes building and managing web applications and APIs easy with a fully managed platform and features like auto-scaling, deployment slots, and integrated web authentication. Azure Functions makes event-driven programming simple with state-of-the-art auto-scaling and triggers and bindings to integrate with other Azure services. Azure Logic Apps produces automated workflows for integrating apps, data, services, backend systems with a library of more than 400 connectors. Azure Event Grid simplifies event-based applications with a single service for managing routing of events from any source to any destination. And lastly, Azure API Management provides a unified management experience and full observability across all internal and external APIs. Developers love these services. They are designed to be used together, and they take full advantage of the cloud with availability, resiliency, scalability, low latency, all available out of the box. Developers are building the applications of the future on Azure today by using this set of cloud-native services. Today, we are excited to announce the preview capabilities of Azure Application Services to run on Kubernetes and anywhere with Azure Arc. You can now run your favorite Azure Application Services anywhere, including Kubernetes on Azure, on premises, on the edge, and on other clouds, such as AWS or Google. Any Kubernetes cluster connected through Azure Arc is now a supported deployment target for Azure's application services. With these updates, you can innovate faster using a suite of application services tailored to real-world app patterns, loaded with unique features, and optimized for developer productivity. Developers don't have to choose between the productivity of application services and the control of Kubernetes. You can now run Azure Application Services on top of Kubernetes. Lastly, developers don't have to build and maintain custom solutions for their non-Azure environments. They can now build hybrid and multi-cloud applications using the portable application services powered by Azure Arc. To show you how this works, let me hand it over to Jeff Holland, Director of Product in the Azure Developer Experience team.
Thanks so much, Gabe. All right, so let's take a look at how I can build an app that can run everywhere while still using the best of what Azure Development has to offer. Today, we want to build a cloud-native application to manage a smart building solution. It's going to require a few components. I'm going to need a dashboard to see things like insights from the devices, predictive maintenance using machine learning, but I'll also need some components of my apps running alongside those IoT devices. So let's set out building that now. And before we even start, one of the largest challenges for teams can often be, how do I get started? We know we want to leverage serverless and cloud-native patterns, but it can often take teams days or weeks to fully understand the options and best practices and how these serverless solutions fit together. So one of the best places to get started with is through our GitHub samples. In fact, today we've released some brand new cloud-native app templates. These are better than just any sample because they include everything you need to get started. So you can see here, I'm showing 2 of the app templates that we've just released today. This is a Node Web API that connects to a Postgres database and a .NET Web API that connects with Azure SQL. And I'm going to show you what makes these samples so special by using this other one, which is a React site running Node to process a serverless function. This is perfect with what we need for our dashboard. So let's use this as our starting point. I'll select to use this template, and I'll go ahead and give this a name. And when I clone this template into my GitHub account, it's going to create a copy of it for me to get started. Now, one of the great things about these app templates is that it has everything I need to get started. I can jump straight into code by creating a brand new code space. Rather than me now spending the next 30 minutes installing tools and configuring my machine, instead everything I need is ready to go right here in this code space. Let's go ahead and take a look around. I can see here, all right, here's that React web app. We can use that as the base for our React site. And I can even see the code here for the placeholder serverless function and understand how it fits together with the web app. Now, before I make any changes, let's just go ahead and debug this application. CodeSpaces is now building and creating for me a cloud-powered debug environment. So here now in my browser is that React site. I see the data processing, I see it rendered, and before I even go ahead and press this button to place an order, let's come back here to our project and set a breakpoint in that Azure function. So after we set that breakpoint, I can come back here, click the button, I can see the red dot, our code spaces hit that breakpoint. I can step through, debug. Everything that I need is right here, all ready for me to go. So let's go ahead now and take the starting point and replace it with the code we need for our smart building dashboard. So I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. I've gone ahead and replaced the React code and made a bunch of changes for our own site. And now I need this deployed in my subscription. But because I'm using this app template, it's actually really easy because it comes baked in with GitHub Actions. So in order to get this running, all I need to do is commit this back into my GitHub account. So let's go ahead and add a commit here. We'll push those changes to my GitHub account. And behind the scenes, what's kicked off are a number of GitHub actions. You can see here these actions have kicked off to build and deploy this site with those serverless functions. Everything that I need for full-fledged CI/CD is ready to go. So now here on my subscription, I can see that web app. I see those functions. Let's go ahead and click into the dashboard now. We can even browse to it and go ahead and see what this looks like now fully managed and hosted for me in a serverless environment. So here's this dashboard now running hosted for the cloud for everyone to see. I could come back here, and because I'm using app services, I've got a bunch of great features too. I can set custom domains, I can manage security and networking and versioning and slots. I'm getting all of this benefit by choosing this purpose-built service to host my web application. Okay, so while we've gotten the basics of my app running, there's one more piece here we want to get working. And that's here on the dashboard. You'll notice we want to pull in data from HVAC systems. But these HVAC systems are running on premises behind a firewall. So we need to be able to run one of our apps on premises next to the HVAC system. Now, usually when I run a run outside of Azure, this is where things get a bit more complicated with serverless. If I wanted to take something even like the dashboard that we started with, there's going to be a number of changes that I'm going to have to make so I can deploy it to run next to the HVAC system. So let's go ahead and jump back to the project to show what we would need to do. And the first thing is I'm going to have to figure out how to containerize the code that we wrote. So I'm going to need to learn and craft something like this Docker file. Likely I'm going to be using something like Kubernetes to run everywhere, which now means I also have to learn and write something like this deployment manifest. All of these concepts, all of this YAML, this is all additional overhead that I didn't have to deal with before when I was just publishing to these Azure platform services. So how can we bring the benefits that we had before while still being able to deploy flexibly on the edge? And I can do exactly this with Azure Arc. With the new Azure Arc capabilities, I can deploy our application services anywhere the same way I deployed to Azure just by changing the region. So let me go ahead and show you that now. Here, I've switched over to another project. This is a serverless workflow, a logic app. And you can see here what it's doing. First, I'm calling that HVAC system to get the APIs. I'm going to process it with some functions and update a SQL database. I love using tools like Logic Apps because it comes with another set of great features. In this case, here's over 400 connectors that I get out of the box. Each one of these icons is code that I don't have to write to integrate and process my data. Now, after I built this workflow, how do I get this running on premises? Well, I'm using Azure Arc, so let's just go ahead and change the region. Here on my project, I've got this environments file. Now, previously we've been deploying to East US, so let's go ahead and create a new environment. We'll call it our edge environment. I'm going to set the location to Jeff US. And you may be asking yourself, what's Jeff US? I've never heard of that region before, which makes sense because this is a custom location only available in my subscription. In fact, this is Jeff US. This laptop has Kubernetes running on it, and I've registered it with Azure Arc with the custom location Jeff US. So by running Azure Arc, I can now run the entire application platform right on this device next to those HVAC systems. So let's go ahead and do that now. I'm going to come back in here and publish the changes we made on the regions. I'm going to use the same flow I did before, create a brand new commit in my code base, push that up to my GitHub account. It's kicking off those same GitHub actions. It's using the same Azure APIs. It's deploying that workflow and that function code. Here now in my subscription, there's that function, there's that workflow, but in this case, it's not running in East US. It's running on my laptop in Jeff US using Azure Arc. So coming back here to our dashboard, I can go ahead and update this HVAC system. There we go. The data has now come to life. I've been able to get my solution working across cloud and edge seamlessly. I have full flexibility to bring all of these services and run them anywhere on any cloud, any environment, any cluster using Azure Arc. When you need to build a web app or a function or a workflow, whatever your destination, you can use the same set of world-class tools and experiences to accelerate your teams. Thanks so much. Back to you, Gabe.
Amazing stuff, right? When combined with Arc-enabled data services like Azure Postgres and Azure SQL, applications and their data can now run anywhere using fully managed cloud services, and industry first. We have more innovation to share in the application services space. Static web apps was just made generally available. Static web apps is like Jamstack meets Azure Functions meets a GitHub native UX. Logic Apps has been updated with improved performance for stateless workflows, new portability features, and easier DevOps. You can now manage, protect, observe, and expose WebSocket APIs in API management using our new preview capabilities. And App Service has added free TLS certificates and out-of-the-box monitoring for Node and Java developers. As you saw from Jeff's demo, developers can now build applications anywhere by writing to the same Azure APIs, enjoying all the unique features we offer, regardless of which environment their apps are targeting. And what's enabling this multi-cloud, multi-edge vision is Azure Arc. With Azure Arc, we bring cloud operations anywhere. Azure Arc can manage applications running on Kubernetes at scale through advanced DevOps techniques like GitOps. Azure Arc provides a single pane of glass with central visibility through Azure Portal and governance and compliance of your applications and Kubernetes clusters through Azure Policy. And lastly, Azure Arc works with any CNCF conformant Kubernetes cluster, making it possible to use Azure Application Services, data services, and more anywhere. Now, if you're thinking to yourself, I'm a developer, Azure Arc doesn't sound like something I can benefit from. Check this out. Let me hand it off to Beck Lyons, product manager on the Azure Developer Experience team.
Awesome. Thanks, Gabe. So I'm going to be picking up where Jeff left off moments ago for Contoso's smart building solution and highlight some of the operational benefits of Azure, Azure Arc, and GitOps. So in Contoso's case, to power the intelligence streaming into their dashboards, they have a set of background microservices which they need to run on their on-premises Kubernetes clusters at each of their building sites across the US. Now, these containers are needed to capture and analyze data coming from their devices. Today, we need to deploy, manage, monitor, and configure these container services at every single one of Contoso's Kubernetes clusters running at each of their smart building sites. So let's dive in to see how we can efficiently operationalize these containers across Contoso's fleet. So to start off with, before we roll out to all our sites, we need a developer environment ready for us to test out these new machine learning data processes. And this is where the Azure Kubernetes service comes in. Getting started with a new fully provisioned and managed Kubernetes cluster is simple with AKS, and I can create one in just a few seconds. Now, I'm using the portal today, but you can also use the CLI or other tools if you're more comfortable. All I need to do is choose my location, my starting node pool size and count, configure any specific auth or networking needs I need for this cluster, and finally I can go ahead and configure any core container services I need, such as a registry, monitoring, and policy right here out of the box. And then I hit click and create and I'm ready to go. So here's the developer AKS cluster that I've created earlier, which is already running my open source machine learning process, which I need to run intelligence at the edge in all my smart buildings. Now, here in the Azure portal, I can not only manage all of the underlying Azure resources themselves and configure scale, networking, and monitoring, but I can also directly interact with and edit my core Kubernetes resources. In fact, I can drill in here and already see my machine learning container is already up and running on this cluster, ready to go. So I have an environment configured, in this case using AKS, that mirrors what I need spun out throughout the country. This is a live view of all of my site locations across the country. And as you can see, these aren't active at the moment, as I actually need to go about replicating this configuration across these locations. But how do I go about doing this efficiently? It would take me days to connect into each cluster one by one to deploy the sample, and I'd have to repeat this pain across any updates or any monitoring configuration that I would need. Now, this is where Azure Arc and GitOps comes in. With Azure and Azure Arc, I can manage my clusters both in and outside of Azure with the same set of tools. With GitOps integration, I can use a Git repository as a single source of truth for each of these clusters. This means as long as I capture the configuration in GitHub, it can be replicated seamlessly across all of my sites that you see here. So we're going to use this feature to replicate the configuration of our AKS cluster across each of these on-premises clusters that you see on this map. So this is the repository that I'll be using. It's already got my open source machine learning service defined in my YAML file here, and it's also got any other Helm charts that I need to configure the underlying cluster. As soon as I have all of my configuration details defined in my GitOps repository, I can now apply this configuration to all of my clusters across the country. So here's my resource group where I have all of my Arc enabled Kubernetes clusters. Now, as you can see, I've got my dev cluster here that I showcased before, but all of these other clusters are running outside of Azure. So I'm going to use Seattle as an example cluster, which isn't running on Azure and which is currently empty, to demonstrate how easy it is to apply GitOps at the cluster level. So when I drill into this resource, I can connect the underlying Kubernetes cluster with my GitOps repo using the built-in GitOps experience. All I need to do in this case is add a new configuration, paste in all of my details here, including that repository URL, and we'll be good to go. So I've jumped ahead, pasted in my details, and I'm going to hit add. So this has added the configuration, and now that underlying Kubernetes resource is going to be pulling its configuration from that GitOps repository. So it's as simple as that to configure GitOps with a cluster. But what about my other sites? Now, I don't want to just set the configuration source for each of these Arc managed clusters manually, as I want to make sure that every time I create a new cluster, they're managed in the same way. So in this case, I'm going to enforce an Azure policy to make sure that every single cluster that I own and every single cluster that I have at my site uses my GitOps for its configuration. Now, for any developers in the audience, I know what you may be thinking, Azure policy, but I'm a developer. Well, in this case, we're going to be using Azure policy to help us deploy our applications in a consistent fashion. What this means is that anyone, whether you're an operator or a developer, can build and deploy applications at this huge scale and apply consistency and compliance with ease thanks to Azure Arc and Azure Policy. So let's jump into Azure Policy and define a policy for this subscription where all of my Arc clusters are managed. So I've set the scope for where my Arc-enabled Kubernetes clusters lie, and you can see that there are many pre-configured policies that I can apply. Everything from restricting which outbound ports that can be accessed, ensuring they are leveraging AAD authentication, or in this case, making sure that my Kubernetes clusters are pulling all of their config from my specific GitOps repository. So as you can see, it's not just operations policies you can apply here. Developers can use these GitOps policies for at-scale deployment, and there are plenty more policies that developers will want to get their hands on, like configuring cores, container registries, and providing a helping hand to keep dev environments consistent. So I'm going to choose the first one there, and what this is going to do is it's going to give me an error every time it detects a cluster which isn't using my GitOps repository for its configuration. If we hit next, we can fill in all of the different parameter details to get this up and running. So I've gone and pasted that in there and hit next. Now this remediation task will automatically configure that GitOps policy for me if it recognizes that a cluster is going unmanaged. So all I have to do, click that box, choose any compliance message that I need, and then hit review and create. So here's my new Azure policy, and it's a prime example of how we can use policy for application deployment. Now flicking back to our operations map here in the Contoso site, under the hood, our Azure policy is enforcing that every single Kubernetes cluster that I manage via Azure Arc is pulling that configuration down from my GitOps repository. And you can actually visualize in this dashboard how the policy is being applied, and each of these sites are now lighting up with those open source machine learning services now running alongside their smart building resources, picking up any data from their devices and sending them up to the dashboard to be collected and analyzed. What this means is that I can now manage these clusters at scale and have confidence in consistency and compliance. And Azure Arc doesn't just help me with configuration. I can also have a centralized location to monitor these clusters. And this is where Azure Monitor for containers comes in. Here in Azure Monitor, I can get a single view of all of the clusters that I'm managing, whether they're running on Azure or out of Azure. I can access health or even drill down to specific sites to see why there are warnings or errors and remediate accordingly. I can also leverage Azure Monitor workbooks to create rich and detailed dashboards for me to get a single pane of glass view across all of my building sites. So let's say in this case here, I found an issue with one of my containers, and that's why it's giving me intermittent warnings across my clusters. Since we have all our configuration in our GitOps repository, all I'd need to do is make a fix here, push it up to my repository, of course with the right pipelines, testing and rigor applied, and know that once this fix is in my repo, it'll automatically replicate those changes to all of my different sites across the country, thanks to Azure Arc, GitOps, and Azure Policy. So as you can see, everything that I need to deploy, manage, and monitor my cloud-native apps is provided for me by Azure and Azure Arc. Back to you, Gabe.
In Beck's demo, you could see how Azure makes it easy to manage containers at scale with GitHub and Azure Arc. This GitOps experience is part of the recently announced Azure Arc-enabled Kubernetes. I'm also excited to announce the public preview of the Open Service Mesh add-on for Azure Arc, which helps developers build and distribute applications with increased security, observability, and extensibility, now available in AKS, as well as Kubernetes clusters running on premises, on the edge, and in multi-cloud environments. For customers who want a managed Kubernetes control plane that can run anywhere, today we're announcing the general availability of AKS on Azure Stack HCI. With this new solution, customers can easily deploy a Kubernetes cluster that is consistent with Azure Kubernetes Service, fully supported by Microsoft, and 100% compliant with the open source ecosystem. There are so many cool sessions at this year's Build event, but there's 6 you really can't miss. The one and only Brendan Burns will be talking about building consistent hybrid and multi-cloud applications using Azure Arc. George from the AKS team has a session on modernizing applications with containers on Azure. Maxime will be doing a deep dive on using Azure for serverless and event-driven apps. Derek from the Logic Apps team will be talking about the future of integration technology. Stefan will be doing a deep dive on how to host Linux web apps on App Service. And Stormy Peters from the Open Source Programs Office has a session on how to run open source applications your way. This is some fantastic content. You should tune into all these sessions. If you want to get your hands dirty right away with Azure Application Services, start with the scenario-based accelerators mentioned in Jeff's demo. To wrap it up, I want to thank everyone for the amazing work you've all put in over this past year. It has not been easy. But developers continue to rise to the next challenge. You continue to innovate, and you continue to help reimagine the world. I can't wait to see what you come up with next. Thanks for watching, and have a great build.
Hello, everyone, and good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you're tuning in from. Allison Wines here.
Hey, and I'm Rick Claus.
Rick, we just watched a technical session on building cloud-native applications that run anywhere. Let's recap, why don't we?
Yeah, I mean, this is the section that we're calling the feed. We're going to be talking about this.
Awesome. All right, Rick, what are you most excited about? Or like, what was your big takeaway?
Well, I just want to do a quick shout out to Gabe because I actually saw him when he was doing this particular session. I told you a story offline. I met Gabe for the first time when he joined Microsoft a while ago. So it's good to see him doing the stuff that he's talking about now.
Wow.
But for him, the announcement that I got the most out of his particular section was talking about being able to run Azure App Services on top of Kubernetes. Because this is important because we have some form of Kubernetes that you can install with Azure Kubernetes services, either inside of Azure where we run all the infrastructure, or we also have it so you can run it inside of your own Azure Stack HCI instance on premises. Plus, you obviously can go through and make your best choice for where this particular service has to run to have access to Azure Application Services. So to me, near and dear to my heart, really cool stuff that Gabe's talking about there.
Wow, that's like so much flexibility. And I think sort of building on that, the Azure Arc announcement is pretty spectacular in my opinion. I mean, having the ability to really enable your services, not only on premises and Azure, but also in other clouds, I think that's truly speaking to the spirit of enabling developers to build in the ways they want to and need to, right?
Yeah. Beck did a great job there. Obviously, that's a phenomenal hybrid story that Microsoft Azure has that kind of differentiates us from the rest of the folks that are out there in the hyperscale business. The Azure Arc piece really allows you to bring all that telemetry, all that data, all that information up into one spot, which you can then go and leverage for how you're going to go off and make sure your deployments are done correctly.
Oh, I love that. I'm also super excited to check out, the updated Logic apps. I hear they're more performant. They're, portable. I really want to go check those out and dive deep into each of those. Maybe learn a new skill while we're here.
Oh yeah, for sure. Now I think Jamie's actually got an interview coming up with Jeff Holland and crew in a little while. So hopefully she's going to be able to tease some more information out of Jeff about some of the stuff that we saw.
Yeah, we should tune into that for sure.
Now, we're only a few hours in and we've covered so much, but we've gotten some great insight from folks like Tyler Adams on the mixed reality team and Rohan Kumar from the Azure side of things too. The future of modern app development really is starting to come out here at Microsoft Build.
And there is still so much more ahead. But don't worry if you aren't catching everything in real time. Keynotes, technical and breakout sessions, plus content on Learn Live and in the Student Zone will be available to view on demand until next year's event. Just save it all to your backpack. Right now, though, Rick, I believe you've got someone on the line for you.
I do, actually. Joining me now is going to be Bob Sayre, Partner GM of Engineering for Azure Communication Services. I think we have him on the line and the communication link's okay. Bob, thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me, Rick. I'm super excited to be here.
So I know that we previewed and talked about Azure Communication Services at Microsoft Ignite earlier in the year, but we're here today because we're actually achieving a GA milestone. Can you actually share a little bit about, for those people that don't know what Azure Communication Services is, what it's all about?
Sure. Azure Communication Services is a communication platform as a service. So it's an Azure offering focused at developers who want to use APIs and software development kits to embed communications inside of their applications and workflows. And the great thing about it is that it's built on the same infrastructure that powers Microsoft Teams. So if you think about it, Microsoft Teams currently powers over 145 million daily active users every single day in a very secure, compliant, robust, geographically scaled system. And so as a developer, you can come in and not have to worry about all that complexity. We announced our general availability recently, as you mentioned, and we started with 4 communication primitives so far: calling, chat, SMS texting, and traditional PSTN landline calling.
And so developers can now go in and leverage those inside their applications and work them into their current flow for what they're trying to do with that particular application. What sort of things can we do with the changes for what's available inside of Azure Communication Services? Actually, how about we even simplify this even better? I'm going to throw this a little bit different and just simply ask you for some examples of a couple of ways that developers have actually created different applications using Azure Communication Services.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a couple things. So first of all, we've learned from our customers that the ability to build a consumer-facing or an external-facing custom application that will allow our customers, external customers, to talk to their Teams users who are inside the company is super important. So we've already talked about Teams Interop, but we're announcing a build that you can basically get that Teams leg of the conversation for free as a developer. So you don't have to pay for that leg twice, which is awesome. And so there's a few other things. Before I show you an example, we have a couple of things that we've made it easier for developers to build. So instead of having developers have to go and build all of the communication UI, basically, we've launched a UI library for developers.
Okay.
We've added additional SDKs for developing on Windows. We also are making it easier to save artifacts for those calls. So now you can add call recording, for example, if you want to have a recording of every call or meeting that happens through the system. And then we're making our infrastructure robust for enterprises that already have calling plans, for example. And so we have direct routing. If you have some type of a SIP router for your calling plans, and you can just connect that into the existing Azure Communication Services system. And then the final thing is that we're adding network traversal. So if you have custom media and you want to be able to span networks, it's something that we're very good at. And again, you don't have to worry about all that complexity. So, but you asked about examples. So some of the examples that we're seeing are a lot of like virtual visits, as you can imagine, in the times that we're in right now, where some examples would be a virtual visit with a patient, or maybe like a team of providers that are providing care for a patient and their family. And so that team might be physicians that already have a Microsoft Teams calling plan. And then the customers are going to be joining via like a mobile browser, for example. And so I'll just show you over here the first thing to do is to go check out Azure Communication Services in Azure, and you can learn all about what we do. And then from there, if you want to go take a look at some of the code, then we have some really nice samples there. And then what I've done here is I've taken this group calling sample and I've built already a deployed site where this is now running on my server. And so what I'm going to do is this could be, let's say a hospital organization has a booking system where they automated and sent a text that reminded me of the call with a link, and I clicked into this link as a patient. And now I'm going to join into a conversation first by letting the doctor know who I am, and then starting the call. Turn on my video. So now I'm going to join into the call, and then here you'll see me twice. So basically in this view here where I'm looking at the camera, I'm the provider or the physician that's communicating via Microsoft Teams. And on this view here, I'm in my browser, which happens to be on my desktop, but it could be a mobile browser, and it could be embedded inside of my hospital app or my bookings app. And so that's an example of that virtual visit concept where I can have a very highly tailored experience that will connect into my existing Teams infrastructure.
Okay, so that was a super fast whirlwind demo that was really, really cool. I just want to unpack that for a second. All the code is available on the GitHub repo for Azure Communication Services to be able to go off and try that yourself right now, built on top of ACS. And then you can just literally plug that in using ACS to go off and facilitate that connection. But you actually, I could barely see that on the screen, but you actually just put in like the Teams meeting information in that sample piece of code, and you joined this particular session from that web browser.
That's exactly right. And so think about it. The Teams infrastructure, or the infrastructure that Azure Communications Services sits on top of, already has the ability to communicate globally. We can traverse networks, we can handle different types of fidelity of networks. And so as a developer, by looking at that code sample on GitHub, I can either build in a Windows SDK, iOS, Android. In this case, I use JavaScript. And so with a few lines of code, I can embed that exact same experience in my website. And then all I have to do is, using the APIs, populate the Teams meeting information, which I could have automated the creation of that meeting using the Graph API, so that the whole thing can be done through code. And as a developer, I don't have to worry about the complexity of how to build all of the infrastructure that runs underneath it.
This is so cool. Like, it honest to goodness is like a communications platform as a service. Like you said at the beginning, I had no idea that we had the ability to plug into this. This is awesome. So you've given us some ideas on where we can go off and try some of that sample code. Now, I know that there's no like big long session specifically here at Build that we can go off and see, because ACS and the stuff that you're talking about now kind of pop up in a couple of different sessions. That's right?
That's right. I think the best place to go is go take a look at Jeff Teeper's keynote. It's Build the Next Generation of Collaborative Apps for Hybrid Work. And it shows that experience of building inside of Teams, outside of Teams, and augmenting that with Azure Communication Services.
Awesome. Well, you know what? Thank you very much. I actually think that one's coming up next on the main player, the main page. But you know what, Bob? Awesome. Thank you so much for taking time out of your day. Have a great Microsoft Build. And now it's back over to Allison.
Oh, such a great interview, Rick. You're really quite natural at that. Now, we've been talking a lot about Azure lately, so let's put your knowledge to the test. What is the name of the Azure Resource Manager template language that allows you to flex your muscles in deploying Azure resources? Is it A, ARM-E, B, the long arm of Azure, C, tricep, or D, bicep? Choose your answer in the chat. Again, the question is, what is the name of the Azure Resource Manager template language that allows you to flex your muscles in deploying Azure resources? We'll reveal the answer in just a few. Now, let's send it over to Jamie, who has an update from the Printing Hub. Jamie, it's all you.
Thanks, Allison. Jamie here. The Microsoft Build community is sending some incredible files over for us to turn your 2D objects into 3D real life. Let's take a look. So we already have some of you sending in some amazing files over here that we've queued up to start in the printing process. Some of my few favorites have already been printed. I'm really loving this flower here. And we have a few submissions internally. So I believe this is a dinosaur. But Austin, can you enlighten me on the rest of the products we're building here today?
Yeah, so we've had a huge response so far from the viewers. We're all really excited with the files that have been submitted so far. Of course, you can see the dinosaur that we've got going here. And in about 5 minutes' time, we'll be peeling that off the printer and starting to detail it.
Ooh, exciting.
You can't quite see it in here just yet because the print bed is a little high, but we have a horse being printed on that, which should be pretty fun. And we have just finished over here, we have a lithophane. So this is the first time I've ever tried this. And if I shine a flashlight underneath it, it should show a picture, which is pretty cool.
Ooh.
And then lastly, over here, we have a dragon's head that's being printed. And this is the first round of viewer prints that have been submitted.
Oh, wow. And you mentioned that we have a lot in the queue.
Yes,
Okay.
we're really excited.
So we'll get to those as soon as we can. Help us make your 2D dreams a 3D reality. Send us your files at aka.ms/3dbuild. And remember, we'll try to print as many as we can, but we may not get to all of them. But definitely feel free to send in your files. Back over to you, Allison and Rick.
Thanks, Jamie.
Wow, those look awesome. I hope one of them, I heard the word dinosaur, it might be some thready T-Rex stuff actually happening on. We'll see what's going on.
Yeah. You know, a few moments ago, we put your knowledge of Azure to the test with this question. What is the name of the Azure Resource Manager template language that allows you to flex your muscles in deploying Azure resources? Is it A, Army, B, the long arm of Azure, C, tricep, or D, bicep? And the answer is, drum roll please, D, bicep. But you knew that already, right? Of course you did. Rick, did you know that?
Well, believe it or not, folks on my team actually got access to Bicep when it was still under development, and we got to play around with it a bit. So,
all right.
Pretty cool stuff.
Sounds great. Let's keep things going. Our next technical session is top of mind for so many of us right now. Learn how to build the next generation of collaborative applications for hybrid work. Also happening, how to increase developer velocity with Microsoft's end-to-end platform. You can also learn how to harness the power of data in your applications with Azure, build cloud-native applications that run anywhere, and finally, Corporate Vice President of Low-Code Application Platform, Charles Lamanna, talks more about modern solutions to help quickly build SaaS apps in the cloud. Choose it or save it to your backpack for viewing later.
Now, still to come, day one of Microsoft Build is even more Azure. We've got the the Director of Product Management for the Azure Application Platform, our good friend Jeff Holland, giving us the inside scoop on how they're improving the developer experience. And that's going to be an interview with Jamie coming up in just a bit. And Charles Lamanna, the Power Platform team, joins me for a deep dive discussion on developing vertical SaaS applications with Power Platform, Dynamics, Azure, and also Teams as well.
And every year, teams from around the world pitch their groundbreaking ideas to solve humanity's most pressing problems. Of course, I'm talking about the Imagine Cup. The final teams come from Kenya, the United States, New Zealand, and Thailand, and you really don't want to miss this. We're finding out the winner of the big prize, $75,000, and a mentorship session with Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella. But right now, let's talk about hybrid work. What will workers need to collaborate and stay productive in our new normal?
Find out in a technical session on building the next generation of collaborative apps for hybrid work. That's coming right up. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, I'm Jeff Teeper, and I lead the product teams that are focused on building the next generation of collaborative experiences in Microsoft 365. The new realities of hybrid work require structural change to how we build and interact with applications. We need a new class of applications centered around collaboration versus individual productivity. Apps that enable synchronous and asynchronous modes of collaboration with real-time meetings, ad hoc messaging, content creation, automation of business processes, all in a single organizing layer. Microsoft Teams was built for this very purpose of enabling collaboration. And with over 145 million people using Teams every day, Teams has become the digital platform for work and learning. This creates a net new creative and economic opportunity for developers to build the next generation of applications where collaboration is at the core, allowing people to work from anywhere, at any time, and in any way. We call this new class of apps collaborative apps. With collaborative apps, end users can easily work with others to complete their projects and stay in the flow of work without needing to context switch across multiple apps and data. For developers, we want to make building collaborative apps easy. Use your current skills to integrate existing apps right into Microsoft Teams. With standard JavaScript technologies and just a few APIs, you can plug into Teams messages, channels, and meetings. There are hundreds of ISVs like ServiceNow and Workday and Adobe and SAP and many others doing this on our platform today. Next, we're working to simplify development so that when you build an app for Teams, it works across all platforms: Windows, Mac, web, iOS, Android, and Linux. Our goal is to significantly reduce the learning and work for developers to create this next wave of apps. Build once, deploy anywhere. We want to support developer choice. The Microsoft Cloud offers a full stack of technologies to build collaborative apps. For developers who choose to build a new app, you can pick and choose our technologies based on your needs. Let's look at the layers. First, Teams serves as the interface where users can stay in the flow of their work with these new collaborative apps. You can connect your existing services, whether it's a packaged SaaS offering or your custom apps, into a growing number of integration points in Teams to streamline work for everybody from the C-suite to frontline employees. Next, you can use the Power Platform to quickly build line of business apps and bots and even simple workflows with Power Automate. You can empower developers to tap in to the full power of Azure PaaS services with things like functions, cognitive services, and API management to build custom events, intelligence, and APIs aligned with your business needs. Next layer, you can tap into the Microsoft Graph, which securely connects the data across Microsoft 365. That's communications, content, and people with privacy, security, compliance, and search, all powered by Microsoft AI. A key part of the graph is SharePoint, the most flexible content platform in the industry that recently passed 100 petabytes of new content added by users and apps every month. And then we have Dataverse, which is the best way to create structured line of business data that your organization depends on for your critical processes every day. You can then build your solutions on top of Azure Active Directory for identity management and access controls. And then these apps can build across a spectrum from low-code tools like Power Apps to professional developer tools such as Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code. And you can manage your entire application lifecycle with GitHub. We are excited to deliver the fastest growing ecosystem and the most flexible platform to create these transformative collaborative applications. Now, let me transition to today's news to help you target this opportunity right away. Microsoft Teams has become the new platform for work and learning. And to enable our developer ecosystem to innovate on top of chat, meetings, and collaboration, we've delivered rich extensibility options in Teams. I'd next like to welcome my colleague Archana to share much more about our latest platform innovations and developer tools.
Thanks, Jeff. Last fall, we made Meetings platform generally available. Thanks to several partners that have integrated with the Meetings platform and enable users to have even more productive meetings. Now, let me show you new features that will let you integrate more deeply and broadly across the meetings lifecycle. First, I am very excited to announce the ability for apps to integrate with the shared meeting stage, which enables users to collaborate using your apps in real time. This has been the most demanded features by our partners. Partners such as Mural can enable users to seamlessly promote a Mural board from the meeting side panel to the meeting stage, where every participant can interact and collaborate live in the meeting. Microsoft Teams is all about collaborative teamwork, and this feature just brings it home for applications to enable teamwork within meetings. This is in preview now, and you can integrate by adding the meeting stage context in your app manifest. Like Jeff mentioned, Teams enables you to build collaborative apps that integrate with synchronous and asynchronous collaboration modalities, enabling seamless workflows in Teams and in other applications. We know that often the trigger for a meeting starts outside Teams, like a customer incident getting logged in your ICM tool, and throughout the meeting and beyond, your incident management tool needs to be updated with key information from the meeting. Let me show you how ServiceNow is automating incident management leveraging Teams. When a major incident gets logged in my ServiceNow app, I can create a conference bridge right from ServiceNow. This will nudge the participants I added to join the bridge. Once in the meeting, I can use the ServiceNow meeting app to view and collaborate on the incident details. And once done, my ServiceNow dashboard gets automatically updated with participants, recording, and all the relevant information from the meeting. Next, let me show you the power of leveraging Graph APIs to build media-aware meeting bots that can enable a broad spectrum of powerful meeting scenarios. This summer, we will be enabling applications to get real-time access to meeting audio and video via Graph APIs. You can see one scenario that this functionality unlocks with Interprefy, which enables on-demand language and American Sign Language translation service right in the meeting. We are making these updates with trust and security at the center. That is, these APIs will have resource-specific consent enabled, so IT admins can view these permissions from Teams Admin Center and ensure that such applications have access to just the meeting they have been added to. In meetings, it is the people that matter the most. Every feature and app is in their service. And what better way to enable people-centric experiences than the ability to customize the scene in which the participants meet? I am very excited to share with you that we are making Together Mode scenes extensible, enabling developers or even end users to create tailored scenes for their meetings. Anybody can use the Scene Designer tool from the new developer portal. Using this is as simple as dragging an image, configuring the number of participants and their position. You can even assign role-based seating to the participants and grab a link and share it with anyone. Or you can publish the scene broadly in the Teams store as well. Today's workplace also is no longer contained by the four walls of the office. Collaboration extends beyond your organization to customers, partners, and others who you need to meet with. Azure Communication Services allows your customers to experience voice, video, and chat experiences through a very familiar user interface that can be embedded in a custom app or in the website. Or meet your customers where they already are with SMS and telephone connectivity. Now, Azure Communication Services with Teams interoperability allows Microsoft Teams users inside your organization to connect with Azure Communication apps directly. And with the Azure Communication Services UI library, you can quickly integrate these communication experiences into custom applications. The UI library provides out-of-the-box components like laying out a media grid or call control buttons like mute and share screen for you to reuse. With shifting demands and asynchronous operations, organizations rely on custom business processes for efficient collaboration. With flexibility, speed of custom app development, and collaboration in mind, we continue to integrate Microsoft Power Platform more completely within Teams. You can build low-code apps with Power Apps right within Teams. Using a GUI-based canvas, you can build a mobile or a desktop UI app quickly, speeding up development time. You can create functions for an app to make it more useful to end users quickly and easily using the new PowerFX open source language. Also, you can set up the data for your apps right from within Teams using Dataverse for Teams. With Dataverse for Teams, it's easy to manage app data and connect to data stored in Azure. Once the app is complete, you can easily share with the team, with a security group, or you can publish to an organization's app store with permission from IT admin. Once published, it's easy for users in an organization to find apps available to them under the Built for Your Org and Built by My Colleagues sections. If you are a professional app developer looking to build a sophisticated app for Teams, then the Teams Developer Toolkit provides a complete end-to-end development experience from creating an application through iteration and production. You can get started with the tools you are already familiar with, including Visual Studio Code, CLI, or even GitHub Codespaces for remote development. The Teams app platform is built on open web standards, so you can use the frameworks you already know and love as a developer to build apps. Let me show you a quick demo here. The fastest way to build your first Teams app is with templates and samples in GitHub Codespaces. With one click, GitHub Codespaces opens a pre-configured environment optimized for Teams development. I can also launch these templates directly inside Visual Studio Code. To launch my first application, I will click the debug button, which prompts me to log into my Microsoft 365 tenant on my first deployment. My app automatically launches in Teams, and when I click Login, it automatically authenticates me, fetches some details from the Microsoft Graph, like my name, and presents a Teams native user interface with fluent controls and theming. The app is automatically available for me to test in other contexts, like the Teams mobile client. The Teams toolkit has simplified authentication to just one line of code. I can also access an authenticated Microsoft Graph client, again with just a single line of code. As I make changes to my source code, changes are applied in real time to my running app with hot reload without having to rebuild and deploy for rapid iteration. Visual Studio Code automatically enables me to debug both my front-end and back-end code with full support for breakpoints, watches, and locals. Let's set a breakpoint in my Azure Functions API. When I save a to-do, the breakpoint is hit in my API, and the debugging pane populates with data. My app is ready to distribute to my users in my organization. I can publish directly to my Teams tenant app store or to all Microsoft Teams tenants via Partner Center directly from my developer tools or from a CI/CD pipeline. The new developer portal, formerly known as Teams App Studio, provides you developers with a centralized app management experience, enabling you to easily design, manage, monitor, and gather insights on your Teams apps. Developer portal is accessible via the Teams client and on the web. Today, I showed you several enhancements to Meetings platform. We discussed building mobile-first Teams app experiences and enhancements to our low-code and professional developer tooling to build apps even more easily. We are so excited to see what you build next. Back to you, Jeff.
We can't wait to see the collaborative apps that you'll build. These apps will transform organizations and grow many SaaS apps and consulting businesses faster than ever with the latest Teams platform, Visual Studio, and Power Platform innovations. We're continuing to transform collaboration with the latest updates on Fluid components from Microsoft 365. Today, I am excited to announce the preview of Fluid components in Teams. Users can create and edit live components like lists and tables and tasks directly in chat, and these are shareable across Office apps like Outlook. Use Fluid components to ideate and create and decide together while holding fewer meetings and minimize the need for long chat threads. Team members can work on components asynchronously or in real time no matter where or when they work. And you can pin components to specific chats, providing team members with quick access to the latest information. Plus, they can easily access the components across devices, including mobile, ensuring collaboration continues no matter what the surface. And they can also include others in the team effort by copying the live component to Outlook and seamlessly continuing to collaborate there across Outlook and Teams. Collaborative apps enabled by Teams and end-user experiences like Fluid components help people in your organizations quickly align across teams and get work done efficiently. And what further enhances these experiences are the rich data sources and insights, like documents and lists and tasks and people that give components and apps context. And in Microsoft 365, that is all driven by the Microsoft Graph. The Graph brings together your organization's data from across Microsoft 365 in a logical way, building on the connections between people and powered by secure machine learning. And your apps can access data in the Microsoft Graph in a single, secure REST API. Here's an overview of the Graph.
Every day, the people in your organization are hard at work, writing, presenting, meeting, assigning, completing, searching, sorting, solving, chatting, smiling, laughing, in their homes, at their desks, anywhere. They're doing it all in Microsoft 365. using the familiar services they've known and loved, maybe all their lives, as well as new solutions for an ever-changing world. The data that describes all this activity, the teamwork, meetings, conversations, presentations, calendars, tasks, and more. The essence of your organization's work is the fabric of Microsoft Graph. Accessible to developers through a simple REST-based endpoint. And built with enterprise-grade security and scalability at its core, it's the API to your organization. With Microsoft Graph, developers around the world, working in any language, can build experiences that integrate seamlessly with an organization's unique patterns of productivity. And just as easily, bring information into the familiar surfaces of our own Microsoft 365 services to create applications that are more personal, more intelligent, more secure, more collaborative. Over 300 million users work with Microsoft Graph-powered apps, built by our partners and our customers, all to form a deeper connection with Microsoft 365. Microsoft Graph. Let your organization's data work for you.
Today, we are excited to unveil some of the latest features we're adding to the Microsoft Graph to enable this new wave of apps with robust security and privacy. And to show that, let's check in with Yina.
Thanks, Jeff, and hello everyone watching Build this year. I am Yina, and I'm going to cover the news about 3 key topics for developers and IT professionals in relationship with Microsoft Graph: well-being, security, and workflow automation. Let's jump right in to get started. Over the past year, we've learned a lot about how remote and hybrid work impacts employees and their well-being. We've learned this by analyzing productivity data generated by employees right here at Microsoft and LinkedIn. And that data, it came from Microsoft Graph, our Microsoft Graph. So it wasn't really a coincidence that earlier this year, we announced Microsoft Viva to help organizations around the world optimize their workforce experience and help their employees thrive. Every single experience in Viva is powered by Microsoft Graph. Of course, it's built, so it's all about developers. And I'm happy to announce the first of many planned extensibility points for Viva. Viva connection cards are now available in preview with the new release of the SharePoint framework. With this release, you can now use out-of-the-box or custom web parts to build Viva community dashboards, news feeds, and employee-focused resources optimized for any platform or any device. Now, while we believe that employee well-being is a top priority for every organization, we know that for you, developers, and for the IT admins evaluating your solutions, the security challenges surrounding remote or hybrid work are even a greater priority. Every IT administrator should know that we're making significant investments in our Microsoft 365 app certification program to give you peace of mind on how users adopt third-party applications in a secure way. At the same time, every developer should know about our new authentication and security feature announcements. First, the preview of continuous access evaluation. Now you can continuously monitor resources for security threats and revoke access tokens based on critical events or policy evaluation, rather than simply relying on a short token lifetime. Second, the new Authentication Methods API for multi-factor authentication, so you can manage access to the data and resources in your app using primary, two-step, or step-up authentication, and also invoke a self-service password reset process. And last but not least, we're announcing general availability of the external identity APIs to ensure that your applications can establish secure B2C user interactions using predefined, configurable policies while your users use their everyday accounts to register with your solution. Now, we've talked a lot about making work healthier and making work more secure. Now let's talk about making work easier, contextual, and connected. Customers and partners are always asking us how to bring more data into Microsoft Graph and surface it in different parts of Microsoft 365 experiences. And this is exactly what Microsoft Graph connectors enable. As a developer, you can onboard, index, and surface metadata to enrich existing datasets within Microsoft 365. Using Microsoft Graph connectors in your applications unlocks participation in core experiences like Microsoft Search and eDiscovery. Now, let me emphasize this one more time because it is really important. Apps that leverage Microsoft Graph connectors can surface content across all Microsoft 365 experiences, in the experiences that hundreds and millions of customers spend a lot of hours every single day. For example, in Windows, SharePoint, Office, and Teams. Today, many of our partners are creating experiences that take advantage of all these highly visible canvases within our applications. Plus, as a developer providing reusable, people-centric experiences, it all comes together with Adaptive Cards. Adaptive Cards allow you to inject actionable content into familiar apps like Outlook, Teams, or your own web applications. Today, we're officially launching the Universal Actions for Adaptive Cards. You can now build and implement an Adaptive Card using the Azure Bot Framework. Build once and seamlessly reuse across Outlook and Teams. Now let's thread all of these announcements together and show some of them in action using a demo. As a working parent, over the last year, I've experienced the challenges of navigating remote and hybrid education for my kids. And I know that it has caused many kids to struggle. So I'm going to share with you a solution built by one of our partners, Ekervolt, that brings together all of this technology and connects students who need support with counselors, and if necessary, refer them to external specialists for care. In Ekervolt's solution, counselors immediately see data from Microsoft Graph, appropriate contextual information about the student, including important people, helpful documents, and recent conversations. If a referral is needed for a student, an adaptive card will show up already pre-populated, making the process super fast and very accurate. But what's new here is that this referral card is using universal actions. So when it's sent, it shows up in the specialist teams and Outlook clients across platforms and devices. This experience is powered by an easy-to-use bot service, so that whenever and wherever the specialist responds, everything remains synchronized. Now, Ekervolt is also using Microsoft Graph connectors to move data into Microsoft Graph, making it incredibly easy for students to find secure, personalized content from their counselors through enterprise search or recommended file list in Office, right alongside the familiar PowerPoint, Word, and Excel documents. What's more, the connector enables secure access to Ekervolt's cloud, enabling program administrators to easily audit process compliance to ensure the best care and outcomes for every kid. This is a very powerful combination of Microsoft 365 data moving into Ekervolt's tools and their data moving into Microsoft 365 in a compliant way. Ekervolt is delivering all of this value using Microsoft Graph. This is one example of many, and I'm looking forward to see what you will build.
The compelling collaborative apps needed for hybrid work are centered around people, and it is the Microsoft Graph that enables the developers to create them quickly and securely. We believe the combination of the Microsoft Graph and Microsoft Teams is the best platform for this next wave. Our own developers are building on it with our innovative Microsoft Viva apps, and we're excited for you to do this as well. Productivity depends on a range of apps built for Microsoft Windows and the web. Windows is essential as ever. It's delivering an indispensable platform across an incredible range of devices, keeping people connected and productive across their homes, schools, offices, factory floors, and beyond. I'm excited to pass it over to my colleague, Marianne, to share the latest Windows features for developers.
Thanks, Jeff. I'd like to share our latest update on the Windows developer tools called Project Reunion. With Project Reunion, you can create and modernize your Windows apps seamlessly for both client and cloud endpoints with the new 0.8 SDK. When you build an app that uses Project Reunion, you get access to many powerful tools. You get coherent, modern interactions and UX, and using this mix of cloud and native features enables great system performance and improved battery life for your applications. We help you build experiences optimized for your device hardware with hassle-free app discovery and management, all future-proofed for ARM64. All of your Project Reunion apps can be built on top of desktop Win32 APIs and features that are available today. These features are not tied to the OS, allowing you to develop incrementally and at a much faster pace. Some of the features we're very excited to share as part of the Project Reunion effort are down-level support to Windows 10 version 1809, Version 1809 is a long-term servicing channel and provides a large addressable market in the Windows ecosystem. .NET 5 support, which helps meet developers where they are, including WPF and WinForms, and WinUI 3 and WebView 2, which support modern, compatible UI development using the same technologies that Windows is built around. Let's take a look at how this works on a real application. In this case, the app is for a company that builds custom furniture orders. This app is a modern Win32 app built with Project Reunion and WinUI 3. The great thing about being built on Windows Desktop is how it lets me bring everything together. The powerful UI, the ability to connect to physical devices on the shop floor, and even to see the details of what we're building for the designer's order. If the users need more detail on the designs, they can click into the design instructions, which is a tab in the app hosted in WebView 2. This means that the content can be shared across many different clients and web scenarios at the company, providing a consistent and compatible way to access this information. Plus, adding it to the app was super easy since WebView 2 is included as a control in WinUI 3. From this app, the user can also access built-in calling functionality to quickly connect with the designer who submitted the order. Again, we can use Azure Communication Services to start the video call, which can connect with the designer who's using a full Teams client, just like Archana showed earlier. Let me show you how I enabled this. First, you can see this project is using the Project Reunion NuGet package to give me access to all those modern features in the application. Then in my code, you can see just how easy it was to connect to the Teams meeting from our custom furniture app. With almost no code changes, I'm able to join the Teams meeting and provide a great experience for our users. These are the types of enhancements we continue to make for the Windows platform. We are always searching for ways to empower the developer and unlock new opportunities for them to build great Windows apps. Back to you, Jeff.
Thanks, Marianne. I hope you are as excited as we are about the news we've shared today. The latest Teams platform, including meetings extensions and Visual Studio and Power Apps tools. The latest Graph APIs to make your apps more relevant and secure. And the latest Windows tools to create and modernize great Windows apps with a range of skills. For organizations and end users, we believe collaborative apps will transform education and work, helping people get more done and be more engaged, all on the most secure foundation in the industry. For SaaS vendors and consulting firms, we believe collaborative apps hosted in Microsoft Teams represent the single biggest economic opportunity in tech. Thank you for attending and being part of the best community in tech, and enjoy the rest of Build.
Welcome back to the studios. I'm Rick Claus, Cloud Advocate Team Lead, and the guy whose face you've been watching for the last couple hours here at day one of Microsoft Build.
And I'm Allison Wines, Program Manager in Microsoft's Developer Division. I hope you've had a chance to grab a snack, hydrate, get up and move around a little bit, because it's time for the feed.
So developer velocity, cloud native apps, and hybrid workspaces, that's what we're all about here at Microsoft Build this time around. We just saw a great session about building collaborative apps for the hybrid workspace.
Yeah, you know, I feel like in this world right now with hybrid work, like building collaborative apps are more important than ever. Was there any takeaway that really stood out to you, Rick?
Well, you know, I got to talk about the set because I always like to point out the things that are behind, you know, when I'm on a call with people, like what's going on around and behind them. Jeff Teeper has got an amazing setup that he was working through.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Now, and I do got to do a shout out to folks that go and color code the books inside the bookshelf. I noticed that in the background. But for me, it's actually the coolest stuff is they're talking about specifically the graph fabric and kind of stitching this all together with regards to now developers have something they can code against to be able to have access to the entire collaboration side of what's going on at Teams and within Microsoft.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think, you know, the ability to just have a single API to call against, to really leverage the power of the Microsoft Graph for your company is, I mean, that's a lot of power. Use it responsibly. I would, make a point to all our developers out there.
We had a good call out as well for some of the folks that are in the IT world and the operations world. I know that they were talking about something that kind of keeps me up at night with the ability to go and bring applications inside of Microsoft Teams. That's like your inner sanctum, right? So the fact that we've now gone up and bulked up our app certification program was a great announcement that we had. And from the developer perspective, the ability to go through and to hit up our authentication APIs. So now you can go in and build in two-factor authentication, step-up authentication, even password reset. That's some cool stuff that's in preview now.
Wow, it feels like we're really offering a lot of components that will help folks develop, more quickly to help them collaborate more. But we're also building in all this security just from the ground up, which is amazing. Now, we're going to be checking in with our co-host, Jamie Singleton, in just a little bit. She's going to dive into building cloud-native applications that run anywhere with Jeff Hollan. Also coming up, we'll be talking more about one of my favorite subjects, app development. This time, it's all about the vertical SaaS apps, and you really don't want to miss it.
Now, as promised, Jamie is getting a sneak peek into the behind-the-scenes story about how we're bringing better developer experiences for cloud-native applications that run anywhere. I think you have Jeff Hollan on the line. Is that correct?
Thanks, Rick. That is correct. Joining me is Director of Product Management for Azure App Platforms, Jeff Hollan. Jeff, we just saw Gabe Monroy build cloud-native applications that run anywhere. The session with some awesome demos by you and Beck. First off, the term cloud native. For those who are newer to the space, what exactly is cloud native and why should people be thinking about it?
Sure. Thanks, Jamie. Great to be here. And cloud native is absolutely a term that is thrown around a lot right now in development. And when I think about defining cloud native, it's thinking about building applications in a way that takes unique advantage of the benefits that the cloud provides. So not just saying, let's go build our website, let's go build our solution the same way we've done it before. We're just going to choose to host it in the cloud, but really looking at the cloud and saying, okay, if we have these benefits available to us around scalability, reliability, distribution, productivity, how can we actually architect our app in a way that takes unique advantage of these things to give us a competitive advantage? And even this week, we're seeing great examples from companies like Kroger to Maersk, who are using this pattern to provide some pretty incredible solutions.
Thanks for that description. So what's new and cloud native here at Build? I know I heard something about application services, Kubernetes, Azure Arc. Can you explain a little bit more about what's going on there?
Sure. So the big news this week for us is that you can now take those application services that you can run inside of Azure, and you can choose to run them on any Kubernetes cluster anywhere in the world through Azure Arc. So Azure Arc is a technology we've talked about for a bit here at Microsoft. It's central to our cloud and edge strategy. It gives you the ability to manage and deploy data and now apps across not just the Azure cloud, but also anywhere, on premises or multiple clouds. So we have a bunch of application services, many of some you might be using to host things like web apps, functions for serverless workloads, logic apps, events with Event Grid. All of these things, you can now choose a deployment and say, you know what, instead of deploying to West Europe or East US, you can now deploy to any Kubernetes cluster that has Azure Arc installed. So you can take your apps and your data and run them anywhere you want.
Wow. So I can use these Azure services like functions and web and run them now on any Kubernetes cluster using Azure Arc? This sounds like a huge deal, Jeff.
Yeah, we're really excited about it because often when we talk with teams and organizations, there seems to be this trade-off that people have to make where they're like, okay, if my solution can live entirely in Azure, maybe I'm going to choose one of these purpose-built services like app services or functions to build my workload. And there's a benefit to that because as a developer, now I'm worrying about a lot less. I'm just building my code and shipping it to Azure and it's hosting it. But now if I'm in that same team and it's like, oh, well, for this solution, we might actually need bits of it to be running in another cloud or on premises. Sometimes that means, well, forget about those services I was using before. They won't work for us anymore. Now we're going to go have to build on lower levels like Kubernetes or just raw compute. And so this is a huge deal because now we want to say to the world, you don't have to make that choice anymore. you can choose to use those same services that you love, but now have that flexibility to run wherever it makes sense for you and your team.
Wow, that sounds incredible. Why do you think Microsoft is introducing this?
Yeah, for a long time, you've seen Microsoft heavily involved in the open source and Kubernetes communities. We want to meet developers where they're at. And we don't want you to be stuck in this world where you're having to make compromises on how you want to build your applications. And it works out great that we now have technology like Azure Arc, which, as I mentioned, is really a cornerstone to our multi-cloud and edge story. And so bringing these things together, some of the innovation and the excitement around Kubernetes, as well as Azure Arc, it just made sense to say, hey, we want to make all of your lives better. Here's some functionality that we think is going to help.
Wow. Now, I certainly hear a lot about Kubernetes. I know it's a super hot topic in cloud native right now. Maybe there are some people thinking about building their apps in Kubernetes. How should they think about this new announcement?
Yeah, there is a lot of interest in Kubernetes, and rightly so. It's an incredibly powerful piece of technology with a great community. My recommendation is generally choose the tool that's going to provide the most productivity and the fastest time to value that you can. So for a lot of folks looking to build applications, you might find, hey, I can not necessarily have to build with some of the lower level complexities that Kubernetes provides. Maybe I just go build that web app using app services or that function using Azure Functions. And what this announcement might mean to you is that if you're worried that, hey, if I go down this path, I'm going to be stuck there, it's going to be a dead end. If I do need to break out of the bands of those hosted solutions, this can provide just some peace of mind and knowing that at any time, you can move those applications and run them on a Kubernetes cluster you configure with Azure Arc. Now, there may also be many teams who are all actively using Kubernetes today, and that's great. Keep doing what you're doing. If you want to add this onto those clusters as an additional workload so that you don't have to go build those development interfaces, that's a great option as well.
Wow, this announcement sounds amazing. How can folks get started?
So there's a few things that I would like to mention. The first, if you missed the keynote, that's going to be the best place to get ramped up on some of what we've talked about here. So go ahead and check out the aka.ms link on your screen. You'll see building cloud native apps. We've got some amazing demos. I'm a little biased on that, showing you this in action and helping you get started. And for those of you who really just want to jump right into the code, that's great too. We've released some brand new app templates today. So if you head to this aka.ms link, it's going to take you to some GitHub samples that will get you up and running with APIs or websites that you could then host using Azure or also on these new Kubernetes pieces. So lots of fun things for folks to do who are watching.
That's amazing, Jeff. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jamie. Great to be here.
I wonder if there might be something hidden inside that curio cabinet. Stay tuned, you never know. But you know what? Looking ahead, especially for tomorrow, one of the things you don't want to miss is this new section that we've got called Into Focus. It's our show within a show where we're going to get up and close with Microsoft executives. It's a powerhouse lineup that includes EVP of Cloud and AI, Scott Guthrie, EVP of Office, Rajesh Jha, Partner Program Manager, Scott Hanselman, and Chief Technology Officer, Kevin Scott, who's going to be giving us a little bit of a preview right now.
Be sure to catch my Build keynote. We're going to talk about all sorts of amazing stuff, from AI to how we can use technology to empower your creativity, to the amazing things that are happening in biosciences where it meets with AI, high performance computing and technology. And you'll get to see what I'm building with this little device. See you then.
Kevin Scott's going to be speaking tomorrow, but today it was all about Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella. He's delivered his keynote address, and we couldn't wait to hear how you were inspired.
My name is Ignacio. I'm from Uruguay, but I'm currently in the United States, in Utah. The best thing that I heard from Satya was when he said that we are in a pivotal moment, because as we can see, the demand for developers is just like increasing tremendously every day.
So the most actually influencing and amazing thing I felt Satya spoke about was GPT-3.
My name is Pratik Zadav. I'm from Pune, which is located in India. The key takeaways from keynote were the exciting future of technology that's coming up ahead. And also, I really was amazed by the number of users that are using Teams per day. That's 145 million.
My name is Varun Prabhakar. I'm calling in from Dallas, and I definitely thought that the digital twins and the supply chain example that was mentioned was amazing.
I love that digital twin stuff. I'm right there with you. We got big stuff happening here on the screen. Coming up in a few moments, we've got a session on building differentiated SaaS apps with the Microsoft Cloud. But if you want to catch something else, you can do that too, because we have additional sessions. Microsoft Build is all about options. You can check out a session on how to increase developer velocity with Microsoft's end-to-end developer platform, or maybe a session on how to harness the power of data in your applications with Azure. Just take your pick from the session scheduler. And as a reminder, make sure that you're also filling up your backpack. So after the event, everything that you have saved inside your backpack will be available for on-demand viewing all the way up until next year's build. Remember, backpack it or it didn't happen. I'm trying to make that a thing. I really am. Trying and enjoying the session right now. We're going to be seeing and be right back here with a few more interviews, a few more demos, and half an hour. This is Microsoft Build. Well, we'll get there in just a minute. I should probably ask you.
Yeah.
But what did you think of the Jeff Holland interview?
Oh, I love that interview. I mean, Jamie and Jeff just have such fun banter, and you can't help but be excited listening to Jeff talk about, all things cloud native.
Jeff's an awesome guest, good friend, and a good friend inside the serverless space. Glad that we got a chance to chat with him. But now, this is Microsoft Build.
Thanks for joining us at Microsoft Build. My name is Charles Amana, and I lead the engineering teams for low-code platforms at Microsoft. I'm here at Gasworks Park in Seattle, Washington, once a synthetic gas manufacturing plant and now a city park. 100 years ago, these structures produced fuel for Seattle's streetlights, homes, and businesses. Gas from this plant was the primary source of energy here until the 1950s, when natural gas came to Seattle and the plant became obsolete virtually overnight. The energy industry evolved and the facility became irrelevant. Over the past few years, we've seen the same rapid evolution across industries, and companies are looking for new ways to stay relevant. Nearly all of them are looking to become digital. Today, every company needs a software development strategy and must embrace technology. This is more important than ever after the events of the past year. The COVID-19 pandemic has only accelerated the need for digital solutions. In fact, 70% of senior business executives say the pandemic has accelerated transformation in their industry. In retail, brick and mortar companies have had to embrace curbside pickup, contactless payments, and e-commerce. In healthcare, doctors' visits have moved virtual. Now everyone expects digitally native experiences, and that requires us to create new software. And the list goes on. Every aspect of our personal and work lives has changed forever. To stay relevant, Unlike this facility, when rapid change hit the energy sector, organizations in every industry need digital solutions to get the job done. And that means they need developers. To seize this moment, where developers are at the center of every industry's transformation, we need to think a little different about how we do development. At Microsoft, we've been on this path for a while. We're here at the Garage, which was the site of Microsoft's first ever company-wide hackathon in 2013. Our hackathon is unique. It's open to everyone in the company, not just coders. That's because we know that development and product management must speak the language of our customers, users, and industries. And since that first hackathon, we've seen a growing need for industry-specific solutions, applications and AI that understand financial services, manufacturing, retail, healthcare, or other key industries. We expect to see an explosion of these industry-specific projects that are tailored for their space. That is because software customers are increasingly looking for direct solutions to the problems unique to their industry. And for us developers, we will need to respond to this shift in every project we are working on, whether you build a SaaS product or work on internal IT projects. It is not just about writing code to get the job done. It is also about composing higher-level services from code to reimagine our development environment. And there are two pieces to this, starting with the Microsoft Cloud. First, just like each generation of programming languages abstracted more concepts, like moving from the binary code that powered the first programmable computers in the 1940s, to assembly languages in the following decades, to third-generation languages, cloud development is embracing higher-level services. We've been developing software the same way for almost 50 years. It's time to do something different. We have to move from code to composing clouds and components. That means moving from infrastructure to platform as a service, to low-code platforms, and then even applications as a platform. This is the easiest way to build modern SaaS in the cloud, and it is important to look beyond standard pro dev tools like Azure. If you look at the Microsoft Cloud, each piece plays a part in building out your SaaS. When you look to develop a SaaS product or line of business application, you can use Microsoft 365 to create experiences where users are already collaborating and working together. Similarly, you can use Dynamics 365 as a starting point for common processes in your app, like engaging customers or managing a supply chain. These are key parts of countless SaaS applications. Another piece is the Power Platform, which includes Power BI, Power Apps, Power Automate, and Power Virtual Agent. These low-code components in your software enable your users to modify and customize a solution to their needs. That can be things like modifying logic or user experience for each customer, to add custom workflows or to create visualizations and reports. This end-user customization is critical, with low-code and no-code being one of the most important factors in SaaS products these days. And this is all in addition to the many amazing Azure Services and Visual Studio family of developer tools. But it's not just about the Microsoft ecosystem. The Microsoft Cloud integrates with any data source out there. With over 450 data connectors, which work across Power Platform, Azure Logic Apps, Azure Data Factory, and more, you can always connect to the existing systems and data estate for any customer and in any environment. When you connect your data estate to the Microsoft Cloud, you can build powerful, intelligent solutions that deliver unprecedented productivity and collaboration. For the second piece, there is another layer to building your SaaS apps, and that is the industry cloud components from Microsoft. The Microsoft building blocks aren't just powerful horizontal services. They also include industry-specific connectors, data models, and APIs that enable you to move faster as you address the unique needs of your organization. And just as common programming libraries, like the STL and C++, made it so you didn't have to reinvent linked lists or vectors with each project, we have a common set of components for each industry you can use to get started quickly. That means if you are working in the banking industry or building software for the banking industry, you need to start with our industry clouds. And the same for all the other industry cloud components that we offer across healthcare, retail, manufacturing, and for nonprofit. Let's talk about some of these industry-specific components. In healthcare, We have the Azure APIs for Fast Healthcare Interoperability Resources, or FHIR. With this, you can rapidly exchange data in the HL7 FHIR standard format with a single, simplified data management solution for protected health information, or PHI, and can connect to existing data sources, such as electronic health record systems and research databases. You don't have to reinvent that for your project. There also are even more comprehensive industry-specific components available. These components wrap and configure many different Microsoft services. For example, the Microsoft Cloud for Financial Services provides a comprehensive, unified customer profile. This profile uses Dynamics 365 Customer Insights and Azure services together to enable financial, behavioral, and demographic data to tailor customer experiences with a 360-degree view of the banking customer and suggested next actions. This can be seamlessly leveraged and embedded with your own solution. Instead of spending time rebuilding the customer profile, you can focus on creating differentiated financial service scenarios with advanced AI and microservices. The idea is to reuse as many of the Microsoft industry components as possible. This is how today's developers will create differentiated solutions and software offerings. So these two pieces are what enable unprecedented speed when building your SaaS products. You have a whole other layer that can be used to turbocharge your projects. And to show what it means, let's see a demo. For this demo, Justin is going to show us how Finastra, a global financial service provider, is leveraging the Microsoft Financial Services Cloud, Azure, Teams, and the Power Platform to help expedite the time to develop their student loan tracking app. Justin, take it away.
Thanks, Charles. We're excited to work with Finastra, a global leader in financial services technology. Their solutions serve 90 of the top 100 banks in the world, and they're using Microsoft technology to power their ongoing digital transformation. I have the app Charles talked about open right here. It's built on Power Apps. I'm also going to show you how Finastra enhanced their loan processing solution by leveraging the Microsoft Cloud for Financial Services, allowing Finastra developers easy access to fundamental data sets relevant for this industry. This also means that any changes or updates to data will cascade through all apps and services connected to this data. This app was designed to help students access student loan disbursements and enables loan managers to easily track batches of loan disbursements. Let me show you some elements of the app. First, I'll select the funding and payment types. Then, generate a batch summary. Second, viewing the list of borrowers and institutions the payments are going to, I can select the details for an individual loan recipient, for example, Corey Gray, and decide from the app whether to allow or reject the loan disbursement for that individual. Third, once the batch information is ready, I can choose whether to defer the batch disbursement or not and provide a reason for deferment. Once I do that and click Next, I can then click OK, which updates the batch data in Finastra's legacy on-prem system. The OK button uses an independent publisher connector, which sends a message to an API to update Finastra's legacy on-prem systems. Let me show you the rich features of this app and how they were created. While Finastra developers love creating custom apps like the loan disbursement app, they are excited about the possibility of faster development times by leveraging components of the Microsoft Financial Services Industry Cloud. Finastra developers are considering implementing the Unified Customer Profile app, which combines customer data, such as financial strength, key life moments, and groups, with behavioral data to anticipate customer churn and understand lifetime value with pre-built AI for FSI. Here in the app, you see the rich financial data available on Corey Gray, whose loan summary we saw in the loan disbursement app previously. I can see his full profile, including total income, assets, and total liabilities. I can also see his life moments and his financial holdings. I can even get a risk rating based on the pre-built AI for FSI, which shows Corey as low risk. This incredible app is available to Finastra out of the box, and both this app and the Finastra Custom Loan Disbursement app are created with Power Apps using the new Modern App Designer. The new App Designer enables assembly of a fully responsive application backed by Dataverse in just a few clicks. Let's look at how Finastra is using these Microsoft tools to enhance their solution. Here's the Loan Disbursement app in the Modern App Designer canvas. With the Modern App Designer, I can create a new page, select the page type, and then I'll search through all the tables and grids stored in Microsoft Dataverse and select the one I'm looking for, which is Contact. And then I'll add it in. And just like that, you can see that the Unified Customer Profile app has been dropped in the existing Finastra Loan Disbursement app. I can open the Corey Gray profile. Now that I have Corey's details visible, I can click through different display options to dial in the right one for my target devices. With the click of a button, Finastra has quickly added the fully functional Unified Customer Profile as an additional page in their custom loan disbursement app. From the App Designer, I can go deeper and even edit forms. First, I'll open the disbursement payment form, which you see here. Next, I can edit the disbursement payment form by clicking the three-dot menu on the right and clicking Edit right here. This new page opens after that. When this new page opens, I can edit fields from the tree view on the left here. I can also edit tables and table columns from the table view. And I can even add components by clicking Components on the left as well. But there's one more thing that's super exciting that I want to share. If I go back to the Modern App Designer, you'll see a button at the top here, New Custom Canvas page. With just a click, I launch into the Power Apps Canvas Designer. The really cool part is rather than create a new app type, I can quickly design a page to work inside of the rest of the loan disbursement app. I can use familiar Canvas concepts, such as using shared components built within Finastra. In this case, from the left nav under Custom, I'm going to add a filter selection and payment details onto the canvas, which were pre-built for me, and I'll drag those to make this look a little better. Pretty amazing stuff with both the Financial Services Industry Cloud and Power Apps for these front-end app experiences. Let's now look at the Loan Disbursement app's independent publisher connector, developed by Finastra's professional developers. This is a great example of how the Power Platform empowers Fusion teams consisting of pro and citizen developers to seamlessly and effectively work together. Here you see the independent publisher connector in Power Apps Studio, which starts as a custom connector. If I go to the Power Apps canvas, you can see here how the independent publisher connector is linked to the OK button from the loan deferment option on the app's front end, which we saw earlier. This independent publisher connector is of course crucial since it sends a message back to an API via Azure API Management to update Finastra's on-prem legacy systems with the latest loan batch data. The independent publisher connector is a special Azure API Management connector and directly exported from Azure API Management. The connector is based off a custom API created in Visual Studio, requiring ASP.NET Core Web API Project, .NET 5, or as a function. With the newest version of Visual Studio, you can import functions into API Management, thanks to the new Open API output support we've introduced for function developers using .NET. After looking through my code, I'm ready to publish to Azure without ever having to leave Visual Studio. I can import the APIs using either Web API or functions projects into API Management at publish time. By switching to the publishing dialog and clicking New, you can see I have many options of where to target my app, such as a Docker-compatible container registry like Docker Hub. In this instance, I'm going to publish directly to Azure, then specifically to Azure App Service, as you see here. After choosing my specific target, I then choose App Service and API Management resources. In this case, my team has already created the resources I need in the Finastra folder, so I'll use them there. Now, Visual Studio has identified that my project is an API project, which can be ingested and published to Azure API Management. Now I can deploy directly from Visual Studio to my Azure resources. Or I do something even better, which is set up a CI/CD workflow using GitHub Actions that allows continuous deployment as we work on our API. Then Visual Studio creates a workflow for me with all the necessary secrets to deploy to Azure and Azure API Management. I can even see the workflow in my GitHub repository, and everything is green. To round out an exceptional end-to-end loan processing experience, Finastra is also thinking of using the Loan Manager app in Microsoft Teams. This is another app available as part of the Microsoft Financial Services Industry Cloud. The app is designed to manage customer meetings, tasks, documents, and approvals. Also, since the app is available in Teams, it allows for seamless collaboration across the Finastra lending team. For example, with Loan Manager, we can easily track the progress of Corey's student loan application. I can get a full summary of where we are in Corey's process, a log of all activities during that process, details of the loan in question, potential meetings we need to have, and a list of outstanding tasks needed to complete for the loan application to be done. Perhaps most important, since this app is within Teams, it connects the entire loans team so that decisions and tasks can be quickly made and executed. This app is also created with Power Apps and built on Microsoft Dataverse. I'm now back in the Power Apps Studio where I see the Loan Manager app here. I simply can choose to right-click and add that app to Teams. This creates a zip file, which includes the manifest JSON for the app as well as the schema for integrating the app into Teams. Now that it's downloaded, I can simply go to Teams and upload the app to either me and my team or for the entire org. Imagine creating great custom applications and scaling usage across teams. It is another way we empower developers and enable their applications to be easily adapted and used by many users. And hopefully, even as a seasoned developer, you see the benefit of leveraging Power Platform and Microsoft Industry Cloud to help accelerate and enhance applications and solutions and combine the best of your coding skills with line of business owners and teams. Thanks very much. Back to you, Charles.
Thank you, Justin. In this demo, we just saw many different pieces of the Microsoft Cloud and Industry Cloud components at work. The Finastra application experience was built inside of Power Apps, which makes it easy to create customizable and configurable user interfaces for Finastra's customers. Within the Power Apps experience, it was easy to add the 720 view of clients that comes from the Microsoft Cloud for Financial Services. This component adds banking-specific details to Dynamics 365 Customer Insights and added depth to the loan approval process from Finastra. All of the data from this app was also stored inside of Dataverse, which is a great low-code data platform that is fully managed and available inside Power Apps. Then, when Finastra wanted to introduce additional logic and integrations, they were able to build a microservice, host it in Azure, and then register it as a custom connector they can call from inside of Power Apps. And with this combined experience, it works great inside of a browser or a mobile device. A key part of any loan process is collaboration. And for that, Finastra was then able to embed the whole experience as a collaborative application inside of Microsoft Teams. A typical SaaS app taking advantage of the full Microsoft Cloud would use many more APIs, components, and apps. And today, I wanted to highlight two others in particular, Azure Cognitive Services and Dynamics 365 Customer Insights. Cognitive Services brings AI to every developer without requiring any machine learning expertise. All it takes is an API call to embed the ability to see, hear, speak, search, understand, or accelerate decision-making in your apps. The computer vision capabilities are incredibly robust and some of my favorite services available in Azure right now. That includes the ability to analyze content and images in video, detect people and their emotions, and the ability to understand paper and digital forms. This last ability to understand digital forms and text is remarkable. The service comes with pre-built understanding for common ID cards like driver's licenses and passports. Calling this functionality from your code is incredibly easy. I'll show you. All you have to do is use the Cognitive Services SDK and load up your account details. This includes the endpoint and the client credentials. Next, just stream in the image or file containing the form. In my case, I want to understand ID cards. This works for local files and over the network. Then you get back a response object that has all the properties you care about. That's it. You can then read the address, country, date of birth, expiration date, and so on. Just a few lines of code, and you can add ID understanding to your SaaS app. For folks that work in healthcare or financial services, this is table stakes. Almost every critical process requires some kind of identification, and you can now move from the analog ID to a digital representation with one API call. As the other example, Dynamics 365 Customer Insights brings together transactional, behavioral, and demographic data in real time to create a 360-degree view of your customers or users. Dynamics 365 Customer Insights supports dozens of different data sources for ingesting data, which is then joined together with AI to create a single profile for users. This unified profile can then be used inside of your app with just a single API call. For any SaaS app that needs to deliver a great customer experience, for example, in retail, software, or healthcare, it should hold a unique spot in your stack. And this is something we do in all of our SaaS apps at Microsoft. We dynamically show experiences and options to users based on the information inside of their profile, derived from dozens of digital touchpoints. Now, you can do the same thing in your applications, and easily. Let me show you. First, you need to load up configuration for your application. That means things like your application identity, secrets, and API endpoint. Then you need to initialize the Customer Insights client with this configuration. Now you can make queries based on lots of different fields, including fuzzy or partial matches. That can be things like birth dates, names, phone numbers, and more. Or if you have a unique identifier like customer ID, you can use that too. The response from the Customer Insights API includes all the potential records that could match your query. With just a few lines of code, we're able to know your customer and make your app smarter. And this is just scratching the surface of what's available. Within the Microsoft Cloud across Azure, Dynamics 365, Power Platform, and Teams, there are countless building blocks that can accelerate your SaaS apps. And on top of that, you are always secure and compliant and have a global reach. The Microsoft Cloud, including the industry components we talked about today, is available in over 60 different regions across the world. This ensures that you can always be close to your users and you can support growing data residency requirements. All of these regions have the full backing from Microsoft Security. This is powered by over 3,500 cybersecurity experts and works with Azure Active Directory, Azure Networking, and device management. And all of this has contributed to the world's most compliant cloud with over 90 different certifications. This includes critical ones across many industries like PCI and HIPAA, as well as GDPR and CCPA for privacy. All of this means that you can spend more time writing code and less time figuring out how to work through these details. These Microsoft Industry Cloud components are not just about financial services. It also extends to all types of industries. A great example of this is how Adobe as an ISV and Walgreens as a healthcare retailer use the Microsoft Cloud to transform the healthcare experience. It is an amazing example of building on Microsoft's approach to industry to create something special. Let's take a look.
Within the retail sector this past year, we've seen firsthand how COVID-19 has really dramatically changed the business of retail. Things like curbside and in-store pickup made up about 25% of our retailers' orders, so just dramatic increase. As we look back over 2020, it was really a forced quick switch to the digital-only reality that really stretched the capabilities of many brands.
It has been such a powerful partnership, and with WBA combining previously disparate customer data sets, including information from more than 100 million active users across Walgreens and Boots loyalty programs into a single unified view of the customer. This partnership between Microsoft and Adobe allows WBA to harness the insights to deliver more engaging and personalized experiences, while also respecting the fact that there is privacy choices of our patients and our customers.
I think Adobe and Microsoft coming together is really showing up strong in front of these customers and being able to address the concerns and needs of all the various stakeholders. And when we do that, I think we drive really bold, innovative, fantastic solutions that drive great customer experiences for our joint customers.
It's exciting to see where this can go because we're two committed companies focused on the healthcare in the world.
Our time is now coming to an end. We have covered a lot of ground today, from Gasworks to the development garage, and from the Microsoft Cloud to industries. And we went on this tour because the way we develop in the cloud is changing. When you create your next SaaS app or line of business solution, all of these Microsoft Cloud components will make it easier than ever before. And as you look to add industry-specific experiences, the industry cloud components can help you move even faster. A lot is changing, but it has never been a better time to be a developer. I hope you try out these different solutions. Happy coding.
It is so nice to see you all back here in the studios. I'm Allison Wines alongside Rick Claus and Jamie Singleton. You just caught a session on building differentiated SaaS applications with the Microsoft Cloud. Feels like a pretty good time to recap. Let's get to the feed.
So that was an awesome session. I do have to do a shout out to folks that are not aware about the historical perspective that they brought in, which was Gasworks Park. It's a very well-known landmark here inside the Seattle area. And it was interesting how they used that as an analogy for that digital transformation for companies that did and didn't transform, because as you saw, now it's a very nice piece of abandoned artwork that's out there.
Indeed.
Yeah, and I loved how they were focusing on cross-industry solutions for like healthcare and finance and even retail. It seems like they're really adding a lot of their composed expressions to across all the board.
Yeah, I think it's pretty awesome. I love the analogy as well, Rick. And I think it's so inspiring to see how Microsoft is not just building great technology, but great technology that is really trying to help companies, transform and stay relevant in this world. Being able, thinking as a developer point of view, being able just to tap into, a package really that allows me to handle patient data and all the security implications around that is, it's out of this world. It's so powerful.
Yeah, the whole concept of bringing the Fusion teams together with the professional developers and then the people that are the domain experts in these different areas together to be able to bring these things with these low-code alternatives and these low-code options to combine them together. I guess that's where the term Fusion comes from, right?
Dude, I'll just say it. Fusion is the future.
Yeah.
You got to get with Fusion here. I love how we're really allowing folks to not have to be experts in everything. You can really leverage the talents of folks across your company in order to really bring top-notch solutions to your customers.
Right. Now, chances are you happen to have a phone close by, and we're hoping that you still have plenty to say about what you've been doing here at Microsoft Build. So why not post about it over the next couple of days? We want to see where you're watching from, your kids peeking in on your technical sessions, how you're watching different sessions, all that sort of stuff. Share it with us, #MSBuild.
Yeah, and please, please, please share those pet pics. If you've got a cute little corgi like me at home, hi Olive, you can share that too. Just please don't forget the #MSBuild or we won't see it. We've already learned so much on day one.
Yeah, we heard from Satya Nadella and his vision for the future of Microsoft. We wrapped with Rohan on Azure Data, and we tackled Azure Communication Services with Bob Sir.
Now, we're about to add another name to that already impressive Microsoft Build roster because I'm going to be talking with Charles Lamanna, Corporate Vice President of the Low Code Application Platform. He's going to be here discussing developing vertical SaaS applications with the Power Platform, Dynamics 365, Azure, Teams, all that kind of goodness. Hello, Mr. Charles. How you doing, sir? Welcome to Microsoft Build.
Hey, thanks for having me. Super excited to be dialed in from home.
It's the new world of work, right? New world of work. I was half expecting you to call us in from Gasworks Station where you started off that particular keynote area there.
It's not as sunny today, but yeah.
It's very, very, very true. Now, that was a very poignant message that you had at the very beginning of this, the whole concept of businesses that did transform and didn't transform back in the last century and stuff like that. And we're kind of being faced with that right now. So can you tell me, like, what sort of things are we doing to help developers be able to do this kind of transformation themselves and help their companies do that transformation?
I'd say there's two main things. The first is we actually have a whole collection of services you can leverage as you build out your SaaS app. And it's not just about APIs and SDKs and hosting in Azure, but it also includes things like collaborative apps in Teams or using APIs on top of Dynamics 365 applications. So you can get these incredibly rich and robust capabilities integrated right inside of your application. And that's a very different way of thinking and looking at the Microsoft developer services we have. And the second piece, which is one of my favorite things right now, is the idea of these industry cloud components. So if you work in financial services or work in healthcare or manufacturing, and the list goes on, you're able to use pre-built items, components, and services to go accelerate your SaaS application or even your own internal enterprise app development for those particular industries. So instead of having to go rebuild things like fraud protection or customer understanding or loan management, you can go leverage those inside of your application. And Justin had a great demo in my session where one of our great partners, Finastra, actually leveraged all of these things to go build an amazing solution for their customers.
Yeah, so this is kind of that evolution that you talked about, which is kind of interesting. If you could explain this, the idea of, I'm used from an operations perspective, that you'd be going traditionally from an operations perspective of IaaS to PaaS and then PaaS to SaaS. So these industry clouds, these industry groupings of collections that we have, bring our SaaS goodness together that the developer can just leverage. Is that, am I understanding that correctly?
Yep, that's exactly right. And just like when you went from IaaS to PaaS, you unlocked all this productivity and efficiency and could stay focused on the most exciting and interesting technical challenges. The same thing is happening with these industry components. When you adopt them, they're just an API away. You can leverage them inside of your existing solution, and you only have to write the code that you have to. You can stay focused on what you think, what is really like interesting and unique to what your company is doing or what your job is. And that's really what the whole promise is of the cloud. Super easy to compose and super easy to leverage these other building blocks inside your solution.
And then you go and up the game even more when we're talking about these low-code applications and these new creations of things called fusion teams, where you now are empowering these domain experts to be able to go in and to kind of put together the different pieces that they need to be productive for their customers internally. But then you can tie into that developer space, that pro dev, that when they click on that OK button to do something, it goes off and does the API call to that old legacy system that they might have to talk to.
Yep, that's exactly right. And when we talk about fusion teams, it's that idea that you no longer have developers working in an island, but instead it's a team sport, and it's a multidisciplinary team sport. So you'll have business users, the no-code, low-code developers, you'll have coders, you'll have operations engineers, you'll have data scientists. You can have this whole collection of folks who bring their best in what their specialization is, and they can collaborate on a single project, and they can do that end-to-end with Microsoft's Power Platform plus Azure plus Visual Studio, GitHub, and so on offerings. So that idea of leveraging all the different components of a team and making it so they can in real time collaborate and work together is where we think so much of development is going. And not every team will have all elements, Not every team will have a data scientist, not every team will have a business user or citizen developer, but they'll all be able to work together and collaborate to go create an amazing solution to really go define this future we're going towards, where every company needs to have a digital presence and have developers and coders to go reimagine what the company does.
Mm-hmm. And now, even inside the calling out of the Fusion teams, the concept also, from my perspective, I'm looking at is the deployment and the making it available to your end user. And that's where the operations folks tie in to these Fusion teams as well, because you're using, in this case, for the example, for the financial services application, it was a Teams environment that they simply deployed to, right? And they could leverage all of that platform too.
Yep, that's right. And I'm sure you've heard that other word, just like Fusion teams, of collaborative apps in a few different sessions. And that's really this idea that as you go build new experiences and new applications, you want to integrate where people are already spending so much of their time at work. And I don't know about you, but I'm staring at Teams right now as we're talking, and I spend most of my day in Teams calls and Teams meetings, and being able to bring applications which understand that context, understand what a meeting is, understand who's speaking, understand chat. That's really going to be the future of so much of enterprise work. And to do that, we need a whole new generation of applications. And that's where there's so much opportunity for developers that are just getting started to really think about what those experiences look like. And to do that, of course, I hope you're composing all those different building blocks that we talked about in the session.
Now, I know you can't make any forward-looking statements or anything like that, but I've got to call out that you seem to have a little bit of stuff going on behind you with regards to sports memorabilia and sports things too. So maybe one of those next industry clouds we should be looking at is somewhere in the sports industry or something like that.
College football, I think that would be an amazing Microsoft Cloud for college football. I'll sign up for that.
I love it. Do you have any closing words or places where people should go off and take a look at with regards to supporting, exploring this kind of new world of work that we're talking about?
Yeah, I would say just go find one of those SDKs or APIs for a higher level service you haven't used in the past. Something like the Industry Cloud or Dynamics API or collaborative apps for teams. Just go push the envelope and push it up in the stack towards those SaaS products. And that's where a lot of our exciting developments are happening right now. And if you're not going in and kind of leveraging those, you're leaving a ton of value and a ton of velocity on the table. So I say go check out those SaaS components inside your next solution.
Right. Well, you know what? Thank you very much, Charles. Go Notre Dame. Anyone who wants more information about this great information can go ahead and find it at the link that you see here on the screen. Thank you so much, Charles. We're going to hand it back over here to Allison.
Thanks, Rick. Now, for one of my favorite highlights of Microsoft Build, the Imagine Cup. It's the event that reminds us that the future is so bright, despite an incredibly challenging year. Young people from all over the world are making a difference using their passion for technology. And the Imagine Cup is a chance for student innovators to take on global issues. And today, the world finalists will compete for the championship right here. And it gets even better. Microsoft's Donovan Brown will be interviewing the winning team. That's coming up in just a few short minutes. And Microsoft Build has a special section geared towards students of all types. Here's Jamie with the download.
Thanks, Allison. It's called the Student Zone, and you can find it by heading over to the Learning Zone tab, which is just at the top of your screen. Select Learning Zone and scroll down to find the Student Zone. But don't worry, it's not just for students. It's for recent grads, career changers, and anyone who just wants to learn new technical skills and have fun along the way. Browse our session catalog to explore all the learning opportunities available and sign in to make a schedule that's unique to your interests. You can even personalize your agenda to maximize your Microsoft Build experience.
Thanks, Jamie. You can also add to your Microsoft Build experience with a live interview happening tomorrow. It's going to be with developer advocate Launch Darkly, Heidi Waterhouse, led by our very own Donna Sarkar and my current boss. Launch Darkly is one of those partners that's going to be delivering some outstanding content this year at Microsoft Build, including Heidi's breakout session on how using feature flags in GitHub, Microsoft Teams, and Visual Studio Code can significantly reduce your technical debt. Join host Donna Sarkar live tomorrow, just after the Launch Darkly breakout, to continue the conversation with Heidi and how to use feature flags, which is just a major dev tool, but also a major productivity tool as well.
My name is Donovan Brown. I live in Houston, Texas.
Hello, my name is Donna Sarkar. I live in Seattle, Washington.
I live in Albany, California.
I live in Atlanta, Georgia.
I live in Belgrade, Serbia.
I'm a developer, and I'm also a mom.
I'm a developer, and I'm also a military veteran.
Also a fashion business owner.
And I also race cars and play professional air hockey.
I'm a developer and also a teacher.
And I'm also a troublemaker. I'm also an albino.
And I'm also a musical theater actress.
Often being a developer centers around writing code. On top of it, being a developer is no longer an isolated activity. We all know that building software is a team sport.
I think the most important non-tech skill I have is empathy.
Communication is becoming the most important skill in a developer's toolset.
It's been really fun to be able to merge my love for the arts with the love for tech.
Really is my ability and my willingness to ask questions.
You have to learn and grow all the time.
The most important non-tech skill I have that helps me as a developer, I would say, is being a public speaker. Being able to communicate the impact of what we create to others.
You need to learn how to be interpersonal. You need to be able to communicate and have a business savvy approach to solving problems.
It's less about writing code and more about making sure that the patterns and the abstractions that we're building are robust and reliable and well understood. My essential advice for anybody starting out as a developer is to stay curious.
To start doing it.
The only way that we can build technology for everyone is by ensuring that it's built by everyone.
It's magical. Go forth, do the thing.
Oh, I love just like the vast, varied stories that we're hearing from developers. Was there any story or role that stood out to you there, Jamie?
I think it was more the sheer volume of location. These people are coming from all over the world, and they're also coming from tons of different backgrounds.
Yeah, indeed. Any that stood out to you there, Rick?
It's just, again, the variety of backgrounds coming into the technology these days is what's going to make this world a better place.
Indeed. Many teams from all around the world put their passion to work during the pandemic and competed for the Imagine Cup. Their mission, apply technology to solve issues in both their local and global communities.
Now, this is no simple competition. This is a lot of stake. We've got $75,000 prize and, in my opinion, something even better, a mentorship with Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella on the line.
Let's take a look at the final 4 teams' journeys and find out who will take home the trophy.
To the 2021 Imagine Cup World Championship. I'm Tierna Madorno, Business Program Manager at Microsoft.
And I'm Donovan Brown, Partner Program Manager at Microsoft. The Imagine Cup is a skills-based competition featuring student developers from around the world that have designed and built innovative solutions to have a positive impact on our future. We are so thrilled to be your host this year.
Heck yeah, Donovan. Each team used Microsoft technologies to reimagine solutions to some of today's most pressing social issues. The finalists from each category, Earth, Education, Health, and Lifestyle used an inclusive approach to innovate for impact as they vie to see who will become this year's champion.
We all know COVID-19 has reshaped the way that we work, live, and relate to one another. This year's digital competition is a reflection of our new normal, where we use technology as inspiration to create, adapt, and transform ideas into action. Here's how the competition works.
We've narrowed the field down from tens of thousands of students from over 160 countries to our final 4 teams. In the championship, each team has 3 minutes to present to our judges, who will cast their votes to crown the Imagine Cup World Champion. Now, introducing our Imagine Cup finalists. From New Zealand, in the Earth category, ProTag built a smart ear tag for livestock that detects early onset of illness. In education, representing the US, Hands-On Labs created remote laboratories for students to observe and control physical devices online. From Kenya, in the health category, Roweba developed an early warning digital system that monitors babies and sends information remotely to doctors. And in lifestyle, hailing from Thailand, Threotech designed a web application that creates sign language captions to improve media accessibility.
Now let's meet our panel of esteemed judges. Co-founder and CEO of Female Founder School, In-Hao Lee. The National Society of Black Engineers National Chair, Jocelyn Jackson, and President of Microsoft's U.S. Regulated Industries, Tony Towns-Whitley. Judges, thank you so much for being here today. Now let's learn a little bit more about our 4 finalists, starting in the Earth category with Team ProTag.
Hi, I'm Tyrell. I'm Baden.
And I'm Nathaniel.
And we're Team ProTag.
We all did electrical and computer engineering here at Massey University.
Quite a pleasure to work with these guys. We've been in the same room for the last 3 years now.
We've got quite a good team dynamic and we can have a bit of fun.
ProTag is a smart tag for cows that monitors animals' health to detect problems before they become costly for the farmer.
New Zealand is quite agriculturally based.
So it's really good to be able to work on a project which can actually help.
Our mentor has been quite brilliant, and every time we talk to him we get some amazing insights into how best to portray our story. Technology is almost like a superpower. It's exciting to be in a position to push the boundaries.
Okay, Team ProTag, your time begins now.
Like humans, a cow's behavior changes when it's sick. Farmers may notice these changes. However, there's only so much time in the day, and they can be easily missed or picked up too late. Research has shown that detecting illnesses early can save 20% on treatment costs and lost production. This is what ProTag does. It constantly monitors an animal's health to detect illnesses before they develop into costly problems. Cows are monitored with a small solar-powered tag costing around $20, equipped with movement sensors and the GPS. It's these behaviors that are then sent to Azure over LoRaWAN. The data passes through IoT Hub to time series insights, where machine learning and anomaly detection predict the health of the animal. BVD costs the industry hundreds of millions every year, but ProTag can monitor an entire herd 24/7, detecting these changes. When an issue is found, notifications alert the farmer, who can then use a web app to see their herd in real time within a digital twin of their farm. GPS tracking is one of the unique features of our product that adds a rich stream of data, helping identify a wide range of illnesses. Its use, along with long-range communications on a small, low-cost device, are the significant points of difference between us and existing products. Keeping cows healthy means a farmer can produce more output with fewer resources. This is important as livestock farming has the largest carbon footprint of all food production methods, and demand continues to increase. ProTag will not only save farmers money and increase animal welfare, it will also reduce the environmental impact of the industry.
Very impressive, ProTag. In-Hao, what questions do you have for ProTag?
Amazing job, guys. I loved especially the validation you guys did around talking to the veterinarians and talking to the farmers, and the fact that you guys have already 30 farms lined up to go to market. How are you guys thinking about, if you win this, taking the money and also the next step of taking your product further to market?
Due to the publicity of the competition already, we've gained quite a lot of traction. We're starting to work with a number of partners in New Zealand to start getting this product to market. But given the opportunity to go further, We're going to be able to develop the machine learning models. We're going to be able to validate all of the market requirements for how we then go to market, and we're just going to get a real big head start, really.
Great work and so cool to see. Thank you, Team ProTag. Up next in education is Hands-On Labs.
I'm Bukle.
And I'm Ahmed.
And we are
Hands-On Labs.
Oh,
wait.
We both live in San Francisco. We both studied Minerva schools at KGI, and
we just got married. We were in lockdown in Buenos Aires. That's how we came up with the idea of this project. We figured out that you can't do some practical aspects online. So Hands-On Labs is a set of remote labs that allows students to practically experiment with real lab equipment. Our mentor, Eric, has been giving us both technical and presentation, and even we touched on career advice.
We're supported by people that are helping us to improve our project further.
Hands-On Labs, your time starts now.
4 years ago, I traveled to the United States to do STEM research because I couldn't visit any lab as a woman in a developing country.
I dropped out of engineering college in Egypt because I didn't have tools to practice my theoretical knowledge.
We knew there were millions of students around the world who lacked this basic educational experience. For example, students with physical disabilities, minorities, and those who study online degrees. But what if we told you that Hands-On Labs brings labs to the fingertips of every single student in the world? Hands-On Labs is a set of remote labs that allow students to access physical online labs such as robotics, electronics, and many more. Students can use the labs from anywhere at any time to test their skills, get visual feedback, and have real-time collaborative hands-on experience through our online platform by interacting with physical hardware, either through their code or direct controls.
Students are collaboratively exploring kinematics and shortcomings of simulation. The current hardware includes a robotic arm and a live 360 degrees view of the equipment. Azure IoT, live streaming, and app services orchestrate the lab, enabling every student a two-way communication with our hardware, making experiential learning possible for everyone. We charge schools per hour of usage, which would cost 1/10 of the price of running a physical lab. Plus, students do not have to pay a single penny.
If we win the Imagine Cup, we will reach more than 1.5 million students just like us from all over the world. If students cannot go to labs, we will bring the labs to them.
Great job! Wow, blown away by each of these so far. Tony, your question for Hands-On Labs.
I too am blown away by the closing of the digital divide that I can see as the outcome of the work that you've done. I just want to thank you for reaching over that chasm that exists across many, particularly in the developing world. Tactile learners still often struggle in a remote environment. Do you see the opportunity to scale into some form of hybrid learning experience where a HoloLens or some form of mixed reality device is embedded in the way that you build the educational experience?
Absolutely. As we said earlier, I come originally from Egypt and I tried to study engineering there, and it was very challenging because the labs are overcrowded. There are equipment, but it's overcrowded. What we did is, like, all the designs we made, we made it open source. So we allow any student to access our design, download it, and do it themselves. So what we can do is we can bring the equipment of the institution that are already there hanging unused properly and bring it online so that everyone can access it.
Fantastic job, Hands-On Labs. Up next in the health category is Team Roweba.
My name is Hamid Ali.
This is Armik Karanya.
My name is Jit Gohil.
My name is Khushi Gupta.
We are from Nairobi, Kenya, and we are Team
We go to United States International University, Africa.
Nairobi is one of the biggest cities in Africa.
The wildlife is extraordinary.
We've been friends for long. We know each other well. The team is formed of people who are willing to make this solution come to life.
Our project aims to bring down the rate of infant mortality.
We've been taking into consideration the judges' opinions, and we've been trying to integrate all their comments.
I think it's a complete transformation.
We have faith that our solution is solving a real problem.
We are here for the challenge.
Okay, Roweba, your time begins now.
It is heartbreaking to even imagine how millions of mothers in Africa travel long distances for the well-being of their children. Can you imagine? In 2019, 5.2 million infants under the age of 5 died mostly because of preventable causes, out of which Africa has the highest number, highlighting the gaps in healthcare services. Reveba is the only remote healthcare solution that provides regular growth monitoring for infants from the comfort of the home, while also getting direct access to the doctor for immediate intervention. Vital measurements such as the weight is taken. Next, the system analyzes the measurements to identify health and growth concerns. Part of the analysis makes use of artificial intelligence trained using images of different skin tones for inclusiveness and classifies common skin conditions such as chickenpox and eczema. On the webpage, alerts are issued and reports are displayed for the doctor to intervene immediately. Azure is critical for the success of our project. Some of the services used in implementing our system include IoT Hub and Custom Vision, among others. Users can get their hands on Reveba through our partners or purchase and share it as a community due to its portable nature. There is a minimum subscription fee borne by the mother. On average, in Kenya, a mother spends $60 for the first 6 mandatory visits after birth. Reveba provides cheap, accurate, and efficient growth monitoring with 50% of cost reduction. In the future, we will make further improvements and then collaborate with our partner hospitals to distribute 100 devices to Machakos, a rural area in Kenya.
Fantastic job, Reweba. That's really powerful stuff. So, Jocelyn, what questions do you have for Team Reweba?
I was very, very impressed with your use of IoT technology to really create a preventative healthcare solution. My question for you, I am just so curious and would love to learn more about, or have you all give us a little bit more insight on the testing of your product, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. I can imagine that had to be a challenge.
So for our product, we had to go through clinical trials. So we have already put in like a permission so that we can try it on babies. But we have talked through public health professionals on how we can better our product or how it's going to serve the market more. And we've also tested it on a few babies that were around us, like babies of our house that come from rural areas.
Awesome. I am loving all of this innovation, and thank you, Team Reweba. Now it's time for our final category, Lifestyle and Team Threotech.
My name is Flum.
My name is Tiger.
My name is Pong. And we are Team Threotech. We study at the same university in Bangkok, Thailand.
We are close friends, so we're very familiar with working together.
Tiger is in the front end side. I'm in the back end side, and Pong is for the animation side. Joining these competitions is like a dream. Our mentor gives useful suggestions that we haven't thought about before. We would like to thank every Microsoft staff and mentors who helped us throughout our journey. We didn't expect to come this far at all, so we are already grateful to be here.
All right, Threotech, your time starts now.
Imagine watching our videos on YouTube without any audio. How do you feel when you watch videos and understand nothing at all? This is a global problem faced by 400,000 hearing impaired people in Thailand and over 400 million hearing impaired people around the world. Why couldn't they read the closed caption? It turns out that most hearing impaired people lack reading skills as sign language is their only native language. This is why we developed Just Size, the first virtual sign language interpreter which can generate sign language comprehension. First, fill in a link to their YouTube video and let our system retrieve the video transcript. Second, edit the video transcript and preview the animation generated in real time. Third, publish and get a direct link. We can retrieve user-generated caption from YouTube or generate automatically using cognitive service. The animation data are processed from sign language videos using two open-source deep learning algorithms. Our solution is very extensible as it can be applied to other languages easily. We charge only 19 cents per video minute for people who want to use our web application. YouTubers may choose our Pro package for more features. Lastly, Premium package may suit the television broadcast channel. We believe that our solution can radically transform the way hearing impaired people live, work, and play. Thank you.
Wow, so impressive. I'm learning a ton today. I don't know about y'all. All right, we are back over to you, Tony. What is your question for 3O Tech?
I am dumbfounded by that accessibility solution, how beautifully it was architected. I love your flow. Thank you so much for that. I think I saw at the end of the presentation that your scale, your expectation at the end of this calendar year would be to go to move into American Sign Language. I think all of us are interested in how would this scale to other languages? How easy is it to scale to other languages, and what do you see as your roadmap for getting there?
So our engine is easily to scale and expand to other language. We only need the sample sentence from the sentence in that language and the sign language video, so we can create the animations and to create the grammar algorithm to change from that language to the sign language of that. And we plan to expand to the American Sign Language in the next one. And for the further one, we plan to expand the Chinese Sign Language to greater, more customer base.
Great job, 3O Tech. Well, we have reached the end of our competition, and I am just blown away by the innovation and creativity of our finalists.
Holy wow, I cannot agree more, Donovan. It has been awesome to see the final teams in each category turn their passion into purpose to try and make real change in the world.
Okay, the results are in. We are ready to announce the winner of $75,000, an Azure grant in our mentoring session with CEO of Microsoft, Satya Nadella. The hair on my arms is actually standing up. Whew. All right, the winners of the 2021 Imagine Cup World Championships is Team Rweba from Kenya.
Wow, congratulations, incredible work. Congratulations, Team Rweba, to each of the finalists and to all the teams that competed in this year's Imagine Cup. We can't wait to see what you do next.
Congratulations, Team Rweba, on winning the Imagine Cup World Championship. And thanks for taking the time to talk to our Build audience. I'm sure you are elated and exhausted from preparing for this competition. Speaking of preparing, how long have you been working on your winning solution?
We've been working on Rweba since the past 2 years. So the project idea came into life when we all were doing community service in a local hospital. We saw mothers coming from faraway places, walking the whole day and queuing up just to get their babies screened. And if mothers don't do that, they don't get parameters monitored, which are very, very vital to identify diseases very early. So we wanted to do something that can help them. And that's how Rweba came into life.
Yeah, and to add on, we started with a very small set of features, but then as we continued, we went through so many iterations, adding new features, making it more accurate and making it safer for the baby overall.
So tell me, how did you find out about the Imagine Cup and what made you want to enter?
Okay, we found out the Imagine Cup through a friend and who told us about the Imagine Cup. Then we decided to do more research on it. When we found out the Imagine Cup, it has been there for a long period of time, and the competition is a worldwide competition. So we thought it would be the best avenue, and for us to show our innovation to the outside world and give it some publicity.
To be honest, we didn't know we would come so far, but now it's just a dream come true.
That's awesome. Very cool. We talked a little bit about some of the technology and everything that you had to learn, but what was your favorite piece of tech that you discovered because of this project?
I think one of the best tech we discovered was the IoT Hub. We also discovered the Azure Cognitive Services, and also the DevOps, and how we can work as a team to continue making our project much better.
Yeah, DevOps is near and dear to my heart, and anything that's going to allow a team to be able to collaborate and work together that way. And I thought it was really powerful because if you're implementing DevOps, COVID really didn't have that huge negative impact because you're already used to just committing code and having that continuous delivery of value. So it's really nice to hear people starting to get on early so that I don't have to convince you later to go do that, which is fantastic. So what was the best part of the Imagine Cup experience for you?
The mentoring sessions.
I think the entire journey from the start to the finish where we didn't know much knowledge in terms of pitching in less than 3 minutes. That was a huge learn. And also learning from my mentors, listening to them and getting communication skills, all of the soft skills such as communication and all those skills was much needed, and we'll continue using it in our future.
So what do you think it takes for other students to compete in the Imagine Cup?
I think the main thing that's needed is passion, interest, and belief. Like you must have faith in your system, in your solution. So with that, if you have that, and if you have the right team, and if everything is going well, then definitely anyone, and also hard work, determination is very key. So if that is there, then anyone can be in Imagine Cup and even win. That's for sure.
Yeah, that advice will actually help you not only just in competing in the Imagine Cup, but in life, right? If you can find something that you're passionate about and you're willing to put the work in, it can change your life. Being able to do what I do for a living is because I love it, and I'm willing to put in that time to be good at it, and literally it has changed my life. So great advice, not only for students that want to compete in the next Imagine Cup, but for anyone watching who needs some advice on how to go be great in your life. Just find that passion, put in the work, and I think great things are going to happen for you. I want to say thank you again so much to Team Rweba for taking the time with us today to share your Imagine Cup experience.
Thank
you.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you.
I really enjoyed talking with Team Rweba. It's so inspiring seeing the next generation innovating to impact the world. Next year will be the 20th anniversary of Imagine Cup, and we are excited for new student developers to participate and show us what creative solution they will dream up. In the last 20 years, over 2 million students have participated in the Imagine Cup, and you can too. Visit imaginecup.com for some great resources to help you get started. I'm also excited about the return of the Student Zone to Microsoft Build. Located in the Learning Zone, the Student Zone is where you will find beginner sessions to help you learn the skills required to build innovative solutions that may one day win the Imagine Cup. Combine your unique passions with tech, whether you're interested in art, games, movies, sports, or social good. You'll learn how tech brings imagination to life. From Python to JavaScript, and AI to machine learning. You can join sessions with experts to help you get started on your first coding journey or learning a new language or technology. And it's not just for students. We welcome anyone who is interested in gaining new skills. So find us in the Learning Zone and interact with Microsoft Host and other beginners while you explore what's possible and maybe even spark a new passion.
Hello, everyone, and depending on where you are in the world, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. We are reaching all parts of the globe here at Microsoft Build. I'm Allison Wines, here with Rick Claus and Jamie Singleton.
Now, while you're busy attending technical sessions and adding them to your backpack for future use, remember to keep up with your self-care. You gotta have some water, some snacks, and maybe a little bit of a snuggle with your pet, whatever happens to make you feel good. And it's all part of your journey here at Microsoft Build. You know what? I miss the petting zoo area of the last Microsoft Build that we used to be at in person.
Me too. But no matter what, we will be here for you in the studios. We are your home base, your little piece of zen during a very busy day one. Now, let's head on to the feed.
We have to kick things off talking about the Imagine Cup and how inspiring those teams were. Pretty cool stuff. So, I mean, the Imagine Cup is something that we've been doing at Microsoft Build now for a while.
Yeah.
And it's always been inspiring to see just how we're enabling these different teams of students from around the world to be able to go in and to follow their passions and come up with some really cool solutions for problems that they're faced with.
Yeah, I mean, all four of these teams were just so inspiring. I mean, I know they had to choose a winner, and congrats to that winning team, but I had such a hard time choosing. Jamie, did you have a favorite team of the four?
Oh, well, they were all so amazing, but I am a little biased with the Thailand team, 3ProTech. They are really focusing on media accessibility, and that's something my team cares a lot about. And so I was a little bit passionate about their project, but all four of them did amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I love our focus on accessibility these days too, because when you build accessible applications, it just makes it better for everyone involved. I really like that we have all these different categories like earth, environmental, health, lifestyle. I think it's just really cool because it really shows us that there are such a multitude of problems these teams are facing, and I just love that. I think my personal favorite one was the New Zealand team with the ear tagging, just because I feel like farming is an area, farming and livestock you don't usually think about that as like a tech solution to problems. And it just seems so innovative to me. Did you have a favorite team?
Well, I'm going to say congrats off to the winners for sure that came by. That was great to see Donovan chatting with them after the fact. I mean, it's going to be life-changing for them to be able to get access to $75,000 as far as a prize is concerned. But then more importantly, that time talking with Satya as a mentor is going to be very invaluable too.
Indeed.
Now, we're having so much fun here and seeing familiar faces along the way, but our journey doesn't end with the technical sessions. So remember to take a moment and click around this digital space and explore and check out the Learning Zone as an example. It's going to be the center of training, development, and certification for all things Microsoft.
Indeed. There are so many ways to continue your learning journey here at Microsoft Build. And just ahead, we're putting your knowledge to the test very soon with another trivia question. A chance for redemption if you happen to need it. Plus, more exciting news from the world of Azure innovation with none other than Microsoft's Mark Russinovich. But now, the Pulse.
Since Microsoft Build is all about connecting, we want to connect up with you during this particular session, our global community. Don't forget, tweet things out on hashtag MSBuild, and we're going to be looking at that stuff during the show. Now, we've been checking in with the social media to hear what you have to say about Microsoft Build sessions, the different news and announcements, and of course, the fur babies that happen to be there too. I'm going to call this one out.
Oh.
I love this one here, the ball cap. With Andrew Marco, and this is Fox at hashtag MSBuild. Great one there.
Yeah, I mean, Annie here, you can come to work with me any day. I truly love how folks have really upped their game in sending me these corgi pictures. I appreciate it, that's for sure.
Nice. And I see also here our good friend Anna Chu, who has been doing stuff with the table topics inside the Connection Zone. She's had a great little movie playing here with Finding Your Zen during Microsoft Build. Very, very fitting. Love it.
Oh, I also love this one. Derek here is really both trying to be productive on the Duo as well as watching these sessions on the iPad. And I think he means that his child might be using him as a climbing surface. Hopefully, Derek, let us know how that turns out.
Yes, if I had one of those Duos, I'd be trying out that new Xbox app that we have that allows you to have the controller and the top thing we announced earlier this week. But, I feel like I'm being personally attacked here by James Vandenberg, because if you don't know, James, my good friend, has been sending me pictures of his entire meal, including now dessert, while watching Cloud Native Applications. So I'll get you, James. I'll get you.
I mean, Anna here, this mushroom toast looks pretty incredible. I think I'm still waiting on that chai latte from earlier. It would be great if someone could deliver one of those for sure.
One last one here. Oh, you did the toast, did you? No, this one's with avocado.
It's a different toast.
Yeah, it's a different toast. So a toast once again from Heather. Thank you. Cheers from my avocado toast with sprouts. Not bad.
Not bad at all.
See, now I'm getting hungry. We have a break coming up soon? I hope so.
I don't know. I hope so. I feel like I might have to have some toast now.
I know, eh?
Now, we want to hear more from you, so please keep those tweets coming. And when you share, remember to use the hashtag MSBuild. If you don't use that, we won't see it. You can also drop us a line at onair@microsoft.com. You might even end up on the show. That's right, you could be on air at Microsoft Build.
Now, more innovation happening right here, right now. Mark Russinovich, Chief Technology Officer of Microsoft Azure, is joining us for our interview. This is turning into a habit. And so first of all, I want to say, Mark, thank you for once again accepting my interview request to be able to talk on Build.
You're welcome. You're not Seth, but,
Well, we have to find a way that we can somehow work Seth into these kind of bits, I think. But, while I've got you here, for folks that don't know the type of role that you have and a bit of your background, can you tell us a bit about what it is for the Office of the CTO of Microsoft Azure and what you kind of do in that area?
Sure. Well, as CTO, I oversee technical strategy and architecture for the Azure platform. But my role has expanded to include some teams under me to help magnify my impact and to lead some efforts that really benefit from being centrally located inside the Azure team. So I've got 4 teams now underneath me. One of them is the open source ecosystem team, which is focused on our open source foundation participation, as well as open source strategy and relationships with open source partners, guidance for teams inside the company that are working on open source technologies or contributing to open source projects out in public. I also have another team, which is Azure Architecture team, which is focused, of course, on defining architectural best practices for the Azure platform and looking across all of the things we're doing, trying to figure out where we can normalize and standardize to help improve velocity as well as reliability and quality. Third team, which is one that you've heard Donovan talk a little bit about if you've been watching Build today, and that is the incubations team, which is, as you would expect based on its name, looking at incubating projects that can have big impact on the Azure business and help our customers. And then finally, newer team, which is called Singularity. It's the code name for building basically resource scheduler at the heart of the Azure platform for inference and training machine learning workloads. So really focused on kind of large scale, both for enterprise as well as for our large internal customers like Bing that are deploying and running massive models.
So I'm curious, your discussions to be able to create the CTO's office and on these different teams underneath you, did you have to pitch it? Was it a hard sell? Did you kind of start with one project and grow from there?
It kind of grew organically in some sense. I mean, the one that the first office I adopted was open source strategy, and that one was a separate office already existing under Jason. And as my kind of the office of the CTO came more into focus as something that we wanted to grow, that shifted over to me. The incubations team happened really organically in the sense that I'd had some technical assistants, Hashi Bai and Yaron Schneider, who are incredibly creative and were coming up with these great ideas. A couple of them that have already made it out into public, like Kata, the Kubernetes event-driven autoscaler, and also Dapper, which Donovan talked about earlier. Both of those ideas came from the kind of brainstorming that they'd done early in the team, and I'd kind of realized, hey, we've got some great creative people. Let's build a team around it and see if we can foster that kind of creativity to go after other areas as well. And then finally, the Singularity team was kind of just recognizing this huge opportunity we had to support Azure Machine Learning as the best machine learning platform in the public cloud, and really trying to make sure that we can be as efficient as possible when it comes to machine learning, because there's so much capacity for these large scale jobs, as well as many enterprises deploying machine learning training inference jobs onto the cloud. GPUs are expensive commodities. We want to make sure we can drive the utilization of those as close to 100% as possible. And so that requires really sophisticated scheduling for these kinds of jobs.
Mm-hmm. Now, you mentioned a couple times, Donovan Brown's a good friend of mine. He's now on your team, which is awesome. And he's been talking about Dapper. I see that you're all outfitted and kitted up inside some Dapperware as well. So I'm assuming that you can kind of give us a bit of a demo and show us a little bit about what's going on inside of this space and how it's going to be relevant for developers. Can I put you on the spot and ask you for a little bit of a demo? What's going on?
Sure. Well, let me, for those of you that maybe haven't been watching Build and seen Donovan talk about Dapper and haven't been and seen previous presentations where I've talked about Dapper. Dapper is a platform. It's a distributed application platform. Its sole purpose in life is to make it easy for enterprise developers to create distributed cloud native applications. And when I say cloud native, I don't mean it has to be cloud native in the sense it's microservice based and running on Kubernetes, but cloud native in the sense that it's taking advantage of cloud services. So one of the cool things about Dapper is you can incrementally adopt it. It's got a sidecar-based architecture, so you don't have to actually include any SDK into your code, and it provides its capabilities through this sidecar interface. Now, one of the capabilities or building blocks it provides is service invocation. So it makes it really easy for you as a developer to create these modules and then have those modules directly invoke each other by name, where Dapper takes care of finding out where the target is and passing the payload to the target, making sure there's retries and throttling and basically best practices as a service inside the Dapper platform. And I've got this demo here, which really highlights the power of Dapper because it leverages service invocation as well as state store building block to create this distributed calculator application, which I've shown before.
Okay.
Now, what's different, and I'll describe the distributed calculator, what's different about this demo that I'm showing you here is that one of the Dapper components that was recently lit up is a component to support service discovery. And HashiCorp Console is one of the most popular service namespace management services out there. It's now integrated with Dapper. And so what I'm going to show you here is that distributed calculator, not just running on a single cluster of Kubernetes nodes, but actually distributed on virtual machines around the world. I've got here in the Azure portal, you can see there's the front end of this calculator, the web front end, a React app. You can see these networks, console, calculators, Subtract, virtual network, the hub virtual network, Divide. These are all connected together in this hub and spoke virtual network from virtual machines. You can see East US, South Central US, South UK South, West US, with the different pieces of the calculator, these microservices that have one job only, and that's to implement, divide, multiply, add, or subtract. Now, that's a look at the virtual machine layout. Now, if I go into a really popular tool called RDCman, which is a remote desktop connection management tool, and I know that there's a lot of people out there that saw the fact that we're going to take this over as a sysinternals tool. We're not ready with the release yet, but in the next week or so, we'll be releasing the first version of this, which will be branded as sysinternals and address some bugs in it. And I'm showing you RDCman here for this demo. You can see the virtual machines that I saw was showing the portal up here on the groupings, server groupings, and I'm selected the front end here. And this is the React front end. And you can see how it's got this Dapper configuration up here to talk to Dapper in the state store, as well as the invocation endpoint to invoke these microservices. Like when somebody presses on add, the React front end is going to route that to the add microservice by doing the service invocation right here. And that's going to leverage Console in this case to go find the adder across the world, invoke it. Now, if you take a look at these other services, like if I go to the adder itself, you can see here's the adder, and each one of these is implemented in a different language to show the language flexibility of Dapper. This one's written in Go, and you can see here's the add function that's going to get invoked if I do an add in the calculator. Now, if you go back to the front end, I can show you here in HashiCorp Vault, or sorry, HashiCorp Console, show you the members. And you can see there, these are the members for name discovery that I've got configured for those virtual machines around the world. And then finally, we can go exercise it. Here's my calculator. And let me pull up the view here. And if I do 3 times 6 minus 9 plus 8, I'm actually invoking microservices all around the world for each one of those operations through that Dapper integration with HashiCorp Console and the service discovery that it provides built into it. So that is, and you were looking at the entire code for this distributed application. So Dapper was handling all of the kind of platformy stuff, and all the developer had to do was focus on writing the little web logic to do add, subtract, multiply, and add. And I've got a worldwide distributed calculator app.
And, I like how you slipped in that little tiny notice about the fact that you had RDCman running, because there were people asking questions about that. So can you elaborate a little bit on that? Like, what actually is the process? Because sysinternals, like, still a thing, still around?
Yeah, sysinternals that's definitely still a thing. It's still something that it's my hobby. I contribute code to it. We have some developers now that are on a formal sysinternals team that are developing features for it. The RDC man was kind of abandoned by the team that was supporting it. It had a security vulnerability had shown up in the XML parsing logic, and they basically said, hey, we don't have, it's not a priority of ours now to support a tool like this. And so I said, hey, there's an opportunity to pick that up, because I find it very useful. I use it for demos like this and interacting with machines. And so I knew that there would be a lot of interest in it. Actually, much more interest than I expected. When I tweeted it, there was a huge outpouring of, this is fantastic news. One of the things about sysinternals tools is that they're single executables. Right. And RDC Man, it actually came with an installer. It has a bunch of different components in it. So we've been working on turning it into a single executable where it extracts DLLs dynamically like the other tools. And then, of course, we're rebranding it and fixing the XML vulnerability as well as some other minor bugs. And I hope within the next week we'll have that version out.
That's going to be awesome. Now, I think there's also some other stuff you wanted to talk about in the sysinternal side, specifically in the realm of working on the Linux space. Is that an offshoot of what's going on inside your open source space, or is that something completely different?
It's related only in the sense that Microsoft is a deeply open source company at this point. And so we've got actually two sysinternals tools. One sysinternals tool that's been out for a while that supports Linux, and that's procdump. So procdump is a tool that lets you capture crash dumps for processes, and dumps based off of certain triggers, like it exceeds a certain amount of CPU for a certain amount of time, it'll collect a dump, and that way you can go analyze what's causing the CPU usage. Another tool that we're working on for Linux, which we've shown public previews of, is Procmon. And then Sysmon, which is a security monitoring tool, which has become extremely popular. It's got its own community around it, building configuration files for it. It's deployed on, at this point, probably millions of Windows clients and servers around the world, including at some very data security sensitive organizations that I won't name. But recognize that, hey, as we get more into both a world, even at Microsoft, that it's Linux and Windows, let's bring the Sysmon goodness to Linux. And so we've started working on a Sysmon for Linux.
That's interesting. That's not something you can show us right now, is it? Or is that something that you have the ability to share? Yeah?
I can. Yeah, I can show you a little preview of that.
We've got about 7 minutes or so left, so if you got a bit of a preview, I'll take that.
Okay, let's go back to the demo machine. And so I'm logged into Sysmon for Linux virtual machine. Now, Sysmon for Linux, why did we do Sysmon for Linux? Well, for one thing, we felt that Sysmon's filtering capabilities are something that people really like. Whoops, wrong Visual Studio. They really like the ability to have fine-grained filtering for events with these very rich conditions and rule groups that have evolved over time to become very sophisticated. What you're looking at here is a Sysmon configuration file, and it looks basically exactly like you'd see it for Sysmon for Windows, but this is a Sysmon for Linux configuration file. So you can see these conditions to omit a lot of noise. So these are exclude filters that say if it begins with OMI CLI, let's exclude it. You can see another one here. This is another exclude on log rotate. So kind of background stuff that's happening on this virtual machine, we just want to exclude from the logs. But you can see lots of richness here. It's the exact same format that you can take to Sysmon for Linux now. So you can leverage your expertise on Sysmon even if you're on Linux. Now, if we take a look and over here, what I'm going to do is basically, whoops, what was my password? Can you blank the screen here for a second?
Yeah, let's switch back to the camera for other people if you could. There we go, yeah. Switch back, perfect.
I thought I had that in my
in the history.
With history, and it was gone, so let me go pull it out. And here we go.
Perfect.
And it's whoops, here we go.
You give us the all clear, we'll come back to that.
It's all clear. It's all
okay,
clear.
Bring it back to the demo. Perfect.
actually pretty straightforward. So I just installed, and you can see this is using eBPF, which is built-in safe kernel monitoring technology that Linux has, which we're also bringing to Windows too. We announced that a few weeks ago. Now that it's installed, and I had it point at that configuration file, here I'm tailing the syslog, and you can see that there's some sysmon events already being emitted here. But what I'm going to do is just to show you in action, there's an ls, and here we can see the ls command. Where'd it go? These are X. It's kind of hard to read on this display.
Yeah.
IP table command, so I didn't see the ls. Actually, I'm going to try another one. ls. Okay, here we go. Well, more commands coming out.
Yeah.
So, but you get the idea. You can see lots of information here that's being spit out from Linux, just like you would see on Windows. The original file name, lots of attributes on the image, the terminal session ID, which doesn't really make any sense. So we're still cleaning up some of the config here, but it also supports file system events. So if I do a touch hello.txt, we should see down here.
Yeah, there's the touch hello.txt fight there.
All right, there's the touch hello.txt that we can see. And you can see the file create event right here, which is on hello.txt. So that is a quick preview of Sysmon for Linux. And as far as timeline for release of that, I'm expecting in the next month or two, we'll have a preview up.
Nice. Now that's the concept of being able to bring some of the sysinternals tools over the Linux side of things is really interesting. And the fact that it's still under active development is also awesome as well. So I'm glad to see that you've got both some of your spare time. I'm sure you don't have much spare time as a CTO of Azure, but to be able to contribute, but you also got some other regular contributors there too.
Yep. No, it's like I said, it's a hobby, and it's a lot of people find it really useful. So it's a ton of fun to work on. And we just did a release today, by the way. So if you haven't seen it, dark mode for process monitor is out today, just as one example.
Did you just say dark mode? Like, did that
Yes,
make the book of news for Microsoft?
It should have. I think it's trending on TechMeme right now.
Well, that's amazing. I mean, dark mode is one of the most requested features, I'm sure, that we have on a variety of services. So that's awesome. It's coming down that way. Some closing thoughts or some different things for people that, maybe or you might want to point people towards during build or things to look out for not too far in the future? We got about 2 minutes or so left here.
Yeah, well, I guess, talking about Dapper, it fits into our larger cloud-native application platform. And if you've been watching Build, you've seen a lot about that, what we called codename Project Lima, which is taking the app services, logic apps, API management, app service out to Kubernetes. And our plan is to infuse basically Dapper into all of our cloud-native platforms. And so you're going to see that happen over time. Great synergy of these kinds of vertical solutions aimed at certain kinds of application workloads, microservice types, with the capabilities of Dapper infused into them. The other thing that was exciting to me too was the announcement of Azure Confidential Ledger and the tamper-evident logging that we've got now in Azure SQL that you can put on top of Confidential Ledger, and that is built on something called Confidential Consortium Framework, which is a combination of confidential computing and blockchain melded together to provide this very unique capability that we're now bringing out to market, making available to our customers to take advantage of. So really, some really exciting announcements there in the Azure Cloud Native confidential computing space.
That's awesome. Now, I hope you've got some more stuff brewing up inside of that incubation space that you'll be able to share with us at some point in the future, because it's always great having you come online and give us a bit of an update of what's going on. People can find you whereabouts online if they wanted to connect up on the, I'm assuming you got some Twitter handles going on there?
Yep, Mark Rusinovich is the Twitter handle. Easiest way to get a hold of me.
Now, I noticed that you actually, it just recently, a couple of days ago, you actually had a little comment there where you shared some frustration that I feel all the time with regards to when my branches and get all messed up and stuff like that. So are you okay? You got that all straightened out now?
I have. Basically, what I would do often, a lot of times when my branches get screwed up, is I would just nuke it from space, which is copy everything that I've modified out to a separate directory, reclone, and then copy back. And I thought I was cheating by doing that, but apparently that is a well-worn, tried and true solution.
Absolutely. It's well documented. Thank you so much, Mark. I really appreciate you taking the time out of your busy day to be able to chat with us here at Build. We're going to be saying goodbye to you for now, and we're going to be going and doing a little bit of trivia.
Thanks, Rick and Mark. Quite dapper, I might say. Now, as we've mentioned, you can continue your learning journey here with Learn Live and so many of our Microsoft experts. We know that some of you are already pros when it comes to the Microsoft Learn platform, so here's a little question for you. What's the name of the tool you should use to write Windows 10 applications? Is it Visual Studio, Xcode, the command line and a text editor, or binary code? We want to hear from you. Choose your answer in the chat, and we'll reveal the correct answer in just a little bit. Now, we love hearing from Microsoft builders wherever they happen to be in the world. That's why we asked earlier for you to hit us up. Let us know where you're attending Microsoft Build from. And it's time for the shout outs.
My name is Jessica Steinmetz. I'm a training manager, and I'm part of the Toronto Hub, and I'm calling from Mississauga, Ontario, Canada.
My name is Mohammed Omar. I'm from Egypt, but I'm currently working in Saudi Arabia as a senior software developer.
My name is Karika Bueta. I'm dialing in from South Africa, and I'm a development consultant from iSolve Business Solutions.
Hey, my name is Alex Mang. I'm calling in from Romania, from Transylvania to be specific.
My name is Sheena. I am joining from India.
My name is Damilola Koya. I'm a student here at University of Bradford in the UK.
I'm Mary Ellen. I'm a senior software engineer from Cardiff City Council.
Hello, I am Diego. I work as a solution architect here in Ecuador. And I am from Ecuador, and I live in Quito.
I hope you all weighed in on our Microsoft Learn trivia question. We asked, what is the name of the tool that you should be using to write Windows 10 applications?
And drum roll, please. The answer is Visual Studio. I mean, what do you guess, Rick?
I'll up the game a little bit. I'll at least say, VS Code. I like Visual Studio Code for being able to be more lightweight. I don't use the full capabilities of what you can be using in the full Visual Studio, but it's my go-to.
That's your one? All right. I mean, Visual Studio is excellent for building these full-fledged desktop applications, though, like True. Windows 10 applications. Yeah. A little bird told me that you like to use the command line in a text editor sometimes, though, so listen, I'm not going to call you out here, but if you need help setting up a bit more powerful of an IDE, I've got some great friends who can help you out.
Awesome. And I'm assuming we can also tie into some of those code spaces things that we talk about all the time.
Oh, right? Look, that's my team. You don't have to ask me twice. Nice. We can definitely get you set up with GitHub Code Spaces after this if you would like to try it out.
I'll give it a shot, I think.
I'll be your onboarding buddy. It'll be great.
Right on. I'm going to hold you to it.
I will. All right. So if you got that right, congrats. You just earned bragging rights with your friends. You can tell them that Allison told you so. Way to go.
Now, if you've been playing along at home, you know that our 3D printers have been working hard on cranking out your designs.
Yeah. It's time for another check-in with Jamie. Let's see how things are coming along.
Hello, Jamie here. Things are heating up over in the 3D Printing Hub as we melt some filament to fulfill your 3D realities. We actually just completed a portion of this one because some of the 3D printings actually come in parts. And Austin, can you actually speak to that with this amazing design that we have here?
Yeah, so this hot air balloon here was designed in a couple of parts. So you can see that there's different colors here. And this was done in multiple pieces and assembled together with pins and locking connectors and a little bit of glue. But you can see how we can get some different colors on a part. We have our cupcake over there, and that's done in a different way. We basically stop the print at a certain layer, change the filament type and press go again, and you can kind of see how it's changing color there.
Okay, and some of you may be able to tell, but this was one of our submissions from earlier in the day, so we're halfway through this process. So keep submitting your ideas. We're getting some amazing prints over here. What else do you have for me, Austin?
Well, I have something really cool here. So take a look at this.
This is just a plastic with some dots on it.
That's right, it is just some plastic with some dots on it. But I want you to try something here really cool. I want you to hold it up and get it right between some light so you can get some light on it. What happens?
Oh my gosh, there's a picture in there.
Yes, there is.
There's a whole picture. There's like a forest and there's animals grazing. It's like a farmland maybe, and these are cows?
They're elk, yeah, it's super cool. So that's actually called a lithophane, and that's something unique that we can do with 3D printing. So that was a two-dimensional picture that we turned into that part using a little bit of software trickery.
Wow, okay, now this is impressive.
Yeah, it was really fun.
What else do you have for me?
So we have a couple other things that we can do with 3D printing here. Right now we're doing something that's unique to 3D printing where we can print in place and we can get moving objects that basically have hinges in them, and that's something that's you can do with certain prints that are set up in certain ways.
Okay, so its functionality is printed right into the design.
That's correct, that's correct. And with the right tolerancing, you can get stuff that wiggles around and bends and rolls and all sorts of cool stuff.
Amazing, is that what we're printing here?
So this is a different design that a user has basically remixed their own version of, and we're excited to see what it looks like when it comes out.
Hey, Jamie, I'm hoping you could give me a status update on my
So we have a few
dinosaur.
other prints happening over here. Can you explain a little bit about these ones?
Yeah, so we have a couple of interesting prints over here on the Lazy Susan there. We've got a car. We've got a really fun scene with the boat and the octopus, the robot wheels, some fidget toys, lots of cool stuff there.
Amazing, that looks like an octopus drowning a ship?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. So we had some fun with that one for sure.
Oh, wow. Well, that one is pretty amazing. I might be keeping this.
Okay.
I think we have a few more different pieces that we're printing here. We're still very busy in the printing hub, so make sure to continue sending your prints and files on over to us at aka.ms/3dbuild. You haven't missed your chance yet. We'll be printing designs all night long and all throughout the event. So again, aka.ms/3dbuild. Back to you.
I did submit a 3D dinosaur called Thready. If you can try to check around the corners there to see if it might be done yet or not, I'll check in at lunchtime.
Oh, I actually do believe that I see a Thready somewhere around here. Would you like to come back and check him out?
You know what? I'll be there soon. Hold tight.
Great.
Awesome. Now, let's take a look at all the many ways you can connect with our featured partners right here in the digital venue.
Visit our featured partner showcase to discover useful technical content, inspiring developer stories, demos, special offers, and more curated just for you. Search Featured Partners by product or technical focus and find the content most relevant to your business. Gain access to valuable resources from partners like LaunchDarkly, Confluent, Intel, and more by browsing each featured partner's and featured startup's unique showcase. Access developer offers like SDKs, free trial software, code, and more. Jump into the Demo Center and see how you can get hands-on with their solutions. Drop by the Innovation Center to learn about the latest news and trends from thought leaders and technical experts. And add a partner's related sessions to your schedule or save to your digital backpack so you can watch them on demand and continue to connect with the speakers after the event. Discover the tools and resources most useful to you. Check out our featured partner showcase throughout the show.
Hello, and thank you for hanging out with us here at Microsoft Build. We're nearing the end of day one, but there's still plenty more to come. Now's a great time to quickly grab a pick-me-up, a drink, a snack, an energy booster, whatever you need to be able to keep things going and stay in sync.
Right, that's because we're kicking off our breakout sessions. How about this one? Double-click with Microsoft engineering leaders. We've got Karana Gatimo and senior software engineering leaders Brendan Burns, Satish Thomas, Pablo Castro, and Pierce Boggin in a whiteboarding style session. Should be a ton of fun. See you in 30 minutes. Hello again. I'd like to give a great big shout out to our global community. We're so glad you can join us from wherever you happen to be tuning in from. We're working our way through day one of Microsoft Build. I'm Allison Wines, Program Manager of Microsoft's Developer Division. The gentleman in the snappy hat next to me is Rick Claus, Cloud Advocate Team Lead. And we can't forget about our wonderful Jamie Singleton, Program Manager at Microsoft for .NET Communities. Let's break down some of the highlights from today. It's time for The Feed.
So let's talk some highlights from Microsoft Build Day 1. What do you both have to think? For me, what stands out is the word Fusion Teams. The bringing together of business area expertise and domain expertise with professional developers with low to no code solutions. I mean, who's not going to be liking about that? Plus, we mentioned it at least 3, 4, 5, 6. I've lost track of time. How many times you did it?
I mean, like I said, it's fusion for the future, right? That's the tagline I'm trying to get going. I think personally for me, hearing everything that we're doing to increase developer velocity is just totally my bread and butter. It's my favorite thing in the world, making developers work more productively. Jamie, anything from you?
I feel like my personal favorite experience has been all of the engagement with the community, all of the amazing files that they've sent back in to get 3D printed. There's tons of stuff going on back there. Also, all of the community engagement online with the hashtag MSBuild. We've been seeing so many puppies and so many work from home hacks. It's been really amazing to see where everybody in the world is joining in from and how they're doing it.
Absolutely. I mean, I will +1 to the dog photos that have come in. I mean, cat photos are great too, but the corgi lover in me has loved all the dog photos that are tuning in to Build as well.
Yeah, I'm assuming that you probably are going to be sharing your desk setup with your corgi watching Build when you get home for day 2 happening tomorrow.
Absolutely. I'll make sure to share that out as well. I also think we've just seen a lot of awesome, releases. The free tier from Azure Cosmos DB made me super excited. I really feel like we're reaching developers where they are and enabling them to really be productive in this time.
Yeah, I mean, we're listening to the feedback they're asking us, make it easier to use it, and we're listening. So. They say the repetition is the mother of all learnings, which is why we keep reminding you to use your digital backpack, which is the mother of all backpacks, really. I mean, backpack it or it didn't happen. Where else can you save sessions and keynotes and then download them into a hyperlinked Word document to take a look at later?
And there is so much you can add to your backpack. For example, we have a customer tech talk with Ben Walters coming right up. He's going to walk us through how Kroger, a Microsoft customer, has upgraded their business from developing, deploying, and managing their solutions, and what they've learned along the way. If you can't catch it in real time, don't worry about it. Find it in the session scheduler and click Add to Backpack for viewing later.
Now, but before we get to all of that, we still got Jamie has a couple of special guests who have some insight into that hybrid workplace that's near and dear to my heart that we've been talking about so much. Hey, Jamie, who you got there?
Thanks, Rick. I'm joined here with some very special guests. It's time to learn more about how you can build multi-cloud compliance applications. Joining me is Anne Rahim, Program Manager at Microsoft, and Hamad Rajoub, Director of Product Marketing at Microsoft. It's nice to have both of you with us.
It's so great to be here.
Thank you so much for having us.
Let's start with the why. Can you tell us why multi-cloud compliance is so important?
We know that vast majority of our customers have multi-cloud strategies. Our customers are looking to reason over their entire data landscape and not just Microsoft data. And they also want to integrate Microsoft compliance solutions with their existing investments into security, compliance, and identity-related systems. So we're also hearing from our developers that there's a need to bring Microsoft compliance value to non-Microsoft sources. That's why we're building compliance platform as extensible. We see this as a horizontal capabilities, and you all developers as a key enabler of this.
Okay. So what are some of the ways that our customers and developers can enable multi-cloud compliance using Microsoft Graph APIs?
Absolutely. There are multiple dimensions to that. A couple of key areas that I want to share with you all here is that number one is the multi-cloud data access to enable our customers to reason over their entire data landscape, including Microsoft and non-Microsoft systems. We have Data Connector platform. We have 40 plus ready-to-use built-in connectors available in the connector gallery today. And of course, there are many more to come. For in-place compliance value across structured and unstructured data, we have Azure Purview that allows us to bring compliance value to multiple cloud data repositories, such as Amazon's AWS S3 buckets. We also have multiple migration tools and such, and that all enables all of the multi-cloud data capabilities that we talk about. The other piece to that is APIs and SDK, and developers love APIs and SDKs. So to enable system-level integrations, we have a number of Microsoft Graph APIs that cut across scenarios such as data loss prevention, advanced e-discovery, archiving solutions, and such. All of those APIs are available under Microsoft Graph. And on top of that, of course, we have Microsoft Information Protection SDK, or MIP SDK as we call it, that enables various compliance scenarios such as data classification and governance-related capabilities that's available to our developers to use and build those multi-cloud applications.
Amazing. So what is the latest innovation that we are announcing for compliance in the ecosystem?
We're so excited to introduce built-in compliance for enterprise app data ingested through Microsoft Graph connectors. Utilizing Graph connectors is a powerful way to surface your app data across the Microsoft 365 ecosystem, participating in experiences like enterprise search, intelligent discovery, and, of course, compliance across Teams, Office, and more. Notably, these are not multiple integrations, but one to power multiple experiences. With this single integration, our app partners can have their content show up in the same way that Microsoft 365 content would show up in these experiences. One of the great benefits of ingesting your content into Graph connectors is easily lighting up Microsoft compliance in order to protect your app data. The first product we're so excited to announce and offer to all customers who ingest their apps through Microsoft Graph is Advanced eDiscovery. Advanced eDiscovery is a powerful tool allowing you to take control of your data in the case of any legal investigation. Through ingesting your app data in the Graph, you can also light up Advanced eDiscovery. Enterprise customers often require Advanced eDiscovery capabilities for anything from litigation, internal investigation, insider threat, data spillage, and so much more. All of these can trigger the need for a legal investigation to know who knew what when. And in these cases, Advanced eDiscovery can empower you to collect and review your app data when you need it most.
Wow, that sounds really great. What can our developers do to benefit from it?
Of course. Well, first, build a Graph connector to bring your app data into the Microsoft 365 ecosystem. You can find more info at aka.ms/Graph connectors. When you build a Graph connector, we encourage developers to add as many labels that are applicable to your data, including the relevant security and compliance labels to light up the Advanced eDiscovery experience. Then, build a rich preview of your content in Advanced eDiscovery using adaptive cards. We're so excited to see your app data be ingested in Graph connectors and to offer you this new service of Advanced eDiscovery. Wondering how you could benefit from Advanced eDiscovery in your Graph ingested data? I'll share 2 example scenarios to illustrate this new capability. First, eCareVault, one of our app partners. They're a safe and secure care coordination platform used by schools to help coordinate healthcare for their students. Schools submit referrals to refer their students to get care from external healthcare providers. And those referrals must be acted on in a certain time period in order for students to receive care quickly. In an example legal investigation, we would like to see all the referrals made by a particular school to see all of them. And since eCareVault is already ingested into the graph, you can easily access and collect and review that data in order to quickly act on this case right in the advanced eDiscovery workflow. Let me give you another example scenario, highlighting another app partner, Adobe Sign. Adobe Sign allows you to easily send documents with certified delivery right within Teams. Adobe Sign is available in Teams as an app partner ingested through Microsoft Graph. So in this scenario, let's explore using Teams and Adobe Sign to help empower clinical trials. For example, a doctor is explaining a potential vaccine trial via Teams to a patient who's considering participating in one. Once they've reached a consensus, the patient can sign a patient consent form to participate in the trial right in Teams. And when required, a compliance admin could use the Microsoft 365 Compliance Portal as a single pane of glass view to manage Microsoft 365 data sources and our app partner data sources as well, like Adobe Sign. And in the Advanced eDiscovery review set, we can see our Adobe Sign content, like the consent form, showing up right alongside conversations from Exchange and Teams, as well as files from OneDrive and SharePoint Online.
Wow, this is exciting stuff. Sending it back over to you, Allison.
Great, thanks, Jamie. And we'd like to take a moment to invite you to a live interview tomorrow from Intel. OpenVINO evangelist Raymond Lowe joins our very own Seth Juarez to share the latest on Intel's work with computer vision. They'll discuss OpenVINO moving AI to the edge and Intel hardware. Seth will also ask Raymond questions following the Microsoft and Intel breakout session with confidential computing partner Fortanix about how customers use Intel SGX and Microsoft Azure to keep sensitive data private and protect IP. Join Seth for that interview with Raymond tomorrow, live, shortly after the breakout. But switching gears, businesses are constantly working to stay up to date with the latest technology. Recently, Kroger migrated their on-premises Java application to Microsoft Azure, and we're going to hear all about it in a tech talk with Senior Product Manager at Microsoft, Ben Walters, and Kroger's Senior Director of Software Engineering, Doug Wilson. Go ahead and take a look.
Welcome to Customer Tech Talks. On this segment, I'm joined by Kroger, who are using Java on Azure to manage stock levels in their stores across the US. But before we jump into the interview, let's take a look at the video.
At Kroger, we believe in fulfilling every customer's need every time they visit our stores. But we can't do that if the item a customer wants isn't on the shelf. Our associates are diligent in moving products off trucks, through our back rooms and onto our shelves. And while they do great work, a cloud-based technology solution makes their jobs much easier. Whether customers are doing a big weekly shop or stopping by for fresh ingredients they need for their next meal, a few missing items could mean they leave frustrated. If critical items are missing too often, we've lost their trust and their business. Our tech-based in-stock solution puts valuable information right in the associate's hands when a shopper asks for help. Instead of searching the back room while a customer waits, associates know exactly where to go to locate the missing item. They bring it back to the floor and the customer is on their way quickly. The customer leaves happy and keeps coming back because they know Kroger will have what they need every time they need it.
With me today is Doug Wilson, Senior Director of Software Engineering from Kroger. Doug, thanks for spending some time with us.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Ben.
So, stock management is obviously a huge part of any grocery store. Can you share what drove your need to move to the cloud?
Absolutely. I mean, we knew that we needed to rebuild. Our current system was considered legacy. The way we started actually was we started on-prem on Pivotal Cloud Foundry. But we only scaled it or started it to support about 150 stores. Now, the reason we did that is at the same time, we made a strategic decision to go cloud first. So although the move to cloud for us was mainly strategic in nature, we also knew that the time and the cost associated with scaling on-prem was going to be problematic.
Now, when we spoke previously, when we were planning this segment, you mentioned that you had an extensive process playbook laid out for the migration. Can you share how you built this and how the migration went?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, moving to the cloud sounds so easy. We talk about it all the time. Everybody's talking about it. The reality, at least for us, was that it was complicated. Now, maybe that's because we were in a production environment. We had to move to a production environment. But, the way that I described it with our business partners was, imagine you're in a race car and you've got to pull over to a pit stop. But instead of changing the tires out, you've got to change the engine out. That analogy is exactly what we had to do. And to be successful, it required a careful planning, a comprehensive playbook, and a great team.
Now, it's not just about moving to the cloud, but taking your pit stop analogy there, it's also making sure the car runs after you leave. So as I understand it, you made some pretty in-depth monitoring dashboards to ensure that the system was still running. Can you show us those and take us through them?
Yeah, absolutely. When you're moving from production to production, you want to make sure that you're up and running day one. So we invested quite a bit in our dashboard and monitoring efforts ahead of the migration. As you can see, we were looking at things like front door, firewall, Spring Cloud, our databases, wanted to really have an end-to-end view of the dashboards and the monitor and the alerts that we knew we needed to have up and running as we made that migration.
So with your in-stock application now running in Azure, everything's great. You can look back and think about that migration. What are some of the lessons you'd share with other people who are looking to also migrate their Java app to Azure?
Yeah, that's a great question. We talked about two already. One is that comprehensive planning and playbook. I can't stress how important that is to make sure that you've thought through that. The other is dashboards, just making sure that you're operationally ready to go. The one that we haven't talked about that I wanted to share was you really need to think about what your architecture is going to look like post-migration. So, for example, we spent a lot of time and effort moving our apps and our services into Azure, but we still were relying on data that was on-prem still. So we had this reach back scenario through our network and our API platform and gateway to get back to our data. That caused us some challenges that were unforeseen. So I would say, really think about your future state architecture, go through an exercise of potential failure points and try to mitigate those ahead of your migration.
Some really great insights there, Doug, especially thinking about that end state and how that impacts your systems going forward. Doug, thank you so much for taking some time with us on Customer Tech Talks today. It's been really great to hear your story and hear about how that's gone.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Ben. Appreciate it.
Of course, if you want to learn more about running Java apps on Azure, you can find all of the additional information and resources on Learn at Build, or you can visit the other links that are on screen now. Thanks again for joining us on Customer Tech Talks, and we look forward to seeing you on the next episode.
Be sure to catch my Build keynote. We're going to talk about all sorts of amazing stuff, from AI to how we can use technology to empower your creativity, to the amazing things that are happening in biosciences where it meets with AI, high performance computing and technology. And you'll get to see what I'm building with this little device. See you then.
Microsoft certifications provide globally recognized and industry-endorsed evidence of mastering technical skills. They demonstrate a willingness to embrace new technologies and simplify talent identification.
We live in a world where we don't have a 3-year cycle product release. We have a 3-hour cycle product release. We have to keep up with that. The pace of change is phenomenal. And yeah, training, certification is definitely going to change around that arena.
Aligned to job roles that meet today's and future industry and market needs, Microsoft certifications validate skills and capabilities required to be successful.
If I get hired in a new role, if I get promoted, if I get transferred somewhere else, they can look at the certification without having to do an in-depth study of me, and they can say, okay, this person knows this, 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 and this.
I think that certifications help me personally know and give me confidence that I do know what I'm talking about. And it shows the community and my boss that, I've got that qualification as well.
According to research, 67% of tech professionals say certifications build confidence. 41% are happier with their jobs, and 35% say certifications made them more excited and optimistic about their career.
It allows you to evaluate a person and make a determination around the fact that they are able to learn, that they can do things that allow them to perform a particular role, and that role requires a certain skill, and that certification is a demonstration of that skill.
For an employee to come in with a certification shows that they have drive and they have initiative. We want people who want to better themselves because they'll take the job, they'll learn, they'll push, they'll disrupt, hopefully they'll help us innovate, and at the end, that's what we want.
Stay ahead, get hired, and receive the recognition you deserve.
Now, we'd like to shift the spotlight over to one of our partners, Confluent. In a breakout session a little while ago, we learned how the Confluent-managed Apache Kafka is accelerating app innovation. And now I am so excited to welcome a special guest from HomePoint, a Confluent customer and the third largest wholesale lender in the US. Joining us to share how HomePoint used Confluent and Microsoft Azure to build a customized data processing workflow, which sped up loan processes, is engineering manager at HomePoint, Caroline McLean. Hi, Caroline.
Hi, Allison. How are you today?
I'm great. It's so nice to see you. So let's go ahead and jump right in. Can you tell me about the challenges that your team was tackling?
Sure. We chose to initiate a new project last year to decouple ourselves from our third-party loan origination system. We use it for compliance and calculation reasons, but it's really not tailored to our internal workflow like we need. It employs exclusive locking, meaning only one person can edit a loan at a time, and it really wasn't responsive enough.
That sounds like a pretty big challenge. I can only imagine how frustrating it might be if an agent opened a loan and then walked away for a few hours, that might cause you issues. So this decoupling project, that seems like a large challenge. What was the first project that you and your team decided to tackle?
Absolutely. The first project we decided to tackle was redisclosures. It's a small part of the loan processing. To give you a little bit of background, when you purchase a loan, a home loan, you receive a loan estimate that details the terms and costs of that loan. Regulations require if there's a change in those terms or costs, we have 3 days to notify the borrower. And if we fail to do so, we're on the hook for the cost to cure the loan. The other reason we picked this one up is it was a very manual process, clicking all over in the UI, multiple forms, looking into documents to research what had changed or to verify what had changed. So very, very manual process.
Wow, that sounds like doing like a git diff, but without any of the nice coloring that helps you understand the differences.
Exactly.
My heart feels for you just thinking about that. So let's talk good things. Tell me about the solution that you and your team built with Confluent Cloud and Microsoft Azure.
Absolutely. So like you said, we're utilizing Kafka Connect or Confluent's Kafka Connect to streamline that data into our system. So there's a Kafka Connect on a Postgres database. For example, if a fee were to change, that fee would feed in, Kafka Connect would pick it up and stream it into our system. We'd do some transformation on it to further decouple it from that loan origination system and map it to our domain model of our microservices. So in this case, it would be the fees command topic it would get published to. The fees service would then consume it, persist it, and push it out to an event topic. And on that event topic, as well as probably 6 or 7 others, KSQL is listening and consuming data to, if any of those fields that we're interested in that would cause a redisclosure, we feed those the current value as well as the last time we disclosed to the borrower to a Sapiens rules engine to say, did it change enough that we need to redisclose? And that answer is pushed out onto another Kafka topic that we have a consumer listening on. And it says, oops, we got a redisclosure here. Let's stuff that loan number into the database as well as any of the fields that have changed. And now you can power a UI that lists all the loans that need to be redisclosed as well as the fields that have changed so that they can have a very streamlined workflow.
Wow, that sounds so incredibly impressive, Caroline. Having to do that manual comparison to really having it taken care of and optimizing for the changes for your agents to be able to do their job so much faster. So were there any other impacts of this change? Clearly, we have a far more automatic process. Are there savings associated with this that you could share?
Huge savings. We predict that we'll save about $500,000 a month as a result of this. Additionally, the disclosure analysts, the experienced ones, were completing about 13 loans a day, and now they're completing 20 loans a day, which gives us not only are they moving through the pipeline quicker, they're doing so more accurately, which again means more money for HomePoint.
Oh, I love to hear that. That's such an incredible story of changing from manual to automation. Thank you so much for joining us, Caroline. We'll chat again soon. I want to hear more.
Hello again. I'm Senna, and I'm so excited to share a preview of 4 of our upcoming technical sessions. Check this out.
Hi, my name is Julie Strauss. I will be hosting a session on the Power Platform where we will be talking about how you as a pro developer can accelerate your digital journey using low code. So come join us.
Hello everyone, I'm Brendan Burns, Corporate Vice President for Cloud Native Open Source on Azure. And in my session, I'll share how you can build and deploy hybrid multi-cloud applications using Azure Arc. I'm excited to see you there.
Hi, I'm Man Pratap Suri.
And hey, I'm Ujasvi Chaudhary.
Join us in a session about building exciting apps in meetings, chats, and channels in Microsoft Teams.
That's session code BRK242. Looking forward to seeing you all there.
Build is all about you, developers. Whatever kind of developer you may be, we want to make sure that you get the most out of Build 2021. So we created DoubleClick. You're going to be able to join me, Caruana Gatimu, and our Microsoft engineering leaders to see the technical underpinnings of all of these amazing announcements that we've made here at the show. So come back and tune in for DoubleClick with Microsoft engineering leaders. We know you're going to enjoy it.
Microsoft Build is full of incredible opportunities for you to get up close and personal with developers. Remember that you can find all of these sessions in the session scheduler at the top of your screen. Make sure to add the ones that you're interested in to your backpack for future viewing and to add them to your schedule.
Oh man, I love all the 3D printed designs that we've had today. You know, I think we have a little guest who's sort of just like peeking out at us over here, our little thready T-Rex over there.
Yeah, I submitted the thready T-Rex the other day, and I'm glad that he managed to make it through the production period. It's great. You know, you can get this particular model yourself if you wanted to for 30 T-Rex. There's some great webcomics there. But I also happen to have picked up a special one that they also managed to make past quality control.
Wow, yeah. Who's hanging out right over there?
So,
Rick, it looks like you have a friend for us.
I've got a little friend I wanted to share here. I don't know which camera. Steve, where do you want me to point to? Anybody? Anybody over here on 3? Look at this. You yourself can have a little miniature Rick and his hat to bring with you home after Microsoft Build, if you so choose.
You too can take home a little Rick. Am I allowed to say that?
Someone alert the swag department. Clearly, we need to get those printers running a bit faster.
I can't wait to see what Seth and Donna decide to pull out of the stops tomorrow for day 2 for their kind of content that's going to be coming up. Because those printers are running around the clock, so make sure you get out there and contribute.
Oh yeah, they're printing all event long, and we're still accepting submissions, which have been coming in hot over there. aka.ms/3dbuild. Don't forget to submit your 3D objects and have those printed and brought to life.
Oh, yeah. I wonder what, maybe I should submit an olive one, and then she can come with me no matter where I go, even if the studio doesn't allow dogs, of course.
I approve.
I'm sure she would too. Awesome. Well, there is so much great content coming up on day 2 of Microsoft Build, including our show within a show, Into Focus, where we're getting up close with Microsoft execs. The all-star lineup includes Chief Technology Officer Kevin Scott, EVP of Cloud and AI, Scott Guthrie, EVP of Office, Rajesh Jha, among others. You really don't want to miss it.
Oh, you know what? Being able to check out executives in their natural habitats, we gotta love to see that. So, everybody, I'm Rick Claus.
I'm Jamie Singleton.
And I'm Allison Wines. Have a great time at Microsoft Build, and we will see you all so soon.
Bye.